The Conquerors tells the story of an important American success. During World War II, many Americans had a grim expectation. They felt that even if the Allies won the war, someday the world would have to cope once again with a raging militaristic Germany under some future version of Adolf Hitler. In 1944, there was a survey that asked, assuming that Germany loses the war, do you think she will start as soon as possible preparing for another one? 60% of Americans said yes. Instead, almost 60 years after VE Day, the Germany of today is democratic and peaceful. That success owes much to the wartime leadership of Franklin Roosevelt, and that of Harry Truman after Roosevelt's death. While Roosevelt and Truman fought the European War and bargained with their allies, Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin, they had a larger aim than merely defeating the Nazis. They were determined that after victory, the German system that had brought Hitler and his depraved movement should be so transformed that Germany could never again threaten the world. As we'll see, during World War II, neither Roosevelt nor Truman dealt flawlessly with the problems of Germany. But The Conquerors shows that while heroically leading the fight against the Nazis, FDR and Truman also helped to lay the groundwork for post-war Germans to spare themselves and the world a future Adolf Hitler. It concentrates on the American part of the story, especially the largely hidden role of FDR's closest friend in the cabinet, Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau, Jr. Morgenthau's horror on learning of the Holocaust compelled him to risk his friendship with the president by demanding that he work to save Jews. Then, obsessed by Germany, he lobbied Roosevelt to support his draconian plan to destroy post-war Germany's factories and mines and let the defeated Germans stew in their own juice. But in the end, Roosevelt was motivated by something else. He knew that Morgenthau's plan was born out of justifiable anger at the Nazis and dread of a revived post-war Germany, but that it would also violate old American traditions of magnanimity. Roosevelt also felt that by fueling German resentment, it might actually create the conditions for another Hitler. History now shows that by destroying a barrier to Soviet power and alienating the Germans from Britain and America, the plan could have also opened the way for the Soviet Union to dominate post-war Europe. By the end of his life, Roosevelt had arrived at a different design. Adopted later by Truman, Roosevelt's design managed to defy whatever menacing ambitions the Soviets had for Europe and give post-war Germans the chance to prove themselves.
The plot to murder Hitler.
Thursday, July 20, 1944, would have been Adolf Hitler's last day on Earth. 6 weeks after D-Day, the United States, Great Britain, and their allies had landed 1 million men in France. The Red Army was marching westward. Hitler was burrowed in at the Wolf's Lair. This was his field headquarters near Rostenburg. It stood in a melancholy, dank East Prussian forest that is now part of Poland. At noon, sitting in a log barracks, Hitler listened to a gloomy report from one of his army chiefs about Germany's retreat on the Eastern Front. In the steamy room, he took off the eyeglasses he vainly refused to use in public. He mopped his forehead with a handkerchief. SS men and stenographers stood around the massive, long oak table like nervous cats. When maps were unfurled, Hitler leaned over them and squinted through a magnifying glass, grimacing at the bad news. Into the room strode a 37-year-old officer named Klaus von Stauffenberg. He was a Bavarian nobleman with blond hair and sharp cheekbones. He had lost an eye and 7 fingers to an Allied mine in Tunisia while fighting for Germany. Unknown to the Führer or the other 24 people in the chamber, Stauffenberg was part of a secret, loosely rigged, anti-Hitler conspiracy. Disgusted by what he had heard about Nazi brutality in Russia, Stauffenberg had taught himself how to use his remaining 3 fingers to set off a bomb. By luck, in July 1944, he was summoned to the Wolf's Lair to help brief Hitler about the Eastern Front. Inside Stauffenberg's briefcase, swaddled in a shirt, was a ticking time bomb. While the army chief droned on, the briefcase was slipped under the table. Leaving his hat and belt behind, as if he were stepping out for a moment, Stauffenberg walked out of the room and left the barracks. About 1:45 came a loud boom and swirl of blue-yellow flame, followed by black smoke. Outside the barracks, Stauffenberg saw men carry out a stretcher on which lay a body shrouded by what seemed to be Hitler's cloak. Rushing to his car for a getaway flight to Berlin, Stauffenberg presumed that Adolf Hitler was no more. But he was wrong. Striving for a better view of the maps, one of the Führer's aides had pushed the briefcase behind one of the table's massive supports. This act saved Hitler from certain death. Instead, when the smoke cleared, Hitler was still standing. With bloodshot eyes staring out from a soot-blackened face, he tamped down flame from his trousers. His hair stood out in spikes. His ruptured eardrums were bleeding. His right arm dangled numb at his side. After donning a fresh uniform, seemingly exhilarated by his survival, Hitler was almost merry. He chortled to his secretaries, "Once again, everything's turned out well for me. More proof that fate has selected me for my mission." That afternoon, he showed his scorched clothes to the visiting ousted Italian dictator, Benito Mussolini. Hitler said, "Look at my uniform. Look at my burns." He had the uniform sent to his mistress, Eva Braun, for safekeeping, as proof of his historical destiny. It did not take Hitler's men long to discover who had been behind the plot. In Berlin, Stauffenberg and 3 fellow plotters were arrested. A 5-minute trial in the name of the Führer found them guilty of treason. In a shadowy courtyard, they were hauled before a firing squad. Just before his execution, remembering his country before Hitler, Stauffenberg cried out, "Long live eternal Germany." An hour after midnight on Friday, July 21, Berlin time, Hitler spoke by radio from the Wolf's Lair. After a burst of military music, he declared, "Fellow members of the German race," he said an extremely small clique of ambitious, unscrupulous, and foolish, criminally stupid officers had plotted to kill him and the German High Command, a crime that has no equal in German history, he said. Failure of the plot, he said, was a clear sign from Providence that I must carry on with my work. After that speech, fearing for his life, Hitler never again spoke in public. By his orders, hundreds of suspected members of the conspiracy were arrested, tortured, and executed. Hitler ordered some of the chief plotters strung up like butchered cattle. A motion picture of their execution was rushed to the Wolf's Lair for his enjoyment. By one account, Hitler and his propaganda chief, Joseph Goebbels, watched in his private theater. As the shirtless men on the screen swung from piano wire nooses, writhing and dying while their carefully unbelted trousers fell off to reveal them naked. Goebbels had demanded for years that Hitler's enemies be stalked with what he called ice-cold determination. But when he and Hitler watched the ghoulish, flickering images of the lifeless plotters on the screen, it was later said, even the cold-blooded Goebbels had to cover his eyes to keep from passing out. After Hitler finished his speech from the Wolf's Lair, Franklin Roosevelt gave his own radio address from California. Speaking from a radio car at the San Diego Naval Base, he accepted the 1944 Democratic nomination for president. For wartime security reasons, the public was told only that the base was on the Pacific coast. The president was making a 5-week, 14,000-mile military inspection trip of the Pacific coast, Hawaii, and Alaska. His special 9-car railroad caravan had moved slowly to kill time before his arrival in San Diego and spare him from having to sleep at night in a moving train. Secret Service agents had tried to keep Roosevelt's exact whereabouts a secret. For this reason, at every stop, the president and his party were asked to stay aboard the train. But Roosevelt's famous Scotty dog, Fala, had to be taken off to relieve himself. When Pullman porters and ticket takers saw Fala, they knew who was really aboard the train called simply Main 985. One might have expected Roosevelt to be delighted when he heard the news of a coup that might topple Hitler. If a new post-Hitler government accepted the Allied demand for unconditional surrender, it could save millions of lives. It could also let the Big Three, Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill, throw Allied forces fully into the war against Japan. But Roosevelt knew that there was also a danger. A new post-Hitler junta would probably demand a negotiated settlement. It might insist that certain members of the German military and government stay in place. If that happened, it would frustrate Roosevelt's declared intention to remake post-war Germany from the ground up so it could never threaten the world again. Told of Hitler's attempted assassination, reporters in San Diego badgered Roosevelt's aides for the president's reaction to the news. The president offered no comment. He knew that whatever he said would be playing with fire. If he publicly welcomed the plot, he might seem to be backing off from the Allied policy of unconditional surrender. If he denounced it, he might seem indifferent to a development that might end the war quickly. If he opposed the plot and it finally succeeded, Stalin would have a better chance to make a deal with a new post-Hitler government that would let the Soviets dominate Europe. Instead, Roosevelt wrote a carefully worded private message to Stalin. It suggested that the plot was encouraging because it showed a Nazi foe in disarray. He wrote, "We have just received news of the difficulties in Germany and especially at Hitler's headquarters. It is all to the good." On Friday evening in Chicago, with Roosevelt's consent, Democrats had chosen Senator Harry Truman of Missouri for vice president. In San Diego, with Truman safely nominated, the president and Fala were driven in darkness to Broadway Pier and piped aboard the heavy cruiser Baltimore, bound for Honolulu. To protect Roosevelt from Japanese attack, the gleaming new ship was escorted by 4 destroyers. The ship followed an unpredictable route and was darkened from sunset to sunrise. During the voyage, sailors had to be stopped from cutting snippets of hair from Fala to send home. Only a full week after Hitler's near assassination did Roosevelt make his first public comment about the plot. As the president sat with reporters on the emerald lawn of the Hawaiian governor's palace, he was excruciatingly careful. He said, "I don't think I know anything more about it than you do. We can all have our own ideas about it." Roosevelt went on to reaffirm the Allied demand for unconditional surrender. He said, "Practically every German denies the fact they surrendered in the last war, but this time they're going to know it." In Moscow, Stalin's propagandists agreed. They said, "Hitlerite Germany will be driven to her knees not by insurgent officers, but by ourselves and our allies." Roosevelt agreed with Stalin and Churchill that the paramount question left by the European war would be what happened to Germany. Roosevelt thought a lasting peace would depend on whether he and Churchill could maintain their friendship with the Soviet Union, and whether Germany could be so transformed that it could never endanger the world again. But how? Even with the European war rushing toward climax and Allied armies about to pierce the German border, the president refused to commit himself. He told exasperated aides that much would depend on what we and the Allies find when we get into Germany, and we're not there yet. With his extravagant confidence in his ability to master events, Franklin Roosevelt was keeping his options open until the final possible moment.
Unconditional surrender.
No other American president has had more early experience on German soil than Franklin Roosevelt. After his elderly father suffered a heart attack, his parents brought their only son to Germany 8 times, where they took the cure at the famous health resort of Bad Nauheim. During Franklin's first visit in 1891 at the age of 9, he was enrolled for 6 weeks in a local school, mainly to improve his German. "Rather amusing," wrote his mother Sarah, "but I doubt if he learns much." The Roosevelts stayed in a British-owned hotel called the Villa Britannia. Anglophile, partial to French culture, they considered most Germans crude and inferior. Sarah complained about dining with German swine. The Germany that Franklin first encountered had been created 20 years earlier, after the Franco-Prussian War, by the Iron Chancellor Otto von Bismarck. It was 20 ancient kingdoms, free cities, and provinces forged into a single Reich. In 1890, Bismarck was fired by Kaiser Wilhelm II, who spoke of Germany's destiny to rule. Years later, as president, Roosevelt liked to believe that his own early German experience gave him a special understanding of German politics and psychology. He recalled German school children chattering about the inevitable war with France and the building of the Reich into the greatest world power. He insisted that on his first visit there, Germany was not a military nation. Politics was local and there was decent family life. But by the late 1890s, he recalled, boys and girls wore uniforms and were taught to march. Roosevelt shared his mother's social prejudices. In 1905, during his honeymoon with his new bride Eleanor, Roosevelt wrote his mother from a German spa that by a show of severity he had arranged to sit as far as possible from where Germans dined, which he described as 4 long pigsties. During World War II, while waging war against Hitler, Roosevelt told friends and family colorful stories, possibly exaggerated or imaginary, about his youthful brushes with German authoritarianism. In one tale, he claimed that while pedaling with his tutor through southern Germany, he had been arrested 4 times in a single day for stealing cherries, running over a goose, wheeling his bicycle into a train station waiting room, and riding into a town after sunset. Roosevelt's more serious education on Germany came during World War I. When fighting broke out in Europe in 1914, he was a 32-year-old Assistant Secretary of the Navy. After American entry into the war in April 1917, Roosevelt gave speeches against Kaiserism and Prussianism. He insisted that Germans were a misguided people, subjected to the rule of a military caste, and led along a path they could not understand. In the summer of 1918, touring battlefields in France and Belgium, he wrote in his diary of stolid, stupid German prisoners and the little pile of dead bokeh that offended our sensitive noses. Roosevelt insisted that if England, France, and the United States did not plunge deep into Germany, the Germans would convince themselves that they had not really lost the war. Under the Treaty of Versailles in 1919, Germany was ordered to slash its military. It was told to demilitarize the eastern bank of the Rhine, surrender its colonies, give land to Belgium, France, Denmark, and Poland, accept absolute blame for World War I, and pay the Allies reparations for damage caused by the war, ultimately billions of dollars. 5 years after the end of World War I, in 1923, General Pershing, once the Supreme Commander, complained that the Allies had never made sure the Germans knew they were beaten. He said, "Now it will have to be done all over again." The French Prime Minister, Georges Clemenceau, had insisted on much of this over the objections of President Woodrow Wilson. Roosevelt agreed. In the 1920s, as a lawyer and private businessman recovering from polio, which he contracted at the age of 39, he felt that Versailles had been both too hard and too soft. He felt that it burdened Germany with financial and other obligations it would only resent and could never fulfill, and he feared that it didn't do enough to keep Germans from wishing for war and being able to wage it. He watched gloomily as his worst fears unfolded. The Weimar democracy sagged under hyperinflation, war debt, and reparations, resentment over the harshness of the Versailles Treaty, and the conviction fanned by Hitler that betrayers of the German military had held back Germany from its historical destiny. Roosevelt thought Wilson should have insisted that the victors occupy Germany. He thought that the Germans should have been trained to give up their old ambitions for dictatorship, a strong military, and a world empire. Roosevelt saw Hitler come to power shortly before his inauguration in 1933. The new president realized earlier than most Americans that during his term in office, the United States might be forced to pay for Wilson's mistakes. In January 1943, Roosevelt seized the opportunity to practice what he preached. After a bumpy 48-hour flight in a Pan American Clipper, his first air journey as president, he landed in the old Moroccan port city of Casablanca to meet with Winston Churchill. Coping with the German thrust into the Western Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin stayed home. Stalin was lambasting his allies in public for their refusal to open a promised second front against Hitler, the invasion of Western Europe that would relieve German pressure on the Red Army. At Casablanca, Roosevelt and Churchill agreed to issue a public statement that the Allies were resolved to pursue the war to the bitter end. Over luncheon, Roosevelt suggested that they use the phrase unconditional surrender. Churchill had his private doubts, but he was so dependent on Roosevelt's support of England that he strained to show enthusiasm. "Perfect," he said. "I can just see how Goebbels and the rest of them will squeal." Roosevelt said, "It's just the thing for the Russians. Uncle Joe might have made it up himself." At a press conference, Roosevelt told reporters, "Peace can come to the world only by the total elimination of German and Japanese war power. The Allies," he said, "would fight to destroy the philosophies in those countries based on conquest and the subjugation of other people." He declared that Casablanca should be called the Unconditional Surrender Meeting. Churchill chimed in, "Hear, hear." However, the Prime Minister did not quite believe what he was saying. He did not want to quarrel with Roosevelt at Casablanca, but he was pessimistic that unconditional surrender would placate Stalin. More than Roosevelt, Churchill worried that unconditional surrender might cause the Germans to struggle harder against the Allies and prolong the war. Nor did Churchill share Roosevelt's utopian aspirations to transform German society. Suspicious of Stalin, he knew that the only bulwark against Soviet domination of post-war Europe might be Germany. Stalin was told about Roosevelt and Churchill's unconditional surrender declaration just as the Red Army turned back the Germans at Stalingrad. Stalin feared, even more than Churchill, that the unconditional surrender demand would unite and steel the German people against the Allies. Stalin was also reluctant to say things in public that might jaundice post-war Germans against the Soviet Union. He had never stopped dreaming of a communist Germany, or at least that Germany, with its industrial might and skilled manpower, might be made to help modernize Russia. He was also determined that millions of Soviet soldiers should not have lost their lives in World War II only to be faced with a hostile German nation. He was still in a cold fury over Hitler's surprise invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941. So Stalin's approach to a post-war Germany was to play a double game. Publicly, he would avoid the anti-German rhetoric heard from Roosevelt and Churchill. Instead, he would subtly telegraph to Germans that the Soviets might be the most friendly of their potential conquerors. Privately, Stalin would demand that his allies commit themselves to draconian methods to shatter post-war German power. In the summer of 1943, Stalin formed what amounted to his own German government in exile. He called it the National Committee for a Free Germany. Stalin claimed that the Free Germany Committee was intended to reduce German resistance. But many American and British planners feared with good reason that its actual purpose was to serve as the political spearhead of Soviet influence in post-war Germany. William Bullitt, who had served as Roosevelt's ambassador to the Soviet Union, warned the president that Stalin's objective is to set up a Soviet Quisling government in Germany. After an Allied victory, he wrote, the United States must stop the flow of the red amoeba and keep the Bolsheviks from replacing the Nazis as masters of Europe. At the White House, in March 1943, British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden warned Roosevelt that at the end of the war, Stalin, with his deep-seated mistrust of the Germans, would insist on dismemberment of Germany. He said that unless Roosevelt and Churchill reached an understanding with Stalin about post-war Germany, then either Germany will go communist or there will be out-and-out anarchy.
50,000 Germans must be shot.
By the fall of 1943, Stalin was growing all the more impatient for the Anglo-Americans to open the second front they had pledged. That September he was outraged when Churchill and Roosevelt froze the Soviets out of the unconditional surrender by the new Italian government of General Pietro Badoglio, who had deposed Mussolini. Roosevelt asked his Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, to fly to Moscow for a meeting with the Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov, along with Anthony Eden, Churchill's Foreign Secretary. Physically exhausted, Hull suffered from diabetes and tuberculosis, which he concealed. He was so claustrophobic that he had never flown on an airplane before. But he was so thrilled to be invited to make the journey that without asking his internist or his wife, he quickly told the president yes. For years, Hull, an old ex-congressman from Tennessee, had operated less as Roosevelt's Secretary of State than as his aggrieved chaperone. With grace and loyalty, Hull had tried to provide structure to a president prone to chatting about unconventional ideas and who made Hull's life miserable by flagrantly circumventing him with a ceaseless parade of personal envoys. After Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt had assigned post-war planning for Germany and the rest of the world to Hull's State Department. From the president's point of view, somebody had to do it while he attended to the more urgent problems of winning the war. Hull's planners imagined a strong, self-supporting post-war German economy that would help restore sanity to its society and empower the rebuilding of Europe. Free trade would buttress German democracy and stability. At the White House on Wednesday, October 5, Hull told the president that post-war Germany should remain unified, although stripped of East Prussia, with other minor border changes. He said, "Imposed partition would be little short of a disaster, both for Germany and for us." Roosevelt disagreed. He reminded Hull that he had traveled and studied in Germany. He could speak German and he knew the country better than Hull did. Maybe his memories were too old to be valid, he said, but to his mind, the only way to prevent another war was to partition Germany. The immediate post-war period would be trial and error, he told Hull. But first they should slice Germany into 3 or more states, bound only by a system of common services, and strip those new states of all military activities and armament industries. East Prussia should be separated from Germany and all dangerous elements of the population forcibly removed. He also said that post-war Germans should provide reparations to those countries that were Hitler's victims. Not money, as after World War I, but equipment and manpower. Roosevelt was drawing as usual from his half-remembered experiences in Germany. He showed little understanding, for instance, of the difference between the autocracies of the last Kaiser and Hitler, or of Prussia, which he incorrectly viewed as the militaristic nucleus of Nazi evil. It was not Prussia, but Bavaria, that was the seedbed for Nazism. Hull did not know it, since Roosevelt did not allow him to read the pertinent cables and documents, but Roosevelt's first priority at the moment was to mollify Stalin, whom he presumed to be interested in German reparations and dismemberment. He wanted Hull to let Stalin know that, even though opening the Second Front might take a little longer, on post-war Germany his American ally was sympathetic. After coughing up a considerable amount of blood during his air journey, Hull arrived in Moscow on Tuesday, October 18, 1943. At Roosevelt's instance, he told Stalin's foreign minister Molotov that after the war, Prussia, the taproot of all evil, should be severed from Germany, and certainly German power should be decentralized. Molotov replied that the Soviets would endorse any measure to render Germany harmless in the future. Hull made other offers stemming from what he and Roosevelt thought to be Stalin's demand for a hard peace with post-war Germany. He said the Allies should dismantle the German military and stop the production of arms, including the materials that were essential to make them. Post-war Germany must offer reparations in goods and services for its physical damage to the Soviet Union and other countries. This was no small enticement to the Soviets who were eager to rebuild. Hull also proposed that after Germany's defeat, the country be jointly occupied by all three Allied armies and run by an Allied Control Council. Under a Bill of Rights, the Council would help create a democratic German government that would provide the Germans with a tolerable standard of living. Molotov said that Hull's ideas sounded promising as long as they were a minimum and not a maximum proposal. When the discussion turned to German war criminals, Hull spoke up with untypical vehemence. He said, "If I had my way, I would take Hitler and Mussolini and Tojo and their arch-accomplices and bring them before a drumhead court-martial. And at sunrise on the following day, there would occur an historic incident." Molotov and his aides applauded and cheered. At the end of the conference, Hull, Eden, and Molotov issued what soon became known as the Moscow Declaration on War Crimes. Using language drafted beforehand by Churchill, they decreed that Germans accused of atrocities would be sent back to the countries in which their abominable deeds were done. The three victors would jointly try major war criminals whose offenses were not restricted to one country. One purpose of the Moscow Declaration was to discourage Germans from committing new atrocities as Hitler's armies retreated. It warned that the Allies would pursue them to the uttermost ends of the earth. The Moscow Conference had been planned as a prelude to the first meeting between Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill in Soviet-occupied Tehran. When Hull returned to Washington, he found the president looking forward to his meeting with Stalin with the enthusiasm of a boy. Stalin had demanded that the meeting be held at a place of his own convenience. With a not-too-subtle reminder that the Soviet Union was carrying the lion's share of the war against Germany, he told Roosevelt that he could not leave his military post and threatened to defer the promised conference until after Roosevelt and Churchill opened their second front. On Saturday morning, November 13, 1943, Roosevelt boarded the USS Iowa on Chesapeake Bay. Although Hull had not embarrassed him in Moscow, the president left him home. Conferring aboard ship with his chiefs of staff, Roosevelt drew 3 lines across a National Geographic map of Germany. "Practically speaking," he said, "there should be 3 German states after the war. These would evolve out of the 3 zones occupied by the Americans, British, and Soviets." The president said that at the end of the European War there would definitely be a race for Berlin. He said the United States must be ready to put its divisions into Berlin as soon as possible so that no Russians could seize Berlin before the Anglo-Americans could get there. Roosevelt told the chiefs that after victory in Europe, he expected to field an occupation force of about 1 million American troops. The Army Chief of Staff, General George Marshall, asked him how long American soldiers would stay in Europe. "For at least 1 year," said Roosevelt, "maybe 2. The president arrived in Tehran on Saturday, November 27, 1943. At the Soviet embassy the next afternoon, Stalin was clearly uneasy at his first encounter with Roosevelt. To set him at ease, the president offered him a cigarette. "The doctors don't allow it," said Stalin. Roosevelt replied, "Doctors should be obeyed." To start the talks on the right footing, Roosevelt opened debate on an Anglo-American invasion of Europe for May 1944. That evening, over an American dinner of steak and baked potatoes, Stalin told Roosevelt and Churchill that they were too lax about post-war Germany. How could they ever reform a people so blindly obedient? He recalled that during a Leipzig visit in 1907, he had watched 200 Germans miss an important mass meeting because there was no one on the train platform to punch their tickets. To the president's surprise, Stalin badgered him about unconditional surrender. He said it was welding the Germans together and costing Allied lives. He said, holding out specified terms for surrender, no matter how harsh, would hasten the day of German capitulation. Anxious not to quarrel, Roosevelt changed the subject. Referring to the German word for empire, he said it was very important not to leave in the German mind the concept of the Reich. The very word should be stricken from the language, he said. Stalin said it is not enough to eliminate the word, the very Reich itself must be rendered impotent so as never again to plunge the world into war. Not long after this, Roosevelt suddenly fell ill. With his face turning green and sweat pouring from his chin, he lifted a shivering hand to his forehead and was wheeled quickly out of the room. Roosevelt was suffering from his arduous trip, but some of the Americans in the room were terrified that their chief had been poisoned. After Roosevelt's departure, Stalin sat down on a sofa with Churchill and warned him that Germany had every possibility of recovering from this war. He warned that the Germans were talented people and could easily threaten the world again in 15 or 20 years. Churchill agreed. He said if that happened, we would have betrayed our soldiers. But in their conversation, the Prime Minister let on that he did not agree with Roosevelt's insistence that there was no difference between Hitler and the German people. During wartime, he said, you never distinguish between the enemy's leaders and its people. But he and Stalin must recognize in truth that this war was largely the fault of the German leaders. Churchill felt that the Allies could change the German people with a generation of self-sacrificing, toil, and education. Listening to Churchill merely confirmed Stalin's view that with a wary eye on Soviet power in the post-war world, Churchill was privately soft on Germany. He crisply told the Prime Minister that nothing he had suggested was enough to solve the German problem. On Monday afternoon, with Roosevelt feeling better, the meeting resumed. Roosevelt described his hope for a post-war system of 4 policemen: the Soviet Union, Britain, America, and China, and a United Nations organization that would protect the world against Germany and Japan. That evening, Stalin hosted a dinner of borscht and fish. He said that his attitude was that if Germany moves a muscle, she will be rapidly stopped. He said, at least 50,000 and perhaps 100,000 of the German command staff must be physically liquidated. Then he raised his glass and said, I propose a salute to the swiftest possible justice for all Germany's war criminals. Justice before a firing squad. I drink to our unity in killing them as quickly as we capture them. All of them. There must be at least 50,000. Churchill was deeply disturbed by what Stalin said. He replied, the British people will never stand for such mass murder. I will not be a party to any butchery in cold blood. Churchill said, war criminals must pay, but he would not agree to execute soldiers who had fought for their country. He said, I would rather be taken out in the garden here and now and be shot myself than sully my country's honor by such infamy. Roosevelt said, as usual, it seems to be my function to mediate this dispute. In jest, he asked them to compromise on a smaller number, say 49,500. One of the guests at the dinner was the president's son Elliot, a reconnaissance pilot based in England. Elliot raised his glass and said, Russian, American, and British soldiers will settle the issue for most of those 50,000 in battle. And I hope that those 50,000 war criminals will be taken care of, but many hundreds of thousands more Nazis as well. Stalin rose to his feet, gave Elliot a bear hug, and clinked glasses with him. Outraged, Churchill addressed the president's son. He said, Much as I love you, Elliot, I cannot forgive you for making such a dastardly statement. How dare you say such a thing? Churchill stalked away from the table, but Stalin chased after him, grabbed his shoulders, and said he had only been kidding. But when the Prime Minister returned to his rooms that night after dinner, his doctor, Lord Moran, noted that he had fallen into one of his black depressions. With his understanding of history and the vicissitudes of national power, Churchill predicted that one day there might be a war with the Russians more bloody than that with Germany. He said, I want to sleep for billions of years. Stupendous issues are unfolding before our eyes, and we are only specks of dust that have settled in the night on the map of the world. On Wednesday evening, December 1, Roosevelt told Churchill and Stalin that the question before them was whether or not to split up Germany. Determined to prove that he agreed with Stalin that post-war Germany should be shattered, he upped the ante from 3 German states to 5. Churchill warned that even if Roosevelt succeeded in dividing Germany, sooner or later they will reunite into one nation. The main thing, he said, is to keep Germany divided, if only for 50 years. Stalin said that whatever the Allies did, the Germans would always want to reunite. He said that the victors of World War II must keep the strength to beat the Germans if they ever tried to forcibly reunite and start once again down the path of a new war. Roosevelt sided with Stalin. He said, Germany was less dangerous to civilization when it was 107 provinces. Churchill told his allies that he hoped that they would not go to that extreme.
On the back of an envelope.
By Wednesday, January 12, 1944, Franklin Roosevelt was back at the White House. He was suffering from what the doctors called influenza, caught during his Tehran journey. In the presidential bedchamber, propped up in his old mahogany bed, surrounded by naval prints and family pictures, Roosevelt thrust out his hand and greeted General Dwight Eisenhower. He had just named Ike to be Supreme Commander of Operation Overlord, the Anglo-American invasion of Northern Europe. Stalin asked who would lead the great invasion. The president said he had not yet decided. Stalin had replied that therefore the British and Americans must not be serious. Roosevelt got the message. While stopping in Tunis on the way back to Washington, he had told Eisenhower that he would be the commander. Roosevelt was so secretive about Tehran that he didn't confide to Ike his discussions with Stalin and Churchill about dismembering Germany. Eisenhower pleaded against dividing the conquered state into 3 occupation zones. He said, "Let a single commander and an Allied military government run all of Germany." He said that would be simpler and more likely to ensure that the Red Army would behave. Roosevelt assured him that he could handle the Russians. He encouraged his Secretary of War, Henry Stimson, to scotch the earlier notion of an Anglo-American-Soviet joint occupation force. Instead, said Roosevelt, let each country appoint a military governor to run its own occupation zone. At Tehran, the Big Three had asked the newly established 3-power European Advisory Commission, the EAC, to suggest zones for Germany. Roosevelt thought of the EAC as something that would buy time and get the Soviets into the habit of consulting the West on post-war questions. The American commissioner, Ambassador to London John Wynant, considered himself not Hull's but the President's man. At the EAC, Wynant did not submit State Department and other proposals that he knew had been drafted in ignorance of Roosevelt's tough private talk about Germany. In London, on the Commission's opening day in January 1944, the British member, Sir William Strang, proposed dividing Germany into a northeastern Soviet zone, a northwestern British zone, and a southwestern American zone. 110 miles inside the Soviet zone, Berlin would be jointly occupied by all 3 powers, and unlike the zones, administered by a combined Allied Control Council. Unbeknownst to the Anglo-Americans, Stalin had actually been thinking of a proposal that would have been even more generous to the West. Soviet archives opened in the 1990s include a draft document that would have had the Soviet zone extend no further west than the Elbe River. When Roosevelt was told of the zones agreed upon by the British and Soviets, he was irritated. He said the zones must conform with what I decided upon months ago. But Hull had no idea what the president meant. He suggested that perhaps it would be helpful for him to see the secret records of the Tehran conversations. But the president refused. He did not trust Hull. The chiefs of staff, of course, knew all about Tehran. They had dug up the National Geographic map that Roosevelt had scribbled on while sailing for Tehran and translated it into a formal proposal. When Wynant saw the map, he was astonished. The proposed zones would cut crudely across German geography and existing administrative boundaries. The American zone would include 46% of German territory. For their years of blood and sacrifice, the Soviets would get a measly 20%. When Wynant presented the proposal to the EAC in London, the Soviet commissioner, Fyodor Gusev, was furious. He said the United States was awfully grabby for a country whose only troops in Europe were now stalled in Italy. In the Oval Office in April 1944, Roosevelt saw Wynant's counselor, George Kennan. Kennan was the American diplomat who would later become famous for his strategic thinking after World War II. The president told Kennan that he would not accept Churchill's plan to saddle him with the southern zone of Germany and the problems of post-war France. Kennan said he had come to discuss the boundary of the Soviet zone. He showed Roosevelt the plan drafted from his scratchings on the National Geographic map. The president laughed. He said, "Why, that's just something I once drew on the back of an envelope." He ordered Wynant to approve the British plan, with the exception of America being consigned to southern Germany. Wynant had another worry. The EAC had agreed on a three-power occupation of Berlin, which would be divided into three sectors. But no one had asked the Soviets to guarantee access rights across their zone to the city. Wynant was told by the State Department that Berlin should be no problem. Not only would the Soviets in the West be cooperating, but if the Soviets accepted Western rights to be present in post-war Berlin, naturally they must also acknowledge the right to travel to and from the city. The British agreed. In one of the great mistakes of modern diplomacy, Wynant was told not to raise the matter of access with the Russians because it might make them too suspicious. Nor did Roosevelt or Churchill ever consider the issue serious enough to take up with Stalin. After Tehran, Stalin pressed Roosevelt to soften his demand for unconditional surrender by Germany. As he planned his invasion of France, Eisenhower felt the same way. He asked both Roosevelt and Churchill to give some hope to the Germans that would weaken resistance when Anglo-American forces hit the beaches. But Churchill told Eisenhower that at Tehran, he and Roosevelt had agreed to let Russia seize a huge amount of German machinery after the war, and that Stalin wanted to take millions of Germans to help rebuild Russia. Therefore, he said, a frank statement of what is going to happen to Germany would not necessarily have a reassuring effect upon the German people. He said they might prefer the vaguer terrors of unconditional surrender. In March 1944, Admiral William Leahy of the Chiefs of Staff told Roosevelt that the Nazi gangsters in Berlin were telling Germans that their enemies intended their extermination. He said, "Couldn't the Allies issue a pledge that only German military aggression would be destroyed?" Roosevelt said that he was not willing to say that we do not intend to destroy the German nation as long as the German nation kept using the term Reich. He said that his somewhat long study and personal experience in and out of Germany made him believe that German philosophy cannot be changed by decree, law, or military order. He said it must be evolutionary, and that it might take 2 generations. Nevertheless, the president did not want to slam the door on Churchill or his chiefs. With the cross-channel invasion now planned for June 1944, he asked Churchill, "What would you think of a statement by me alone along these lines to be issued after D-Day?" He could declare that the Anglo-Americans sought the total destruction not of the German people, but of the philosophy of those Germans who have announced that they could subjugate the world. Churchill replied, "If there were nothing between us except that the Germans have an evil philosophy, there would be little ground for the war going on." Then, on June 6, 1944, the mighty Anglo-American armies landed on Hitler's fortress Europe.
The Terrible Silence.
During the first 2 years that Americans fought the Germans, there was, at the center of Franklin Roosevelt's many private conversations about post-war Germany, a strange void. Throughout his fulminations against Junkers and Prussian militarism and the German love of marching in uniforms, he did not mention the biggest reason why any civilized human being of the 1940s should be uniquely anxious about the German national character. Franklin Roosevelt began receiving information as early as 1942 that Adolf Hitler, under a veil of secrecy, was carrying out his threats to annihilate the Jewish race. One might have expected the president to have gone on radio and told Americans in stirring language exactly what his government was learning about the Nazi death camps, adding that this unimaginable crime was exactly what the Allies were fighting to banish from the world. But Roosevelt made no such speech. In July 1942, the president of the American Jewish Congress, Rabbi Stephen Wise, asked the president for a statement that could be read to a Madison Square Garden rally against Hitler's oppression of Jews. In his statement, the president did not mention extermination or Jewish victims. Instead, his statement simply said that Americans sympathize with all victims of Nazi crimes and would hold the perpetrators to strict accountability in a day of reckoning which will surely come. In July 1943, at the White House, Lieutenant Jan Karski of the Polish Underground Army told Roosevelt about the mass murder of Jews he had witnessed taking place in a Polish concentration camp. He said, "Our underground authorities are absolutely sure that the Germans are out to exterminate the entire Jewish population of Europe." But when Karski implored Roosevelt to get the Allies to intervene, the president replied simply, "Tell your nation we shall win the war." There was something else. At the same time, in 1942 and 1943, Roosevelt was also unwilling to fight his own bureaucracy and hostile members of Congress to relax immigration restrictions that might help to rescue European Jews. Why did the president respond to the staggering news from Europe with near silence? Roosevelt felt he had a limited amount of influence with Stalin and Churchill and with Congress and the American people. The president was also doubtless sensitive to old complaints that his government, which some called the Jew Deal, was too abundant with Jews, and that he had plotted to drag the nation into a Jewish war in Europe. Roosevelt never underestimated the anti-Semitism in American society. Before World War II, he had warned his ambassador to London, Joseph Kennedy, "If there was a demagogue around here of the type of Huey Long to take up anti-Semitism, there could be more blood running in the streets of New York than in Berlin." Roosevelt may also have felt that to dramatize Hitler's final solution and tell Americans this is what we're fighting against might divide them over what the war in Europe was really about, especially at a moment when it was not yet certain that the Allies would win the war in Europe. Roosevelt was the architect of modern interest group politics in America, and from his point of view in 1942 and 1943, Jewish voters were in his hip pocket. And, with some conspicuous exceptions, the pressure from Jewish leaders to alleviate Jewish suffering in Europe was gentle. Many American Jews were reluctant to look like special pleaders during wartime. Widening Allied war aims to include the rescue of Europe's Jews would not have bothered Churchill. The Prime Minister was sporadically eager to take some risks to help the Jews. But what about Stalin? At that time, Roosevelt was using unconditional surrender as a means of keeping Stalin from growing too angry about his and Churchill's postponement of the D-Day invasion until mid-1944. Roosevelt might have felt that to depart from his promised single war aim could cause Stalin to distrust his intentions, especially if Stalin suspected that the sanction might be extended to all perpetrators of mass murder and genocide, namely Stalin. By the fall of 1943, a troubled Winston Churchill was searching for some way to halt the German atrocities. He hoped that as the Red Army started rolling back Nazi occupation, Europeans could be intimidated from joining in Hitler's atrocities, massacres, and executions. But at around the same time, Churchill's War Cabinet resolved that the Allies should take final responsibility for punishing atrocities committed on enemy territory. Nevertheless, by November 1943, more than 3 million of Europe's Jews had perished. As Hitler's war against European Jewry raged on, Franklin Roosevelt maintained his silence. He would not spend his political coin on rescue and refugees. All of this undermined his lofty wartime premise that in planning for post-war Germany, he was confronting the most fundamental issues of German morality and German national character. Roosevelt might have argued in his defense that throwing all resources behind the single goal of an early Allied victory was the best way to save the Jews. Nevertheless, the more Hitler felt in danger of losing the war, the more the Nazi extermination mills were speeded up. As someone darkly observed at the time, by the moment the Allies won World War II in Europe, there might be no Jews left to save. By the end of 1943, Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Roosevelt's Secretary of the Treasury, Dutchess County neighbor, and closest friend in the cabinet, was deeply unsettled by the silence from the Oval Office. Morgenthau was so secular a Jew that although he was 52 years old, he had never attended a Passover Seder. During his decade of the Treasury, Roosevelt's friend had avoided Jewish matters, but the evidence from the death camps had radicalized him. When Rabbi Wise, who had celebrated Morgenthau's marriage to his wife Eleanor, brought him a cable from Switzerland and other information about how Hitler's Germans were murdering millions of Jews, Morgenthau had told him, "Please, Stephen, don't give me the gory details." Wise pressed on, explaining how the inmates' remains were being made into soap. He said, "The Nazis are making lampshades out of the skins of the Jews." As Morgenthau's confidential aide, Henrietta Klotz, recalled, her boss grew paler and paler. She said, "I thought he was going to keel over." Morgenthau cried out, "I cannot take any more."
The 100% American.
Henry Morgenthau's relationship with Franklin Roosevelt had been the lodestar not only of his public career but to a great extent his identity. He once told an aide that his friendship with the president was the most important thing in his life. It was Roosevelt who, as governor of New York in 1929, had lifted Morgenthau from the obscurity of being the shy only son of a self-made New York real estate mogul. And it was the friendship with Roosevelt that gave Morgenthau a sense of personal acceptance and security as a Jew. As his elder son later put it, Morgenthau always wished to be thought of as a 100% American. Born in 1891, Henry Morgenthau, Jr. was descended from German Jews who were rabbis, cantors, Hebrew teachers, ritual slaughterers, and financiers. His paternal grandfather, Lazarus Morgenthau, came to post-Civil War America after suffering financial problems in Germany. The future Treasury Secretary spent much of his life differentiating himself from his vainglorious father. As a young man, Henry Jr. had suffered from a learning disability that made speaking and writing difficult. Miserable, he dropped out of Cornell. At his father's behest, he worked for a while as a timekeeper at a construction site, but soon he came down with typhoid fever. Sent to recuperate at a Texas ranch, the young Morgenthau discovered that what he really loved was farming. He returned to Cornell to study agriculture, and in 1913, at the age of 22, used part of his family money to buy a run-down 1,000-acre farm in East Fishkill, Dutchess County, New York. In 1916, Henry Jr. married Eleanor Fatman, granddaughter of a Lehman Brothers founder. She made up for what he lacked in ambition and sociability. While keeping an apartment in New York, they bought another 1,000 acres in Dutchess County to create Fishkill Farms, where in time they raised potatoes, cabbage, squash, rye, corn, beef cattle, apples, and in time 3 children, Henry III, Robert, and Joan. Life as a country squire gave Morgenthau distance from a father who, as Eleanor recalled, tried to regulate his life and dominate his thoughts. Franklin Roosevelt wasted no time in welcoming the new arrival to his home county. The two men both loved the land and styled themselves as farmers. Their wives became close friends. When the Morgenthaus came for tea at the Great House at Hyde Park, Roosevelt's mother Sarah wrote in her diary, "Young Morgenthau was easy and yet modest and serious and intelligent. The wife is very Jewish, but appeared very well." As an aspiring politician eager to be governor of New York and then president, Roosevelt knew that there would be political benefits in friendship with a young Morgenthau. In a state with so many Jewish voters, always prone to wonder whether some Christian candidate was privately anti-Semitic, it would be helpful for Roosevelt to have at least one close Jewish friend. Roosevelt came to call his friend Henry the Morgue, a playful jibe at Morgenthau's morbid countenance. He asked for his help in politics. For Morgenthau, his friendship with Roosevelt became something far more precious. Roosevelt was the older brother that Morgenthau never had, who abounded with the qualities he lacked: loquaciousness, extroversion, exuberance, self-confidence. Being embraced by a Hudson Valley patroon went a long way to quash any social inferiority the younger man felt, especially in a county not partial to Jews from New York City. And with his career hitched to Roosevelt's, the sky must have seemed the limit. Morgenthau tended the friendship as if it were one of his orchards. In this he was guided by his shrewd and perceptive wife, whose friendship with Eleanor Roosevelt buttressed the tie between their husbands. Eleanor Morgenthau made herself politically useful by joining the women's division of the New York Democratic Party. Having shed the genteel anti-Semitism of her class, Mrs. Roosevelt took care to shield her Jewish friend from social slights. When Mrs. Morgenthau was blackballed from membership in the elite Colony Club of New York, Mrs. Roosevelt resigned in protest. In 1938, Eleanor Morgenthau told the First Lady that she planned to give her daughter Joan a debutante party. Mrs. Roosevelt offered to have the affair at the White House. When the president was wheeled into the East Room, he kissed the young woman and said, "I'm sorry I cannot have the first dance with you." Guests who heard Roosevelt say this were in tears. When Roosevelt was elected president in 1932, Morgenthau hoped to be named Secretary of Agriculture, which would have made him only the second Jew in history to join a president's cabinet. But farm leaders in the Midwest and South scorned the idea of giving the job to a Jew and a New Yorker, despite New York State's considerable agriculture. Instead, Roosevelt made Morgenthau chairman of the Farm Credit Administration. Then, in the fall of 1933, Roosevelt's first Secretary of the Treasury, William Woodin, fell mortally ill. The president gave the job to his Hudson Valley friend. As Morgenthau recalled, when he heard the news, he broke out into a cold sweat. Fortune magazine dismissed the new Treasury Secretary as the son of a Jewish philanthropist who had spent most of his life farming. Others charged Roosevelt with cronyism. The New York Republican donor Gladys Strauss, herself Jewish, wisecracked that Roosevelt had managed to find the only Jew in the world who doesn't know a thing about money. But at that moment, Roosevelt's first demand of a Treasury Secretary was not expertise but loyalty. That fall, Roosevelt had come close to breaking the law when he devalued the dollar by purchasing large quantities of gold. Indignant, the Undersecretary of the Treasury, Dean Acheson, had quit. But when he appointed Morgenthau, Roosevelt knew that he would never have to worry about his Treasury Secretary going off the reservation. Eager to establish his place in history, Morgenthau installed in his new Treasury office a recording system. It was activated by a button in his desk, and it captured his most important conversations and telephone calls. Morgenthau had a great advantage. He was the only cabinet member who had a personal relationship with the president. He was the only one who had a standing Monday lunch at the White House. Those who crossed him could never know what Morgenthau or his wife might say about them to the Roosevelts over family dinner at the White House or in Dutchess County. During cabinet meetings, Roosevelt and his friend passed silly notes to each other like schoolboys. Nevertheless, Morgenthau knew the hazards of depending on the mercurial Roosevelt. Years later, he recalled how the president played off one person against another. He recalled how Roosevelt never let anybody around him have complete assurance that he would have his job tomorrow. When Roosevelt smiled at him, Morgenthau was exuberant. When he ignored him, he was despondent. At the start of World War II, Roosevelt had flippantly raised Morgenthau's hopes by telling him, "You and I will run this war together." Then, like a jilted lover, Morgenthau watched mournfully as the president leaned instead on his rival Harry Hopkins, whom Roosevelt brought to the White House as a confidential wartime advisor. In 1938, after Hitler unleashed his pogrom against the Jews of Germany, Morgenthau had proposed that the United States acquire British and French Guiana as a haven for Jewish refugees in exchange for canceling the British and French World War I debt. But Roosevelt said no. He said, "It's no good. It would take the Jews 5 to 50 years to overcome the fever." Roosevelt did sound out the president of Paraguay about harboring Jewish refugees for money, and he asked Morgenthau for a list of the 1,000 richest Jews in the United States. But Morgenthau replied, "Before you talk about money, you have to have a plan." In November 1939, Rabbi Wise asked Morgenthau to intervene when the French were stopping Jewish refugees in French ports. Morgenthau replied that while his personal feelings would lead me to take an interest in the matter, he would stick to his rule that as Secretary of the Treasury he would not do this kind of thing. Before World War II, whatever guilt Morgenthau might have felt about his reticence in helping save Jewish refugees from Hitler was sublimated in his zeal for defense preparedness and aid to Britain. More than most members of Roosevelt's cabinet, he was convinced that the United States would probably have to intervene in Europe. As Roosevelt's wartime Treasury Secretary, he helped to finance the costliest struggle in world history. In 1942, the Allies made Admiral Jean Darlan of the Vichy French regime, which was collaborating with the Nazis, High Commissioner of North Africa. It was a wildly controversial deal to keep French troops from opposing their invasion. When Darlan began enforcing Nazi decrees, Morgenthau complained to the Secretary of War, Henry Stimson. He said Darlan had sold many thousands of people into slavery. Unlike many other American officials, Morgenthau refused to separate the German people from their evil government. He was an original believer in collective guilt for German war crimes. Throughout his life, Morgenthau had suffered splitting migraine headaches and spasms of nausea, forcing him to stretch out for hours and days in a dark room. What he learned in 1942 and 1943 from Rabbi Wise and others about the death camps of Europe disturbed his sleep more than ever. Henrietta Klotz, who worshipped Morgenthau while serving him for more than 20 years, hectored her boss about the Jews of Europe. With ash-blonde hair and blazing blue eyes, Mrs. Klotz had grown up poor in an Orthodox Jewish household. She later said she was the key to getting him interested in Jewish things. As Klotz's husband Herman recalled, she told Morgenthau, with much prodding, pressure, and unpleasantness, that he must go over to the White House and get the president to take some action that would minimize the killing of the Jews. 3 Treasury lawyers, John Paley, Randolph Paul, and Josiah Dubois, all Christians, told Morgenthau that Assistant Secretary of State Breckinridge Long, who was hostile to foreigners, especially Jews, had been deliberately obstructing the flow of money, information, and passports that might save Jews from Hitler. The State Department had also blocked efforts to find refuge for Jews in the United States, Turkey, Switzerland, and Palestine. Morgenthau was furious. In December of 1943, he arranged a showdown with Long. He said, "Breck, we might be a little frank. The impression is all around that you particularly are anti-Semitic." Long denied it. Morgenthau went on. He said, "Breck, the United States of America was created as a refuge for people who were persecuted the world over, starting with Plymouth. And as Secretary of the Treasury for 135 million people, I am carrying this out as Secretary of the Treasury and not as a Jew." This was not something Morgenthau might have said even a year earlier. Long's boss, Cordell Hull, was little more willing to expend himself to save Jews. One reason was that he was inclined to back career State Department men like Long. Another reason was more personal. Few people knew it, but Hull's wife was half Jewish. As the historian Irwin Gelman has written, Hull consciously turned away from the refugee question, worried that anti-Semites would argue that his wife had forced him to support Jewish causes. Most of Hull's friends tiptoed around the subject of his wife's Jewish heritage, but by now Morgenthau had no patience for niceties. He bluntly told Hull, "If you were a member of the cabinet in Germany today, you would be most likely in a prison camp, and your wife would be God knows where." Morgenthau was pained to find General Eisenhower's attitude toward refugees no different from that of the British, namely that this thing is a damn nuisance. Since the start of the war, Morgenthau had quietly and cautiously tried to help Jewish refugees. But after he learned the full truth about the Nazi death factories, and how Long and others had slammed the door on the possibility that the doomed Jews of Europe might somehow be saved, something in Morgenthau snapped. Whatever the reason for his transformation, this was the supreme moment of his career. If going to Roosevelt made the president think of Morgenthau as a special petitioner for his fellow Jews, so it would have to be. Morgenthau made an appointment with the president for a Sunday in mid-January 1944. He decided to take along a slightly toned-down version of a document given him by his aides. It was called Report to the Secretary on the Acquiescence of This Government in the Murder of the Jews. The report began somberly. It said, "One of the greatest crimes in history, the slaughter of the Jewish people, is continuing unabated."
Oppressor of the Jews.
On Sunday, January 16, 1944, just after noon, Franklin Roosevelt received Henry Morgenthau and his aides in the upstairs Oval Room in the White House family quarters. Morgenthau handed the president his indictment of Breckinridge Long and the State Department for gross procrastination and willful attempts to prevent action from being taken to rescue Jews from Hitler. Roosevelt defended his State Department. He said that Long had somewhat soured on the refugees after Rabbi Wise persuaded him to admit a long list of them. Many, he said, turned out to be bad people. Morgenthau retorted that Attorney General Francis Biddle had assured the cabinet that only 3 Jewish refugees admitted during World War II had been found undesirable. Morgenthau demanded that Long be stripped of responsibility for refugees. He gave Roosevelt a draft executive order to forestall the plan of the Nazis to exterminate all Jews and other minorities. It would create a new war refugee board, including the Secretaries of State and Treasury, under the President's direct supervision. Roosevelt refused to commit himself. Yet, 6 days later, he agreed to create the War Refugee Board. But he took the precaution of installing his War Secretary as a member. He knew that the presence of the sober Henry Stimson, who was skeptical of using military resources to help refugees, would keep the new panel from being too audacious. Why had the president acted? He understood that as the Allies rolled back Nazi tyranny in Europe in 1944, and with more confidence in victory, there might be new opportunities for rescue. He also did not want congressional hearings on his inaction. Roosevelt may also have worried that if so normally uninvolved a Jew as Morgenthau was so upset about the issue, he might be in imminent danger of alienating Jewish voters in big, crucial states. If the presidential election were close in 1944, reduced Jewish support could mean Roosevelt's defeat. Delighted by what their boss had done, Morgenthau's aides wrote him a letter applauding the courage and statesmanship with which you and you alone had helped to change this government's attitude toward saving the Jews and other persecuted peoples from extermination. Morgenthau wanted John Paley as director of the board. He knew that having one of his own aides as director would help him to control the enterprise. Roosevelt consented. By the end of the War Refugee Board would help to save perhaps 200,000 Jews in Eastern Europe, France, Italy, North Africa, and elsewhere. Secretary of War Henry Stimson was not happy about the board. He feared it would divert attention from winning the war. He feared it would swell public pressure to send Jewish refugees from Palestine, there to antagonize the Arabs and jeopardize oil supplies. Stimson handed the duty of dealing with the board on a daily basis to his assistant secretary, John McCloy. As Roosevelt took personal responsibility for Jewish refugees, he finally ended his public quietude about what Hitler was doing to the Jews of Europe. In 1944, Hitler installed a Nazi puppet government in Hungary with specific instructions to act against the more than 750,000 Jews there. American Jewish leaders pleaded with Roosevelt and others to remind the new regime in Budapest that for those who harm the Jews there would be serious punishment once the Allies won the war. That month, under prodding by Morgenthau, Roosevelt made the most direct proclamation of his life about Hitler's final solution. On Friday, March 24, 1944, during an Oval Office session with reporters, Roosevelt spoke for the first time to Americans in plain language about what would later become known as the Holocaust. To ensure that his allies understood that he was not widening war aims, he cleared the statement with Stalin and Churchill in advance. From a script Roosevelt read out, "In one of the blackest crimes of all history, begun by the Nazis in the day of peace and multiplied by them 100 times in time of war, the wholesale, systematic murder of the Jews of Europe goes on unabated every hour. None who participate in these acts of savagery shall go unpunished," Roosevelt said. "All who knowingly take part in the deportation of Jews to their death in Poland, or Norwegians and French to their death in Germany, are equally guilty with the executioner himself." Roosevelt went on. He said, "Hitler is committing these crimes against humanity in the name of the German people. I am asking every German and every person everywhere under Nazi domination to show the world by his action that in his heart he does not share these insane criminal desires. Let him hide these pursued victims, help them to get over their borders, and do what he can to save them from the Nazi hangman." Roosevelt promised that as military operations permit, the United States would find havens of refuge for all intended victims of the Nazi and Jap executioner. After hearing him read the proclamation, reporters had only one question. They asked, "Did the President plan to bring any refugees to the United States?" "No, not yet," he said, "because there aren't enough to come." As Morgenthau fought to help refugees, he butted heads with John McCloy. McCloy agreed with Stimson that U.S. armed forces should not be used to rescue the victims of the Nazis unless doing so was the direct result of military operations intended to win the war. Like Stimson, McCloy insisted that the best way to help the Jews and other victims of Hitler was simply to win the war as quickly as possible. In the late spring of 1944, Morgenthau pressed the War Refugee Board to find an unused army base or some other haven in the United States where a small group of mostly Jewish refugees from Italy could be housed temporarily. On Tuesday, June 1, when one of Morgenthau's aides raised the matter with McCloy by telephone, McCloy said it wasn't the Army's business to take care of refugees. Morgenthau was outraged by McCloy's reaction. That afternoon, he took a record of the conversation to a cabinet meeting and gave it to Roosevelt, Hull, and Stimson to read. Stimson was annoyed that McCloy had not briefed him about the refugees, but he frankly told the President he agreed with McCloy that refugees were no business of the War Department. But Roosevelt replied that under no circumstances must these people be turned back. After the meeting, Stimson dictated a memo saying that someone at Cabinet, referring to Morgenthau, had criticized McCloy as an oppressor of the Jews. When McCloy read the document, he was furious. Learning of McCloy's anger, Morgenthau asked him to come the next morning to his house to clear the air. McCloy arrived 10 minutes early. He told Morgenthau, "I understand that I was criticized at Cabinet. Several times," he told Morgenthau, "somebody in Cabinet said that I was the oppressor of the Jews. That is a terrible thing." Morgenthau did not directly confess that he had made the comment, but he said, "That is why I wanted to send for you and want to get you straight." He explained that he had complained to Roosevelt and Stimson about McCloy's foot-dragging on the refugees from Italy. Morgenthau was happy to exploit McCloy's discomfort to get him to turn up a dormant army base for the refugees. McCloy was abashed. He told him that Fort Ontario in Oswego, New York, could take 1,800 refugees. In Budapest, in defiance of Roosevelt's warning, the new regime was starting to wage war against the Jews of Hungary. By early June 1944, the Nazis had deported over a third of Hungary's Jews in only 3 weeks. Jewish leaders wrote to Morgenthau, the War Department, the War Refugee Board, and other American and British officials, imploring them to bomb the railway lines from Hungary to the death camp at Auschwitz in Poland. Operating under Churchill's instructions, British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden wondered whether the murder factory itself should not be bombed. Churchill said, "Get everything out of the Air Force you can and invoke me if necessary." He told Eden, "There is no doubt that this is probably the greatest and most horrible crime ever committed in the whole history of the world, and it has been done by scientific machinery, by nominally civilized men, in the name of a great state and one of the leading races in Europe." On June 24, as director of the War Refugee Board, John Paley cautiously asked McCloy to explore the matter. McCloy saw the proposal as a clear violation of his and Stimson's dictum that military resources be used only for winning the war. On July 4, 1944, he wrote Paley that bombing the railway lines would be of doubtful efficacy and could be executed only by the diversion of considerable air support essential to the success of our forces now engaged in decisive operations in Europe. Later, McCloy used almost the same language to veto requests to bomb Auschwitz itself. As the historian Arthur Schlesinger Jr. has rightly argued, Franklin Roosevelt, more than any person, deserves the credit for mobilizing the forces that destroyed Nazi barbarism. Still, a half-century later, one of the most controversial aspects of Roosevelt's World War II leadership is the American failure to bomb Auschwitz. Roosevelt's largest defenders concur with McCloy's view that diverting bombers and crews from the bombing of German industry and other strategic targets might have postponed VE Day, and that if that had happened, it might have cost more Jewish lives than might have been saved by bombing Auschwitz. In contrast, Elie Wiesel, that most eloquent survivor of the death camp known as Auschwitz III, wishes the Americans had bombed. Wiesel has written that even had the bombing killed the Jewish inmates, we were no longer afraid of death, at any rate, not of that death. Now, with more than a half-century of hindsight, it is much clearer than it was in 1944 that the sound of bombs exploding at Auschwitz would have been a moral statement for all time. It would have said to future generations that the British and Americans understood the historical gravity of the Holocaust. In the face of so monumental a crime, it is hard to accept that the doctrine of the War Department on using military resources should have so rigidly prevailed. Much of the later indignation at the American failure to bomb Auschwitz has centered on John McCloy. Thanks to new information, however, we can conclude that the man who ultimately refused to bomb Auschwitz may not have been John McCloy, but Franklin Roosevelt. In New York City in 1986, 3 years before his death, McCloy had an exchange with Henry Morgenthau's son Henry III, who is researching a family history, and taped their conversation. McCloy recalled that when Jewish leaders wanted me to order the bombing of Auschwitz, he took the matter to Roosevelt, who was irate at the suggestion. McCloy said that the president made it very clear to him that bombing Auschwitz wouldn't have done any good, and that we would have been accused of destroying Auschwitz by bombing innocent people. By McCloy's account, Roosevelt said, "Why the idea? They'll say we bombed these people, and they'll only move it down the road a little way, and we'll bomb them all the more." Roosevelt said, "We'll be accused of participating in this horrible business." If McCloy's confession to Henry Morgenthau III can be believed, it might not be wholly a coincidence that the one person to whom McCloy finally revealed that he was not the one who ultimately vetoed bombing Auschwitz was the son of the man who in 1944 called McCloy an oppressor of the Jews. On Thursday, July 6, 2 days after McCloy wrote Paley refusing to bomb Auschwitz, Morgenthau went to the White House. During a meeting with the president on occupied France, he asked whether it would be all right for me to go to France to see how U.S. occupation currency was getting along. The president said that would be fine. Morgenthau insisted years later that his only purpose was to study currency problems in France, but he doubtless had other motives. He was exhilarated by the idea of visiting the Allied battlefront, as he had once done in North Africa. He may also have hoped to use the trip to help win himself a major role in shaping the European peace, especially the fate of Germany, about which his emotions were now running at high fever. Morgenthau wanted to stop in London, where he intended to see if more could not be done to rescue Jews. By the first week of July 1944, almost 500,000 Jews had already been deported from Hungary to the Nazi death camps.
We will have to get awfully busy.
With a fighter escort, Morgenthau's plane roared from New York City into the night over the Atlantic. During the 22-hour flight, Harry Dexter White, the Treasury's chief international economist, pulled out a memo from the State Department on property rights in post-war Germany that he knew would provoke his boss. Morgenthau read the document with rising anger. It said that Germans would need to support themselves after the war. It said that Germany must promote the revival of Europe and provide manufactured goods to its victims. As a result, the Allied victors, it said, must shore up most of Germany's industrial apparatus. To Morgenthau, the paper ignored the most basic question of all, which was, how do you keep Germany from ever again menacing the world? Just after midnight on Monday, August 7, 1944, Morgenthau and his party landed in Scotland. They were met by Colonel Bernard Bernstein of General Eisenhower's staff, who ushered them aboard the Supreme Commander's luxurious special train bound for Eisenhower's headquarters in Portsmouth. Bernstein was the financial advisor to Eisenhower's command, but earlier he had been a lawyer in Morgenthau's treasury. He revered his old boss and still thought of himself as a treasury man. Bernstein showed his old chief a draft Handbook for Military Government in Germany. It had been written for use once U.S. troops crossed the German border. Written by the German country unit of Eisenhower's headquarters, but not yet approved, the purpose of the handbook was to minimize the chaos as Anglo-American forces advanced through Germany. It said that conquering soldiers should be told that their main and immediate task was to ensure that the machine in Germany works efficiently. The soldiers should restore as quickly as possible the functioning of the German civilian government in the area for which you are responsible. German industry must be buttressed to support the Germans and keep Europe on an even keel. Every German must be promised 2,000 calories of food per day. Morgenthau was disgusted. In Portsmouth, he lunched with Eisenhower in the general's mess tent, along with his aides Fred Smith and Harry Dexter White. At Morgenthau's cue, White raised the subject of post-war Germany. Grimly, Eisenhower said, "I am not interested in the German economy, and personally I would not like to bolster it if that is going to make it easier for the Germans." As far as he was concerned, he said, German military leaders should be utterly eliminated, and Nazi ringleaders given the death penalty. Eisenhower went on to say that the German people, by supporting Hitler, had been accomplices to everything done in their name. They must not be allowed to escape a sense of guilt, of complicity in the tragedy that has engulfed the world. Eisenhower said, "The Germans have been taught to be paranoid in their actions and thoughts, and they have to be snapped out of it. The only way to do that is to be good and hard on them." Descended from 18th century Rhineland Germans, Eisenhower later wrote in his memoirs that as the months of conflict wore on, I grew constantly more bitter against the Germans. To his wife Mamie he wrote, "The German is a beast, and God, I hate the Germans." Since D-Day, the Germans had killed 16,000 and wounded 78,000 of Eisenhower's American boys. The very morning of Morgenthau's arrival, Eisenhower had heard a ghastly account of the Nazi death camps. Eisenhower had another reason to sound tough on Germany in Morgenthau's presence. He knew that in 1942 Morgenthau had been his severest critic in the cabinet when Eisenhower made his pragmatic deal with the Vichy French Admiral Jean Darlan. To blunt French opposition to the Allied invasion of North Africa, Eisenhower and the Allies had agreed to tolerate local Vichy decrees, including sanctions against the Jews. This time, the Supreme Commander was not going to give Morgenthau a second chance to imply that he was soft on the Nazis. Morgenthau was exhilarated that the much-admired Eisenhower seemed to share his views on post-war Germany. On his visit to occupied France, Morgenthau had an emotional reunion with his oldest son, Henry III, who was serving in General George Patton's Third Army. While touring Omaha and Utah beaches, the secretary accepted the gift of a captured German helmet. During his visit, Nazi propagandists were at work. Berlin radio let the German people know that while touring France, supposedly the Jew Morgenthau had stolen a priceless French tapestry. Flown back to England on Thursday, August 10, Morgenthau called on Churchill. He noted in his diary that Churchill seemed very glad to see me. Churchill had good reason to try to make Morgenthau happy. He was eager to continue receiving U.S. Lend-Lease aid during the period from the German surrender through the defeat of Japan. With Morgenthau, Churchill used the same combination of scare tactics and charm that he used on Franklin Roosevelt. Melodramatically, he told his American visitor that England's prospects were now very, very dark. He said the country was completely bankrupt and there was no future for the returning British soldier. Now Morgenthau asked Churchill whether Britain would join the United States in finding havens of refuge for the Jews of Hungary. Churchill said yes, but said that Palestine could not be one of them. He said he had promised the Arabs that as long as the war was on, he would not exceed the agreed-upon quota for Jews there. On Saturday, August 12, 1944, Morgenthau sat on the wide green lawn at Red Rice with Harry Dexter White, other aides, and Roosevelt's ambassador to London, John Wynant. He reported that Eisenhower had told him that we must take a tough line with Germany. Morgenthau said that he himself felt that the conquered state could be reduced to a land of small farms, like Denmark, where farmers close to the land were unaggressive and peace-loving. Morgenthau felt that the Jefferson agrarian philosophy that he considered himself to share with Roosevelt could purge the German spirit. Wynant did not buy it. He said, "Farmers make good fighters." On Sunday afternoon, August 13, Morgenthau took Wynant and White to Anthony Eden's house, where they had tea on the lawn. He told the British Foreign Secretary that he had gathered from Churchill that at least for the early months after victory, Germany would be forced to fend for itself. Eden responded that at the Tehran Conference, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin had agreed to dismember the country. Eden did not know that to keep the strings in his own hands, Roosevelt had refused to confide the substance of the Big Three's private conversations at Tehran to Morgenthau or other high American officials. But now the cat was out of the bag. Morgenthau quickly asked Eden to show him the British records of the secret Tehran talks on Germany before he left London. Desperate for Morgenthau's help on Lend-Lease, Eden was hardly in a position to say no. On Tuesday, Morgenthau and White went to Eden's office at Whitehall. As the American visitors listened with fascination, the Foreign Secretary read aloud from the records of Tehran in which the Big Three had spoken of dividing Germany, and Roosevelt had insisted that the vanquished country be split into 3 or more parts. Morgenthau told Eden that if the Allied intention was to divide post-war Germany, then American officials who had been talking about reviving the German system were violating official policy. After midnight in London, Morgenthau gave an address on CBS radio to the American people. Roosevelt speechwriter Robert Sherwood and the CBS London correspondent Edward R. Murrow had helped to write it. Morgenthau told his audience that while touring the fallout shelters, the principal thought that filled my mind and heart had been, "We must never forget." He said it was not enough to hope that post-war Germans and Japanese would behave themselves as decent people. Hoping, he said, is not good enough. Germany and Japan must be kept disarmed. On Thursday, August 17, having returned to Washington, Morgenthau had lunch with his staff. In contrast to the top echelon of the State and War Departments, Morgenthau's staff was heavy with liberal reformist New Dealers who were indignant at the idea of German economic revival. Morgenthau told his aides that during his European trip, "I spent most of my time on how they're going to treat Germany." He said, "We're going to have to get awfully busy." Morgenthau warned them that their old bureaucratic adversaries seemed to be defying Roosevelt's intentions. He said, "It took me days and days and days, but I got the story." He said Hull's boys at State were the worst. They were saying, "Keep a central Germany, keep a strong Germany." Morgenthau concluded, "I don't know how much Mr. Hull knows, but he is certainly going to get an earful." On Friday morning, Morgenthau went to Cordell Hull's large office in the gray French Renaissance edifice next to the White House that housed the State Department. He told the Secretary of State that from all appearances, the Germans were supposed to be built up after World War II so that in 10 years they would be ready to wage a Third World War. He said that Eden had read aloud to him from the minutes of Tehran, which showed that the Big Three had decided to divide Germany into 3 or 15 parts. Hull gasped. He said, "Henry, this is the first time I've ever heard this. I have never been permitted to see the minutes of the Tehran conference." Morgenthau was amazed. He knew that Roosevelt had circumvented his Secretary of State, but he had not realized it was this bad. He asked Hull where he stood on post-war Germany. The frail old Tennessean wistfully recalled the single excursion into urgent Allied diplomacy that Roosevelt had allowed him, the Moscow meeting with Eden and Molotov. Hull told Morgenthau, "The reason I got along so well with the Russians was because I said I would hold a secret trial of Hitler and his gang and shoot them all. Then I would let the world know about it a couple of days later. That's my position." Back at the Treasury, Morgenthau told his aides of the scene in Hull's office and said, "We will see what happens when I see the President."
Not nearly as bad as sending them to gas chambers.
On Friday, August 18, 1944, after his inspection tour of military installations in California, Hawaii, Alaska, and the Pacific Northwest, Franklin Roosevelt spent his first day at the White House in more than a month. Under Andrew Jackson's magnolia tree on the South grounds, wearing a polka-dotted bow tie and shirt sleeves, Roosevelt lunched with his new Democratic running mate, Senator Harry Truman of Missouri. Truman thanked him, he said, for putting the finger on me for vice president. Truman had not seen Roosevelt for a year and was shocked by how much he had aged. A few weeks later, while coming out of the White House, an old Army friend told Truman to turn around and take a look because he would be living there before long. Truman said, "I'm afraid I am, and it scares the hell out of me." By the summer of 1944, a New York cardiologist named Howard Bruin had quietly been added to the president's entourage, examining him 3 or 4 mornings a week. Bruin privately concluded that Roosevelt was in cardiac failure, with a grossly enlarged heart and tortuous aorta. By 1944, although the public did not know it, Roosevelt was engaged in intense public business no more than 2 to 4 hours a day. About the severity of Roosevelt's condition, the public was told nothing. Roosevelt's declining condition eroded his ability to operate more than it might have done to other presidents. Roosevelt's approach to leadership was to play cabinet members off against one another, hold a dozen conflicting ideas in his head at any one time, and to keep the mechanics of control always firmly in his grasp. But with his energy and concentration ebbing, he no longer had the patience and command of detail that had once let him keep important policies from going off the rails and keep cabinet members confined to the roles he saw for them. On Saturday morning, August 19, Henry Morgenthau arrived at the White House. He was told that the president was running late and could only give him 5 minutes, but that they could talk on the train to Hyde Park that evening. Reporting on his trip, Morgenthau said that Churchill had confided to him that England was broke. Roosevelt scoffed. He said that Churchill was only trying to sweeten his chances to get more American Lend-Lease aid. Then Morgenthau told about his trip to Europe. He told of how little by little I put pieces together to find that planning for post-war Germany was in disarray. As Morgenthau told his diary, the president didn't like it, but he didn't say anything. He looked very embarrassed, and I repeated it so that he would be sure to get it. Roosevelt was probably angry at Eden for divulging the information to Morgenthau, but he was doubtless especially piqued at his Hudson Valley friend for sticking his fingers where they did not belong, and most of all for Morgenthau pressing him to commit himself on post-war Germany before he wanted to. Roosevelt tried to signal Morgenthau that since they agreed completely, he should now butt out and let the president handle it. Roosevelt said, "Give me 30 minutes with Churchill and I can correct this. We have got to be tough with the German people, not just the Nazis. You either have to castrate the German people, or you've got to treat them in such a manner so they can't just go on reproducing people who want to continue the way they have in the past. Why not be tough with Germany?" he said. "They have been tough with us." Morgenthau later told his diary that Roosevelt left no doubt in my mind whatsoever that he personally wants to be tough with the Germans. He and I are looking at this thing in the same way. But without Morgenthau knowing it, Roosevelt took action to stop his friend's freelancing. He asked his aide Harry Hopkins to ask Henry Stimson to have a talk with Morgenthau. Born in 1867, Henry Louis Stimson was descended from what he called sturdy middle-class people, religious, thrifty, energetic, and long-lived. With his thin gray-white mustache, his stiff public demeanor, and ancient suits, the 76-year-old Secretary of War seemed like a 19th-century outlander in Roosevelt's entourage. Appointed in 1929 as Herbert Hoover's Secretary of State, Stimson dealt with the subject of German reparations. He saw how the dead weight of reparations swelled German inflation, unemployment, and depression. Still, as his biographer Godfrey Hodgson wrote, Stimson's probity and rationality, his conventional mind, kept him from grasping the enormity of the disaster impending in Germany with the rise of Adolf Hitler. Stimson was the only figure in Roosevelt's circle, save General George Marshall, with whom the president did not dare play too many games. With Stimson, Roosevelt knew the public price he would pay if Stimson ever resigned over principle. Stimson was privately appalled by Roosevelt's harum-scarum delight in pitting people against one another. He wrote in his diary that Roosevelt was the poorest administrator I have ever worked under. He is not a good chooser of men, and he does not know how to use them in coordination. When Stimson joined the cabinet in 1940, he and Morgenthau were natural allies in military preparedness. But by August 1944, Morgenthau had come to view Stimson as an obstacle on Jewish refugees and perhaps as one of the men who were flatly refusing to consider bombing Auschwitz. Now Stimson and Morgenthau took their lunch in the Secretary of War's huge new office in the just-built Pentagon. Turning to business, Morgenthau told Stimson how he had discovered from Eden that the Big Three had agreed to dismember Germany. Stimson replied that the conversation at Tehran may have been more informal than Morgenthau realized. Morgenthau mocked Roosevelt's insistence that he and Churchill could settle the problem in 30 minutes. He said, "I don't think Churchill is going to worry about it, and the President hasn't time to think about it." Morgenthau proposed that he, Hull, and Stimson draw up a common proposal for Roosevelt on post-war Germany before he met Churchill again. Stimson agreed. He said that one solution might be to internationalize the industrial Ruhr and Saar, throwing the region under joint multi-power control. Morgenthau was intrigued, but he said that he favored removing all industry from the Germans and reducing them to an agricultural population of small landholders. Stimson replied, "Germany was that kind of nation back in 1860, but then she had only 40 million people. You might have to take a lot of people out of Germany." Morgenthau replied, "Well, that is not nearly as bad as sending them to gas chambers."
Somebody's got to take the lead.
By now, Morgenthau was on a mission. On Friday morning, August 25, Morgenthau telephoned John McCloy at the Pentagon. He said, "Henry talking. Now look, I just feel somebody's got to take the lead about let's be tough to the Germans." He told McCloy that when U.S. soldiers went into Germany, there should be a military rate of 20 German marks to the dollar. From Morgenthau's point of view, this would allow the soldiers to dominate the post-war Germans like miniature Goliaths, striking a keynote of toughness. McCloy replied that the British take a different view. Worried that pegging the mark so low would topple the German economy, the British were proposing 5 marks to the dollar. The State Department was suggesting 8. 15 minutes later, Morgenthau called on Roosevelt in the Oval Office. He told the President that in the British government he had found 2 schools of thought on post-war Germany. Eden felt we must trust Russia for the peace of the world. But Churchill was asking, what are we going to have between the white snows of Russia and the white cliffs of Dover? Roosevelt said, "That's very well put. I belong to the same school as Eden." Morgenthau handed the President a copy of the Handbook for Military Government that he had been shown on the way to England. He also showed him a collection of provocative excerpts from the handbook compiled by his staff. Roosevelt pooh-poohed the manual. He said it could be read as both hard or soft on Germany. But, he told Morgenthau, "I would like to keep it and read it tonight, and then I will return it to you." Now Morgenthau widened his compass. He told the President, "Sometime when you have time, I would like to do a little daydreaming with you as to the next 4 years." We don't know exactly what Morgenthau meant, but if he was fishing for another government job, there were only 2 he would have wanted, Secretary of State or War, and he knew that for both there were likely to be openings soon. Hull and Stimson were both old men of bad health. Morgenthau would also be far more able to ensure that America was tough on post-war Germany in one of those 2 posts than from the Treasury. Roosevelt quickly scotched any ambitions Morgenthau had. He said, "Now look, Henry, you and I will gradually ease out of our present jobs and become country gentlemen. There is going to be an organization of the United Nations with which I expect to be associated, and you should go with me." Morgenthau was disappointed by Roosevelt's reply. He wrote in his diary, "I couldn't help but flash through my mind to how a couple of years ago the President said, 'You and I will run this war together,' and then it was Hopkins and himself and me out on my ear. But I certainly planted the seed with him, and he keeps associating myself with himself, which is very pleasant. I am certainly going to remind him from time to time." As for post-war Germany, Morgenthau wrote, "I am going to continue to feed to the President's suggestions, but it is quite obvious that he wants to keep me very much in the background and wants to do it in his own way, as usual." That day over lunch, Stimson warned Roosevelt that American troops were about to enter Germany with no instructions on vital points. He said his own view was that Germany should not be dismembered, nor should German industry be destroyed. That could cause 30 million people to starve. Stimson told the president that if U.S. officers were to shoot high-ranking Nazis, it must be immediate, and they should have definite instructions on exactly who should be executed. At a cabinet meeting that afternoon, Roosevelt used Morgenthau's memo to complain about the Handbook for Military Government. He was especially repelled by the handbook's insistence that after the German surrender, the Allies restore as quickly as possible the regular German civil service and the highly centralized administrative system and import needed commodities to feed the Germans. Roosevelt told his cabinet that he had accepted Morgenthau's recommendation to appoint a cabinet committee on Germany. The members would be Hull, Stimson, and Morgenthau, with Harry Hopkins as coordinator. Morgenthau was euphoric that Roosevelt now seemed to share his revulsion against the Handbook for Military Government. He took the president's decision as a triumph for himself. That same afternoon, Roosevelt wrote what McCloy called a spanking letter to Stimson. Roosevelt wrote, "This so-called handbook is pretty bad. It gives me the impression that Germany is to be restored just as much as the Netherlands or Belgium. I do not want them to starve to death, but if they need food to keep body and soul together, they should be fed 3 times a day from army soup kitchens. They will remember that experience all their lives." The president went on to say he would not accept the view of those who said the German people as a whole are not responsible for what has taken place, that only a few Nazi leaders are. The Germans, he said, must have it driven home that they were a defeated nation, so that they would hesitate to start any new war. He said the Allies must make the Germans understand that their whole nation had been waging a lawless conspiracy against the decencies of modern civilization. Later that day, Stimson flew to Saranac, New York, for his August holiday at the Audiobooks Club. From his cottage there, Stimson regularly spoke by telephone to McCloy at the Pentagon. He warned McCloy that Morgenthau was trying to foment a very bitter atmosphere of personal resentment against the entire German people, leading to clumsy economic action as a weapon of mass vengeance.
Christianity and Kindness.
On Saturday, September 2, 1944, the President and First Lady motored from Hyde Park to have tea with the Morgenthaus at Fishkill Farms. Roosevelt and Morgenthau spent an entire hour talking about Germany. The President said he had written to Stimson and McCloy about the Handbook for Military Government, quoting directly from your memorandum, and he had certainly put them in their place. Morgenthau handed the President a draft he had just received of his staff's current suggestions on Germany, including a map. He said that it didn't go nearly far enough. Mischievously, Roosevelt said, "I wonder if you have the 3 things that I am interested in. We will see as we go along." Roosevelt read Morgenthau's document, then he revealed his 3 demands. He said, Germany should be allowed no aircraft of any kind, not even a glider. Germans should not be allowed to wear military uniforms, nor should they be permitted to march. Roosevelt said, "If you don't allow them to wear a uniform and there was no marching, that would do more to teach the Germans than anything else that they had been defeated." Morgenthau may have wondered whether Roosevelt was pulling his leg. Politely, he said, "That's very interesting, Mr. President, but the heart of the German war machine is the Ruhr. If the Ruhr merely became an international zone, it is just time before Germany will attempt an Anschluss." By Anschluss, he meant an effort to take the region back. Morgenthau went on to say, instead they should dismantle the Ruhr's factories and give the machinery to countries that need it, even if that put 18 or 20 million Germans out of work. Roosevelt said he did not care how many Germans were put out of work. He said, just feed them out of American Army soup kitchens. Morgenthau told the President that the other big problem was the mentality of Germans between 20 and 40. They had been inculcated with Nazism. He said, you may have to transplant them out of Germany to some place in Central Africa where you can do some big TVA project. By TVA, Morgenthau was referring to Roosevelt's Tennessee Valley Authority, one of his biggest public works projects of the 1930s. Roosevelt told Morgenthau, You will have to create entirely new textbooks for the Germans. Then Morgenthau mentioned McCloy. Roosevelt played to his audience. He said, "Oh, the trouble with McCloy is he is just an appeaser." Morgenthau later told his diary that Roosevelt's comment about McCloy was very, very unfair. Despite their disagreements over Auschwitz and post-war Germany, Morgenthau felt that McCloy was amongst a half-dozen civilians who had done the most to prosecute World War II. Then Morgenthau warned the president against Robert Murphy. Just appointed as Eisenhower's political aide on the Germans, Murphy had been mentioned as a possible U.S. military governor of Germany. Morgenthau complained to Roosevelt that as U.S. liaison in North Africa, Murphy had been living in the pocket of Admiral Jean Darlan. Before their conversation ended, Roosevelt told Morgenthau that he would raise his prescription for a harsh German peace when he met Churchill at Quebec. But he said, "I don't know how far I will get with Churchill on this." Morgenthau said, "I think Eden will go along with you." Roosevelt replied, "It will be tough sledding with Churchill." Later that afternoon, the Morgenthaus drove to Mrs. Roosevelt's cottage, Valkill, in Hyde Park. Morgenthau asked the First Lady if he had been too aggressive with the president. She said no. Morgenthau told her he was convinced that the president wants to do the right thing about the Germans, but he hasn't got the time to look into it thoroughly, and everything that has been done so far is useless, so some of us have to do it for him. In his diary, Morgenthau recalled that Eleanor Roosevelt had been slightly pacifist before the war. He had feared that she might be too sentimental about post-war Germany. That was one of the main reasons, he wrote, why I went up to see her. I thought she might think we should go a little easy on the Germans, but she doesn't. Mrs. Roosevelt told Morgenthau she agreed with what he had told the president about Germany, but she said that she had been told that there were German prisoners of war with whom we can deal after surrender. The First Lady had recently been reading a widely publicized book by a New York psychiatrist named Richard Brickner called Is Germany Incurable? Boasting a jacket blurb from the anthropologist Margaret Mead, the book concluded that German society was paranoid and megalomaniac. Mrs. Roosevelt disagreed. She felt that one cannot treat a whole people that way. After her visit with Morgenthau, Mrs. Roosevelt wrote her young friend Joseph Lash that while Morgenthau seemed to think he knew the president's thinking on Germany, Franklin probably had not yet made up his mind. She observed that her husband usually kept his thoughts to himself, even from people like Henry, while he lets them all talk. On Monday, September 4, Morgenthau was back at the Treasury in Washington. Alluding to Roosevelt's mid-September meeting with Churchill scheduled for Quebec, Morgenthau warned his staff that they now had only a week to reach the president, if you get what I mean, before he has another important meeting, see? Morgenthau said that Roosevelt was entirely agreeable to closing down the Ruhr. He said, "Just strip it. I don't care what happens to the population. I would take every mine, every mill and factory and wreck it. Steel, coal, everything. Just close it down. Make the Ruhr look like some of the silver mines in Nevada." Morgenthau's Undersecretary Daniel Bell injected, "Sherman's March to the Sea." Morgenthau corrected him. "No, some of those ghost towns. Make this a ghost area. If the region were stripped of its machinery and its mines flooded, dynamited, and wrecked," he said, "Germany would be impotent to wage more wars." Harry Dexter White warned Morgenthau that shutting down the Ruhr might exile millions of Germans and harm the rest of Europe. Morgenthau did not care. He recalled his father's World War I experience as Wilson's ambassador to Turkey. He said, "One morning the Turks woke up and said, 'We don't want a Greek in Turkey.' They moved 1 million people out. They said to the Greeks, 'You take care of them.' The people lived. They got rehabilitated in no time. It seems inhuman," he said, "it seems cruel, but we didn't ask for this war. We didn't put millions of people through gas chambers." He said the Germans had asked for it. He said, "For the future of my children and my grandchildren, I don't want those beasts to wage war. I am not going to be budged." Stimson wrote in his diary that by late afternoon I felt I had had a full day, but I had an engagement to dine with Morgenthau. So I went home and rested for an hour, and then went to dinner at his house. Morgenthau had also invited McCloy and Harry Dexter White. Of his evening with Morgenthau, Stimson told his diary, "Morgenthau is, not unnaturally, very bitter, and as he is not thoroughly trained in history or even economics, he would plunge out for a treatment of Germany which I feel sure would be unwise." Morgenthau's intentions for Germany reminded Stimson of the vindictive peace that Rome had imposed on Carthage. During their dinner, Stimson infuriated Morgenthau by saying, "I think we can't solve the German problem except through Christianity and kindness." The next morning, Tuesday, September 5, Hull, Stimson, Morgenthau, and Hopkins had their first formal session on Germany. Hopkins had told Morgenthau, "We will have to meet with Roosevelt quick before somebody else changes his mind." To Stimson's tremendous surprise, during the meeting, Hull sounded as bitter as Morgenthau against the Germans. Stimson was shocked that Hull was suddenly so ready to jettison all the free trade principles that for 12 years he had been working for. Once again, Hull recorded what a hit he felt he had made with the Russians in Moscow by saying he would have a drumhead court-martial and shoot many Nazis. Stimson crisply insisted, as he had the night before, that Germany be treated with Christianity and kindness. The Americans must follow some kind of legal procedure before people were shot. Stimson said it was very singular that he, the man in charge of the department that had done the killing in the war, was the only one who seemed to have any mercy for the other side. Stimson warned his colleagues that 30 million people will starve if the Ruhr is closed down. This is just fighting brutality with brutality. When the meeting broke up, as Stimson observed, they were irreconcilably divided. Hull said it was obvious that they would not be able to agree on a proposal on Germany to send to the president. He said, "If anybody has a plan, let him send it separately." That afternoon, McCloy called Hopkins to tell him that the morning meeting had made the Secretary of War depressed and angry. McCloy said if Roosevelt did not do something fast, he would be confronted with a majority recommendation for turning Germany into farmland that might be very hard for the president to veto. The next morning, Roosevelt called his committee on Germany to the cabinet room at the White House. Stimson wrote in his diary, "After what happened yesterday, I was much alarmed about this meeting and expected to be steamrollered by the whole bunch." Gazing at Stimson, Roosevelt repeated his insistence that Germans could live from soup kitchens. He said, "Our ancestors lived successfully and happily without many luxuries. For example, in Dutchess County in 1810, people had worn homespun wools." He said as a boy he had used a chick sale outhouse. People could get along without bathrooms and still be perfectly happy. Impatient with Roosevelt's chatter, of which he had heard more than he wished during 4 years as Secretary of War, Stimson reminded Roosevelt that the issue was Morgenthau's plan to make an ash heap out of the Ruhr. Stimson said that unless the German economy were quickly revived, there would be a dangerous convulsion in Europe. They must not burn down the house of the world just to get a meal of roast pig, he said. To Morgenthau's shock, Roosevelt now agreed with Stimson. He said there was no particular hurry to decide right away on the Ruhr. They could leave the German steel mills intact and then act in 6 months or a year. He reminded Hull that they had both long worked for free trade, and we have got to do just that in Germany. Roosevelt said, "Britain is going to be in sore straits after the war. Perhaps the Ruhr could furnish raw material for British steel companies." Morgenthau could not believe what he was hearing. He was deeply upset. The next morning, the president called him to the Oval Office for some stroking. Trying to smooth over their differences, Roosevelt told Morgenthau that the whole question seemed to be about closing down the plants in the Ruhr, and we've got to do the thing gradually. But Morgenthau knew that if the Ruhr were not closed down almost immediately after the German surrender, it almost certainly would never be. He left the White House dejected and tense. At the Pentagon, Stimson was complaining to General George Marshall about Morgenthau's eagerness to shoot Nazi war criminals without trial. He said he was not a bit surprised by what he had heard, but I was appalled, a different thing. Marshall told Stimson it's the same sort of thing that happens after every war, and the bitterness after this one is sure to be extreme. Stimson later wrote in his diary, "It was very interesting to find that Army officers have a better respect for the law in those matters than civilians who talk about them and who are anxious to go ahead and chop everybody's head off without trial or hearing." At Morgenthau's request, Roosevelt called a new meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Germany. After McCloy heard that that meeting was coming, he warned Stimson that Morgenthau still sticks to his guns and was using the entire forces of the Treasury to demolish Stimson's position on Germany. Stimson wrote in his diary, "So we are in for some fireworks."
It is very, very necessary.
To collect his resources for the coming battle, Stimson invited his friend Justice Felix Frankfurter to dine with him. When Stimson brought up the subject of post-war Germany, he was relieved to find, as he wrote, that although a Jew like Morgenthau, Frankfurter was approaching the subject with perfect detachment and great helpfulness. Frankfurter dismissed Morgenthau as a stupid bootlick who did not deserve his high post. As Stimson described Morgenthau's designs on the Ruhr and punishing the Nazis, Frankfurter snorted with astonishment and disdain. He emphatically agreed with Stimson that we must give these men the substance of a fair trial and that they cannot be railroaded to their death. The justice added that most of these Nazi crimes have not been directed at the American government or the American army, but at the people and armies of our allies. On Saturday morning, September 9, came the next meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Germany. Morgenthau brought in black, loose-leaf-bound copies of his final plan for post-war Germany. Larded with charts, maps, and graphs, the report's formal title was "Program to Prevent Germany from Starting a World War III." But from this moment on, it would always be known as the Morgenthau Plan. Under the Morgenthau Plan, all German heavy industry would be destroyed. The Ruhr and nearby areas would be internationalized and not again be allowed to become an industrial area. All Germans in the Ruhr with industrial training or skills would be encouraged to leave the country forever. German plants and equipment, German labor, and other assets would be given to the Soviet Union and other nations that were Germany's victims. After the war, there would be no reparations in the form of recurrent payments or goods. That would require the German economy to be rebuilt and ultimately give Germany a larger share of foreign markets than in the 1930s. According to the Morgenthau Plan, the Allied Army's only involvement in the German economy after surrender should be to aid the Allies' military operations. Feeding, housing, and clothing the Germans should be the burden of the German people. Morgenthau was still ignorant of Roosevelt's private instructions on precisely how Germany should be divided in Allied occupation zones, so he had ordered his staff to propose how Germany should be permanently dismembered. Under the Morgenthau Plan, East Prussia would be divided between the Soviet Union and Poland. France would get the Saar and nearby lands. A northern German state would be organized around the Old Prussia, Saxony, and Thuringia. A southern state would include Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden. All German schools, universities, radio stations, and periodicals would be shut down until the Allies restructured them. According to the Morgenthau Plan, in deference to Roosevelt's wishes, all German aircraft, military uniforms, bands, and parades would be banned. Morgenthau wanted the Allies to draw up a list of arch-criminals of the war. These villains would be apprehended as soon as possible and put to death immediately by firing squads. Sharing Roosevelt's dark views about German national character, Morgenthau's plan said, "The Nazi regime is essentially the culmination of the unchanging German drive toward aggression. Therefore, German militarism cannot be destroyed by destroying Nazism alone." Before leaving for this meeting, Morgenthau had thanked his staff. He said, "I am very glad we are doing what we are. I should think it will be very useful to the President at Quebec. Please don't stop. Please keep right on. It is very, very necessary." When Roosevelt met with the Cabinet Committee on Germany in the Cabinet Room at noon, he looked gray and exhausted. For days, he told friends, he had been feeling low and logy. The Secretary of the Treasury passed out copies of the Morgenthau Plan to his colleagues. Stimson later told his diary, "None of us had seen this until we got into the room, and therefore it was impossible to discuss it intelligently." From Morgenthau's briefing book, Roosevelt read one of the talking points aloud. He said, "It is a fallacy that Europe needs a strong industrial Germany." Roosevelt said this was the first time he had seen this stated. He said, "All the economists disagree, but I agree with that. Furthermore, I believe in an agricultural Germany." Stimson was outraged. He said an agricultural Germany would breed war, not peace. It would arouse sympathy for Germany all over the world. Stimson said he was unalterably opposed to Morgenthau's desire that German industry be substantially obliterated. Stimson also derided Morgenthau's eagerness to put so-called arch-criminals to death without trial. He said, "Better to try the chief Nazi officials with an international tribunal." Stimson also objected to any permanent partition of Germany. Roosevelt said, "I think there will be two things brought up with Churchill at Quebec. One is military and the other is monetary, because Churchill keeps on saying he is broke." Roosevelt added, referring to Morgenthau, "If the British bring up the financial question, I will want Henry to come to Quebec." Morgenthau was thrilled by what he heard. He felt that after moving inch by inch all week, as he told his diary, the President now seemed to be taking his side on Germany after all. Stimson was upset. He wrote in his diary that the Cabinet Committee meeting with Roosevelt had been very discouraging, and I came away rather low in my mind. That afternoon, Stimson took a military plane to Mitchell Field on Long Island. He was to have a weekend's rest at his country estate called Highhold. As the plane soared up the eastern seaboard, Stimson studied his black-bound copy of the Morgenthau Plan, which he called a new diatribe against the Nazis. In his diary he said, "The Morgenthau Plan was full of the bitter spirit of Morgenthau's old paper, but now buttressed by alleged facts drawn up by the Treasury." Angrily, Stimson scrawled in the margins of the Morgenthau Plan such comments as, "Childish folly, a beautiful Nazi program, this is to laugh." Next to the section on how the Morgenthau Plan would benefit British trade, Stimson wrote, "Bribe to UK." From Highhold, Stimson spoke by telephone with Justice Frankfurter. Frankfurter told him to let the Morgenthau Plan fall to the wayside by its own weight. Frankfurter said, "The President will catch the errors and see that its spirit is all wrong."
Do you want me to beg like Fala?
Now it was Monday morning, September 11th, 1944. Under glowing sun and azure sky, with the tart fragrance of early autumn in the air, the President's train arrived at Wolf's Cove Station in Quebec. Roosevelt was carried to an open black phaeton, where he sat waiting for Churchill. When the Prime Minister's train arrived, Churchill emerged wearing a blue uniform, naval cap, vest, and gold watch chain. He was swinging a cane and smoking a large cigar. He walked to Roosevelt's car and shook hands with the grinning president. The crowd cheered. Roosevelt and Churchill lunched at the towering old Citadel. The old building had been built to defend the city after the failed U.S. attempt at conquest in the War of 1812. On Tuesday morning at the Citadel, Roosevelt woke up in his large bedchamber. He was given a "My dear friend" message from Churchill. Churchill wrote, "It is painfully apparent that one of the most important things I have to discuss with you is future American Lend-Lease aid to England. Would Thursday the 14th do for that? In that case, I hope you could have Morgenthau present. On Tuesday evening in Dutchess County, New York, a Secret Service agent handed the Treasury Secretary a telegram from the President. It said, "Please be in Quebec by Thursday, the 14th of September, noon. Roosevelt." Morgenthau was delighted. He boarded a military plane for Quebec. On Wednesday morning, September 13, a rainstorm drenched Quebec. Inside the Citadel, Roosevelt and Churchill met with their combined chiefs of staff. Churchill said that historians would give a great account of the 10 months since the Tehran meeting. Since D-Day, he said, everything we have touched has turned to gold. He said he was proud that the British Empire could claim equal partnership with the United States, the greatest military power in the world. Roosevelt reminded him that Stalin deserved no little of the credit. Especially in Stalin's absence, Roosevelt wanted the conference record not to show anything that might look like an Anglo-American conspiracy against the Soviets. Roosevelt was anxious that Stalin keep his promise to fight the Japanese after the defeat of Germany. Roosevelt now told Churchill that it was still not quite possible to forecast the date of the end of the war with Germany. Hitler's armies were retreating from the Balkans and Italy, but he said the Germans have always been good at staging withdrawals. The Anglo-Americans might have to fight one more big battle. Raising the subject of post-war Germany, Roosevelt noted that there were certain groups in both of their countries who have a kindly attitude toward the Germans. He said that such people presume that evil could be eradicated from the German makeup and that Germany could be rejuvenated by kindness. Churchill replied, "Such sentiments would hardly be tolerated in Great Britain." He said the British people would demand a strong policy against the Germans. The German working man should be allowed sufficient food for his bare needs and work, but no more. He said the more virulent elements, such as the Gestapo and the young fanatics, should be deported to work in rehabilitating the devastated areas of Europe. Churchill had spent his adult life dealing with the tides of German power. In 1911, while Germans were expanding their navy and deepening the Kiel Canal to let German battleships rush to the North Sea, Churchill was First Lord of the Admiralty. His job was to prepare Britain for war. No Englishman was more eager for victory than Churchill in World War I. But when the war was over, as Minister of Munitions, Churchill warned his colleagues that they might have to build up the German army and get Germany on her legs again to stop Bolshevism. "Kill the Bolshie," he told his friend Violet Asquith. "Kiss the Hun." In the 1920s, Churchill had vainly pressed to relax the Versailles Treaty's harsh sanctions against Germany. Better, he said, to show mercy toward a weakened Germany now than later have to fight the nation when it was emboldened by desire for revenge. In 1936, Hitler broke the treaties of Versailles and Locarno and seized the Rhineland. Churchill felt sadly vindicated. The Soviets joined Great Britain against Hitler in 1941. As Churchill put it, he wooed Joe Stalin as a man might woo a maid. By radio, Churchill assured the British people that the cause of any Russian fighting for his hearth and home is the cause of free men and free peoples in every quarter of the globe. But in private, Churchill worried about a post-war Europe dominated by Stalin. He said, "I do not want to be left alone in Europe with the bear." In 1943, Churchill told Foreign Secretary Eden, "We mustn't weaken Germany too much. We may need her against Russia." By the summer of 1944, Churchill was unsettled by the speed of the Red Army's march through Eastern Europe and the Balkans. On Wednesday afternoon at 4 o'clock, Henry Morgenthau arrived at the President's grand suite at the Citadel. He had been invited for tea with the Roosevelts. The President turned to his dog Fala. He said, "Say hello to your Uncle Henry." Roosevelt told Morgenthau that Churchill had brought along his close adviser, Lord Cherrill, whom Churchill called by his nickname, the Prof. Morgenthau asked how freely he might talk with the Prof. Roosevelt said, "You can talk about anything you want." Thinking of his plan for Germany, Morgenthau asked, "Anything?" Roosevelt said. "I wouldn't discuss with him the question of the zones to be occupied by our armies in Germany. That's a military question. Nor would I discuss the question of partitioning, as that's a political question. But you can talk about the fact that we are thinking of internationalizing the Ruhr and the Saar, including the Kiel Canal." As the Treasury Secretary departed, Roosevelt handed his copy of the Morgenthau Plan to his secretary, Grace Tully. He said, "Put that book right next to my bed. I want to read it tonight." That evening, Churchill took Morgenthau's presence at dinner as a sign that Germany must be foremost on Roosevelt's mind. As they dined, Churchill asked Roosevelt, "Why don't we discuss Germany now?" At the President's invitation, Morgenthau described his plan, showing how closing down the Ruhr would bolster the British steel industry and help stave off post-war British bankruptcy. When he heard that, Churchill was indignant. He said to Roosevelt, "Is this what you asked me to come all the way here to discuss?" He denounced Morgenthau's proposals with anger. He said he would not chain himself to a dead German. He said, "I'm all for disarming Germany, but we ought not prevent her living decently. Germans must not be allowed to starve. You cannot indict a whole nation." Churchill said, "The British people will never stand for such measures. They are unnatural, unchristian, and unnecessary." He added that seizing Germany's old steel business would bring England little economic relief. He felt that a starving and bankrupt Germany would not be in the British interest. Morgenthau later recorded, "I have never had such a verbal lashing in my life." He wondered whether Roosevelt had deliberately let Churchill wear himself out attacking me. During the dinner, Morgenthau reminded Churchill of his lamentation in London that Britain would be destitute after the war. Roosevelt reminded Churchill that it was Stalin at Tehran who had demanded that German industry be destroyed. It was clear that Churchill was worried that Roosevelt would use the Morgenthau Plan as an excuse to reduce future American aid to Britain. Because if crushing German industry gave Britain new exports, why should Churchill need so much American cash? As they left the room, Morgenthau warned Roosevelt that the Russians seemed to be holding back from full cooperation out of fear that we and the British would make a soft peace with Germany and build her up as a future counterweight against Russia. Roosevelt said, "You're right, and I want you to read a telegram I just received from Harriman." Averell Harriman, the American ambassador in Moscow, had cabled that the Soviets had lately started trying to force us and the British to accept all Soviet policies backed by the strength and prestige of the Red Army. He said that unless this were stopped, the Soviet Union will become a world bully wherever their interests are involved. After his verbal laceration by Churchill, Morgenthau did not sleep that night. On Thursday morning, September 14, Lord Cherrill came to his rooms at the turreted Hotel Chateau Frontenac. To support himself, Morgenthau had Harry Dexter White close at hand. Churchill's biographer Martin Gilbert called Cherrill the Prime Minister's closest friend and confidant. Arch, unmarried, partial to Rolls-Royces and country weekends, the Prof was known as Churchill's one-man brain trust. After dinner on Wednesday night in Quebec, Cherrill had reminded Churchill that Morgenthau's plan would save Britain from bankruptcy by eliminating Germany as a dangerous competitor. Cherrill had insisted that somebody must suffer for the war, and it shouldn't be Britain. He later recalled, Winston had not thought of it that way, and he said no more about the cruel threat to the German people. Starting the bargaining on Thursday morning, Cherrill told Morgenthau that Churchill wanted to know how much Lend-Lease aid the United States had in mind before Britain made any commitments on Germany. Morgenthau said he imagined granting Britain $6 billion in post-war credits. Leafing through a copy of the Morgenthau Plan, Cherrill said he couldn't understand why Churchill had been so contrary the previous evening. Then, at 11:30 a.m., Morgenthau and Cherrill joined Roosevelt and Churchill at the Citadel. Roosevelt told Churchill that they should have their people work out terms for future Lend-Lease aid to Britain. Not surprisingly, Churchill suggested that Harry Hopkins should be chairman of the negotiating team. He knew that Hopkins was a great friend of Britain. Roosevelt refused. he appointed instead the more tough-minded Morgenthau. Cherrill told the group that he hadn't had the time to study all of the Morgenthau plan, but he was definitely attracted by the possibilities. Now, to Morgenthau's astonishment, Churchill reversed himself from the previous evening. Churchill said, "There's a good deal to be said for this approach. The Allies are entitled to make sure Germany cannot commit wanton acts of aggression." Roosevelt said he did not consider it an undue hardship to turn Germany back into the agricultural nation she had been before the late 19th century. Abruptly, Churchill pronounced himself converted. That afternoon, Roosevelt and Churchill were about to initial a memo authorizing Lend-Lease negotiations, but the president changed the subject and began telling stories. Churchill, who knew Roosevelt so well, feared that the president was scheming to postpone or even avoid signing the document he was so desperate for. Finally, Churchill burst out, "What do you want me to do? Get on my hind legs and beg like Fala?" On Friday, September 15 at noon, Roosevelt signed a document pledging the United States in principle to more Lend-Lease aid. With tears in his eyes, Churchill said they were doing this for both of their countries. At Churchill's behest, Cherrill and Morgenthau drafted an Anglo-American statement on Germany. When Churchill read it, he said, "This isn't what I want." He called in his secretary and dictated his own memorandum. When Churchill spoke of crushing industry, Roosevelt insisted that he insert the phrase, "in Germany," not just the Ruhr. The President and Prime Minister now solemnly read the endorsement by Churchill of Germany's conversion into, quote, "a country primarily agricultural and pastoral in its character," end quote. On the 226-word memorandum, Roosevelt scrawled, "OK, FDR." Churchill wrote his initials in the date. Churchill's language did not include the destruction of all German mines and factories. But as Morgenthau wrote in his diary, he was terrifically happy that he had achieved just what we started out to get, and that Churchill had dictated this himself. Why had Roosevelt pressed Churchill to agree to that memorandum on Germany? At that moment, various German anti-Hitler plotters were pressing both Stalin and the West to make a separate peace. Roosevelt wanted to ensure that the Soviets stayed in the European war until the Germans surrendered unconditionally. Another reason was this. Roosevelt was worried that his own officials would combine with Churchill and the British Foreign Office against him. He was worried that they might undercut his determination to avoid the mistakes of the First World War and try to build a new democratic Germany from the ground up. Another factor was that the president, of course, knew that the Quebec document was not binding. He knew that the real decisions on Germany would be made later by him, Stalin, and Churchill. But even if the Quebec document were later weakened, he knew that it would be a bulwark against the soft on Germany crowd in Washington and London. The Quebec Memorandum on Germany also indulged Roosevelt's habit of using his sentimental feelings in his diplomacy. Like Morgenthau, Roosevelt believed that Jeffersonian democracy was best nurtured on the farms and countryside. Roosevelt fantasized that Germany could actually be turned into a nation primarily of yeoman farmers close to their own land. Throughout their wartime alliance, Churchill was always the weakest member of the Big Three, and he knew it. At crucial moments in his diplomacy, Churchill performed surprising flip-flops, trying to maximize British power even if it cost him consistency. He certainly felt that signing the Quebec document was Roosevelt's price for more American Lend-Lease aid. On Friday afternoon, Roosevelt and Churchill discussed German occupation zones. The president had used 3 colored pencils to sketch out German zones on a map of Europe. As long planned, the Soviets would be granted the northeastern zone of Germany. But as Roosevelt had told Churchill in February, he was absolutely unwilling to be saddled with the landlocked southwestern zone. He felt that the owner of that zone would have to police adjacent France and deal with the possible post-war French Revolution. He had told Churchill, "France is your baby." Instead, he said, the United States should have the northwestern zone with access to the North and Baltic Seas. Stimson felt that for Roosevelt to be so hell-bent on the northeastern zone was ridiculous. He told the president not to worry about France. He said there couldn't be any revolution until at least the war was over. By then, American troops would be out of France. If the United States took the southwestern zone, it would be further away from the dirty work that the Russians might be doing with the Prussians in eastern Germany. Reassured by his Secretary of War, Roosevelt did not argue too fiercely with Churchill. The Prime Minister promised to ensure him sea access if Britain got the northwestern zone. Roosevelt agreed. After dinner on Friday night, while Churchill met with his aides, Roosevelt and Mrs. Churchill screened the just-released 20th Century Fox picture Wilson, starring Alexander Knox. As Roosevelt watched the scenes of the 28th president collapsing from a stroke while fighting for his post-war League of Nations, he cried, "By God, that's not going to happen to me." After the meeting at Quebec, the Churchills went to Hyde Park to be houseguests of the Roosevelts. There, the President and Churchill initialed another memo on the secret atomic bomb program, which the two men referred to by its code name, tube alloys. The memo said that when the atomic bomb was ready, it might perhaps, after mature consideration, be used against the Japanese. By the time the Churchills left Hyde Park, Roosevelt was exhausted. He told his adoring Hudson Valley friend Margaret Suckley that he had had a good conference with Churchill, but now he wanted to sleep all the time.
A hell of a hubbub.
Back at the Treasury, Henry Morgenthau told his aides that Quebec was the high spot of my whole career in the government. He said that Roosevelt had told him that he had been groping for something, and we came along and gave him just what he wanted. That weekend, John McCloy called Henry Stimson on Long Island. He told the Secretary of War that at Quebec, Roosevelt had ruled flatly against us. Stimson was furious. He wrote in his diary, "Apparently the President has gone over completely to the Morgenthau proposition and has gotten Churchill and Lord Cherrill with him. The cloud of it has hung over me pretty heavily over the weekend," he wrote. "It is a terrible thing for such a critical matter to be decided by Roosevelt and Churchill," he wrote, "both of whom are similar in their impulsiveness and their lack of systematic study." Stimson complained that there had been no one to advise the two leaders at Quebec except yes-men. Stimson wrote that everyone he had spoken to was horrified by Morgenthau's Carthaginian attitude. "It is Semitism gone wild for vengeance. If ultimately carried out, and I cannot believe that it will be, it as sure as fate will lay the seeds for another war in the next generation." Stimson told his diary he would send a written protest to Roosevelt. He wrote, "It will undoubtedly irritate the President. He dislikes opposition when he has made up his mind." At the start of his appeal to Roosevelt, Stimson wrote of the far-sighted and greatly humanitarian President. He reminded Roosevelt that the Atlantic Charter that he and Churchill had signed in 1941 promised that victors and vanquished alike are entitled to freedom from economic want. He said they must not reduce 70 million Germans to a peasant level. In Washington, McCloy was recruiting allies to fight Morgenthau. He said that Morgenthau's linkage of post-war Germany to Lend-Lease aid couldn't be more sordid. McCloy warned Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal that over Stimson's violent disagreement, Morgenthau was battling for the conscious destruction of Germany's economy and a state of impoverishment and disorder. McCloy had lunch with Harold Ickes, the Secretary of the Interior. Ickes said, "Morgenthau ought not have anything to do with this matter of Germany for the simple reason that he is a Jew. The charge will be made that through him, the Jews are dictating peace terms that no one in the end will be willing to accept." Ickes wrote in his own diary, "Such a plan as Morgenthau proposes is the worst possible. Much as I hate the Germans and mistrust them, I do not believe that a vindictive peace would mean anything but another war, even if the Germans had to fight with their hands." On Wednesday morning, September 20, at the State Department, Morgenthau reported on the Quebec Conference to Hull, Stimson, and McCloy. The news from Quebec had left Hull sleepless and depressed. Suffering from a bad cold, he had not been able to understand how Roosevelt could behave, he said, with such irresponsibility and deviousness. He privately thought that the Morgenthau plan was mad. As Stimson later wrote in his diary, Morgenthau spoke modestly and without rubbing it in, but it was the narration of a pretty heavy defeat for everything that we had fought for. During the meeting, Morgenthau asked Stimson whether he knew Cherrill. Stimson replied, "Very well," but he said he did not know whether the prof meant the professor or the prophet. All he recalled about Cherrill were his false prophecies that the cross-channel invasion would fail and that Hitler's robot bombs would never do any harm to London. Hull said bitterly that since he was being excluded from such vital matters as post-war Germany, he was rapidly losing interest in his job. Morgenthau left the meeting outraged by Stimson's opposition. He warned the president by letter that Stimson's approach to post-war Germany was appeasement. A downhearted Stimson dined at Woodley with Frankfurter. The Supreme Court justice assured him that the Roosevelt-Churchill agreement on Germany would evaporate because the British people wouldn't stand for it. Stimson felt better. He later wrote that he had found Frankfurter so cheerful and optimistic that the justice cheered up the evening of a gloomy day. The next morning, Thursday, September 21, was Stimson's 77th birthday. Knowing that Stimson was disgruntled about Quebec, Roosevelt sent him a bouquet of roses. The birthday was shadowed, however, by a Drew Pearson column in that morning's Washington Post. The column was almost certainly leaked by one of Morgenthau's men, perhaps Harry Dexter White, who was close to Pearson. The Quebec conference was not mentioned, but Pearson reported that people at the State and War Departments had been quaking in their boots after Roosevelt blew up over their failures on occupation plans for Germany. According to the column, Morgenthau, in disgust, had tossed the Handbook on Military Government on the desk of the president. In a letter to Stimson, an angry Roosevelt had denounced passages in the handbook that were especially weak or stupid, and ordered that Germans be fed nothing more than 3 bowls of soup a day. McCloy was furious. He told Stimson that Pearson had practically quoted word for word the spanking letter the president sent you. He said there was every indication that the column came from the Treasury. At noon, by telephone, McCloy gave the New York Times columnist Arthur Kroc discreetly chosen details about the Cabinet Committee on Germany and Morgenthau's presence at Quebec. Kroc's column the next morning was entitled, "Why Secretary Morgenthau Went to Quebec." Kroc did not reveal the Morgenthau Plan or the Roosevelt-Churchill Memorandum, but he reported that Morgenthau had become Roosevelt's central advisor on post-war Germany. At the White House on Friday, September 22, Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes lunched with Roosevelt and his daughter Anna under the Andrew Jackson magnolia. Ickes felt the president was decidedly showing the wear and tear of the past 11.5 years. He mentioned a rumor that Morgenthau intended to give campaign speeches for Roosevelt across the country. He told the president how intense the feeling of anti-Semitism is and how disliked Morgenthau is. Roosevelt said he understood, but that Morgenthau was simply planning his next war bond drive. Ickes warned that the Pearson story about soup for the Germans would be very bad politically. Roosevelt disagreed. He said there might be a situation where the Army would have to set up soup kitchens. He said the soup would be ample and nourishing. Roosevelt wondered aloud how Pearson got so much information. Like Ickes, Roosevelt's daughter Anna also resented Morgenthau's backdoor influence. She strongly felt that as a Jew, Morgenthau should have nothing to do with post-war Germany. She also feared that German propagandists could use Morgenthau's role to stiffen resistance among the Germans by claiming that the Jews would run Germany after an Allied victory. After listening to Ickes complain about Morgenthau, Anna told him, "It was almost as if you had taken the words out of my mouth." Roosevelt, who knew his daughter's feelings well, later joked that she must have told Ickes what to say. The next morning, the Wall Street Journal on page 1 revealed the Morgenthau Plan to the world for the first time. The headline said, "Treasury Plan Calls for Dismemberment, Ban on Most Heavy Industry." The story, by Alfred Flynn, called the plan Carthaginian. This was the same term that Stimson and McCloy were using in private. This suggests that the article might have been leaked by the War Department. The next morning, Sunday, September 24, John Hightower of the Associated Press added another piece to the puzzle. He revealed that Morgenthau had presented his plan at Quebec and left with the impression that Churchill found it acceptable. He reported that the Morgenthau plan had split the cabinet wide open, with Hull unhappy about it and Stimson violently opposed. Now Morgenthau knew he was in big trouble. It was just 6 weeks before a close presidential election, and Roosevelt was determined to present a united front during wartime. But now Americans had been told that his cabinet was at war over the Morgenthau plan. Morgenthau's only comfort now was that no one yet had discovered the signed agreement between Roosevelt and Churchill at Quebec. At 9:45 a.m., Morgenthau called the president at Hyde Park. The president refused to take his call. To stem the damage of the news stories, Morgenthau asked Roosevelt's secretary, Grace Tully, to suggest that Press Secretary Stephen Early prepare a statement. The statement would say that cabinet members had given certain private advice on Germany and would naturally abide by any decision the president made. 6 agonizing hours later, Morgenthau heard back from Tully. She told him that the president didn't want to do anything about it. This made Morgenthau even more upset. By Wednesday morning, September 27, Roosevelt was back at the White House. He called Henry Stimson to ask who was responsible for making the Morgenthau plan public. Stimson blamed Morgenthau. He noted that Drew Pearson's column had violently criticized both Hull and me and played up Morgenthau. Having read Stimson's protest letter about the Morgenthau plan, Roosevelt now distanced himself from what he had done in Quebec. He told Stimson he didn't really intend to make Germany a purely agricultural country. He said his underlying motive was very confidential. The motive was, England was broke. Roosevelt said, something must be done to give her more business to pull out of the Depression after the war. Stimson was relieved. He told his diary that he felt that Roosevelt now realized that he had made a false step and was trying to work his way out of it. On Thursday, September 28, General George Marshall had lunch with Morgenthau at the Treasury. He warned Morgenthau that publicity about the Morgenthau plan was increasing German resistance. He said, "We've got loudspeakers on the German lines telling the Germans to surrender, and this doesn't help one bit." Morgenthau told Marshall, "The Germans were almost successful in the First World War, even more successful in the Second, and might win in the Third. You as a soldier know that as soon as this is over, the German General Staff will immediately plan another war." Marshall disagreed. He said, "You will find that the American soldier doesn't want the German treated harshly." Marshall recalled that after World War I, despite the strict orders of General Pershing, American soldiers would go in the back door and sit down with German families and enjoy themselves. He said that one of his own worst headaches since entering Germany had been photographs of American troops fraternizing with the Germans. Later, McCloy complained to Morgenthau about the fracas over his plan. He said, "There has been a hell of a hubbub, and a very deplorable one." Morgenthau replied, "And I'm the one who's had to take it on the chin." During the press frenzy over the Morgenthau plan, Joseph Goebbels was working overtime to exploit it. A German newspaper brayed, "Roosevelt and Churchill agreed to Jewish murder plan." German radio announced that Roosevelt's bosom friend, Henry Morgenthau, spokesman of World Judaism, was singing the same tune as the Jews in the Kremlin: dismember Germany, destroy its industry, and exterminate 43 million Germans. The Washington Post complained that the Morgenthau plan was senseless. It said it would implant a festering sore at the heart of Europe, leaving a chaos which would assuredly end in war. It said if Germans suspect that nothing but complete destruction lies ahead, then they will fight on. Let's stop helping Dr. Goebbels. A naval officer wrote to the Post in reply. He wrote that twice in my lifetime I had to halt the bestial bloodletting of the Huns, in the name of God and decency, of little children brutally starved and slain, helpless women burned into Gestapo furnaces. Isn't it time we stopped it once and for all? Leaders of the anti-Semitic American right proclaimed that the Morgenthau Plan confirmed their direst alarms. One was Father Charles Coughlin, the once popular Roman Catholic radio priest. Coughlin had railed against the Jews through the 1930s before his church had ordered him silenced. Now Coughlin privately grumbled that Morgenthau wanted to emasculate the German men. He later insisted that Morgenthau's sterilization plans didn't get out in public but got to me. Coughlin claimed that a disgusted Roosevelt had criticized Morgenthau, saying, "You SOB, how inhuman can you become?" In fact, Coughlin would have been startled to discover that the private jokes in Washington about castrating the Germans had been made not by Morgenthau, but by the President and Ickes. On Friday morning, September 29, Arthur Kroc wrote once again in the New York Times. This time he reported that Roosevelt was about to perform an about-face on the Morgenthau Plan. He said that high administration sources were passing out word that Roosevelt does not favor the plan and never really did. Kroc noted that Goebbels was making obvious use of the plan, asking why Germans should not die to the last man to resist such an Allied conquest. With his two sons on active duty, Morgenthau was tortured by Kroc's charge that his plan was increasing German resistance. He told his aides, "Am I going to sit in the cabinet knowing that the American people and the soldiers are being sold down the river on the entrance to Germany?" Harry Dexter White told him, "I think you have to take whatever rap is coming during the next month. The president will do whatever he thinks is of interest to him politically. After the election, it'll be a different story." Morgenthau's press aide, Herbert Gaston, speculated that Hull and Stimson had changed Roosevelt's mind about the Morgenthau Plan. He said, "Even an agreement at Quebec isn't finally binding. They're working here and abroad to upset it." Morgenthau replied that Roosevelt had shown him no sign that he had reversed himself one iota. Unbeknownst to Morgenthau, Cordell Hull spoke that morning in profound confidence to Kroc about Morgenthau's mad German plan, as he called it. He confided that he hadn't realized that Morgenthau would be in Quebec until he read about it in the newspapers. He could not understand why Roosevelt had allowed Morgenthau to do such damage. Hull went on to say he often talked the president out of some folly, but Roosevelt always kept someone between them. Hull said he was sick and tired. He said that after the November election, whatever happened, he would quit his job. The public furor over his plan was giving Morgenthau fierce migraine headaches. He finally seized a humiliating last resort. He walked to the White House, took the elevator upstairs, and camped out beside the closed door of the president's office in the family quarters. The president's daughter Anna was acting as her father's guard. Morgenthau gave Anna a sheaf of positive clippings on his plan for Germany. He asked her to make sure her father saw Kroc's column. Anna gruffly replied, "Oh, the president knows all about that." Morgenthau said, "Please take it in and show it to him. I think he ought to get Hull, Stimson, and me together in the same room and read the law to all of us and tell us to stop talking." Anna disappeared into her father's office. A few minutes later, she returned. Despite Morgenthau's efforts to resist, she pushed him onto the elevator, saying, "All I know is the president said he definitely doesn't want to see you." That day, Roosevelt was asked by the press about the reported split in the cabinet. He said that every story has been essentially untrue. I might emphasize the word essentially. Roosevelt added that he would ask Leo Crowley, now at the Foreign Economic Administration, to advise him on German post-war exports and trade. This was a clear suggestion that he was turning against the Morgenthau Plan. If German industry was to be destroyed, why would he be thinking about post-war German trade? At the same time, Roosevelt abolished his month-old Cabinet Committee on Germany. To mollify Hull, he privately asked him to study and report to him. He wrote Hull, No one wants to make Germany a wholly agricultural nation again, and yet somebody down the line has handed this out to the press. I wish we could catch and chastise him." The other cabinet member left to be mollified was Stimson. On Tuesday, October 3, the War Secretary came to the White House for a long conciliatory lunch with the President and his daughter Anna. In preparation, Stimson had scribbled notes to himself on Germany. He scrawled, "Objective of punishment is prevention but not vengeance. Reason why Jew is disqualified." Over the lunch, Stimson plunged a dagger into Morgenthau. He told Roosevelt that if Morgenthau had seen fit to discuss the handbook directly with him and McCloy, corrections could have easily been made and there would have been no hubbub. As Stimson later noted, Roosevelt grinned and looked naughty. Shirking all responsibility, the president cried, "Henry Morgenthau pulled a boner." Stimson continued the conversation. He told Roosevelt that throughout the war his leadership had been on a high moral plane. He mustn't poison it now with hatred or vengeance. He said he had shuddered when Morgenthau launched his campaign against Germany. He said Morgenthau must have known how a man of his race would be misrepresented for so doing. Roosevelt and Anna emphatically agreed. The president lamented the unfortunate publicity. He said he had no desire to turn Germany into an agrarian state. He said he merely wished to save some of the Ruhr's proceeds for Britain, which was broke. Stimson wagged his finger. He reminded the president of the memo he had initialed at Quebec. Roosevelt said, "About this pastoral agricultural Germany, that is just nonsense. I have not approved of anything like that. I am sure I have not." Stimson was shocked. He said, "Mr. President, please don't say that abroad until you have refreshed your memory with this paper, which I have here in my pocket." Stimson pulled out his copy of the Roosevelt-Churchill Memorandum with the initials OK FDR. As Stimson later recalled, the president was not a man to get flustered, but the Quebec document left him perfectly staggered. Roosevelt told Stimson he had no idea how he could have endorsed such language. Whether affected by his deepening illness or sheer deceitfulness, the president told Stimson, "Henry, I have not the faintest recollection of this at all."
As useful as 10 fresh German divisions.
On Thursday, October 5, 1944, Harry Dexter White went to the unproletarian marble Beaux-Arts Soviet Embassy on 16th Street in Washington. Over vodkas, the Soviet ambassador, Andrei Gromyko, asked White where he stood on Germany. White replied sardonically that all Gromyko had to do was read the Washington Post. He said, "Where does Russia stand?" Gromyko replied, "I don't know anything official, but I would think that they stand very close or closer to what is spoken of as the Morgenthau Plan." Morgenthau could not have imagined, but Gromyko certainly knew, that Harry Dexter White had a close secret relationship with Soviet intelligence. White was born in 1892 in Boston to Russian Jewish immigrants. He added the English-sounding Dexter while in high school. When the United States declared war against Germany in 1917, he immediately enlisted in the army and fought in France. At the age of 30, by then married to Ann Terry, he enrolled in college, studying economics at Columbia and Stanford, and then taught for 5 years at Harvard. Unable to win tenure, White took a job in 1932 at Lawrence College in Wisconsin. White's Treasury colleague, Edward Bernstein, later recalled, "I think Harry was exposed to all sorts of prejudice as a Jew. It was very hard to get a professorship in Harry's day if you were a Jew." In 1934, White jumped at the chance to return east and work at the Treasury. After Pearl Harbor, Morgenthau told his aides that White would be in charge of foreign affairs for me. He said, "I wanted all in one brain, and I wanted in Harry White's brain." White was blunt, sardonic, hard-working, and rapaciously ambitious. With blue eyes darting from side to side, he strode down the Treasury halls. Stocky and mustached, White became Morgenthau's Director of Monetary Research and chief source of intellectual capital. White's flow of praise appealed to a Treasury Secretary who was insecure about his own abilities. In Dale Carnegie fashion, White concentrated his charm on the boss's chief assistant, Henrietta Klotz. By 1944, White was closer to Morgenthau than ever. Along with the British economist John Maynard Keynes, he was an architect of the post-war world economic order, an order that would be centered around an International Monetary Fund and World Bank. According to newly opened evidence, however, White was also secretly meeting with Soviet intelligence agents. In August 1948, after he was accused by the famous American communist defectors Elizabeth Bentley and Whittaker Chambers, White told the House of Representatives, "I am not now and never have been a communist." 5 days later, he died of a heart attack. In 1953, President Dwight Eisenhower's Attorney General, Herbert Brownell, announced that his review of the evidence showed that White had been a Russian spy. He said that White had smuggled secret documents to Russian agents for transmission to Moscow. By 1953, Morgenthau was retired from public life. He agonized over charges that his close aide had abused his trust. He wondered whether White had duped him into making decisions that benefited the Soviet Union. With horror, Morgenthau wondered whether White had somehow manipulated him to launch what became the Morgenthau Plan, handing him the offending document on the plane to Europe, badgering Eisenhower Wynant and Eden about post-war Germany, compiling the thick black book that Morgenthau handed to Roosevelt, and finally stealing Morgenthau for battle in Quebec with Churchill. Had White maneuvered Morgenthau on behalf of the Soviets to help keep Germany from blocking their domination of post-war Europe? Despite the recent release of new documents, we may never know whether White was chiefly moved by his own philosophy, by Soviet bribes or other pressure, by a higher allegiance to the Soviet Union, or an arrogant certainty that he knew best how to handle America's trusted Soviet ally. The hidden motivation of so opaque an operator as White is difficult to prove. But one thing is for certain. Had White's Soviet connections been revealed to the public in the fall of 1944, there would have been a scandal. That scandal could have undermined Roosevelt, Morgenthau, and the effort to win both the war and the peace. It might well have put Roosevelt's opponent, Thomas Dewey, in the White House. In the wake of such a scandal, any American effort to be tough on Germany might have had a fatal pro-Soviet taint. But Roosevelt and Morgenthau knew nothing about White's secret life with the Russians. In the fall of 1944, Morgenthau asked the president to elevate White to Assistant Secretary of the Treasury. Roosevelt said that he thought that White had earned it. He said that he thought the new title would help White since so much of his work is with foreign governments. Churchill worried about the fact that Stalin had not come to Quebec, so he flew to see Stalin in Moscow in October 1944. Playing to his audience, Churchill told Stalin that for about a month or so in public, he had been shy about breathing fire and slaughter in Germany because it might make the Germans fight harder. But he said that in private he was all for hard terms. He said the best thing would be to beat the Germans into unconditional surrender and then tell them what to do. Stalin agreed. He said if they didn't use hard measures, Germany would start a new world war every 25 or 30 years. Thus the harshest measures could prove the most humane. He said Germany must be partitioned, its heavy industry destroyed. Foreign Minister Molotov asked Churchill what he thought of the Morgenthau Plan. Churchill said Roosevelt was not very happy about its reception. He added that the British people would never allow the mass execution of Germans, but it was necessary to kill as many as possible in the field. He said after the war, the Hitler Youth must be taught that it is more difficult to build than to destroy. Stalin said that to do the job correctly, the Allies would have to occupy Germany for many years. Churchill said the Americans were not likely to stay in Europe very long. In another conversation, Churchill told Stalin that he wanted to put the Ruhr and Saar permanently out of action. He said that after the war, Russia and other of Hitler's victims could take as many German machines as they needed. This was the policy of Morgenthau, he said, whose hatred of the Germans was indescribable. As for Britain, he said, it was only justice for his country to get Germany's old markets. Stalin agreed to support any steps Britain took to be compensated for the losses it has suffered. Churchill said that the German metals, chemical, electrical, and other industries that made war should be closed for at least a generation. He said that Prussia, the military taproot of the German arch-evil, should be amputated from Germany. He said that the industrial region along the Rhine should go under international control. Stalin agreed. Churchill marveled that they had so few differences. He said it was a pity that when God created the world, he had not consulted the two of them. Stalin liked the joke. He said it was God's first mistake. Back in Washington, Morgenthau was suffering under the whip of public criticism. Roosevelt sent him a report from his intelligence chief, William Donovan, saying that a majority of pre-war Europe's farm machinery had been produced by Germany. The tacit message was, shutting down German industry might force all Europeans to starve. Morgenthau was unfazed. He wrote back to Roosevelt, "I would like to say, in the words of your son Johnny, so what?" As Morgenthau wrote in his diary, that same month, Stimson handed him an olive branch, which I accepted with pleasure. He approved Stimson's request to make a deposit in a secret account, the purpose of which will not be known to anyone in the Treasury or elsewhere. The secret purpose was development of an atomic bomb. The fall of 1944 wore on. Predictions of a quick German surrender were evaporating. Only on October 22, after Germans fought with desperate brutality, did U.S. troops raise the stars and stripes over Aachen, their first major conquest on German soil. Morgenthau had tried his hand at the proclamation by General Eisenhower to be posted in English and German as U.S. troops scrambled across the border. Morgenthau's version was to begin, "We come as militant victors to ensure that Germany shall never again drench the world with blood. The German people must never again become the carriers of death, horror, and wanton destruction to civilization." McCloy didn't like it. He told Morgenthau, "I don't like the death and destruction and drenching with blood business myself." He said that the language was a bit lurid and out of keeping with Eisenhower's approach. McCloy prevailed. In the end, Eisenhower's Proclamation No. 1 to the people of Germany began this way. Eisenhower said, "The Allied forces serving under my command have now entered Germany. We come as conquerors, but not as oppressors. In the area of Germany occupied by the forces under my command, we shall obliterate Nazism and German militarism." In October 1944, Stimson wrote in his diary that Roosevelt's campaign against Thomas Dewey was getting hot and uncertain. On Wednesday, October 18, for the first time, Dewey used the Morgenthau Plan as a campaign weapon. In a New York speech broadcast on radio, Dewey recalled that when Roosevelt went to Quebec, he took not his Secretary of State or War, but Morgenthau. He said that Morgenthau's qualifications as an expert on military and international affairs are still a closely guarded military secret. And what was the result, he said? A first-class cabinet crisis. Dewey complained that Joseph Goebbels had used the Morgenthau Plan to terrify the Germans into fanatical resistance. He said, "Now the Germans are fighting with the frenzy of despair." Morgenthau was terrified that publicity about the Morgenthau Plan might provoke the Germans to capture and be extremely cruel to his son Henry III. He asked his friend and private lawyer Edward Greenbaum whether Henry might be given a false identity and dog tags. McCloy told Greenbaum that the Germans were constantly equipping their spies with false identification. If the Germans caught Henry with counterfeit dog tags, the U.S. Army would have to completely disown him. Greenbaum advised Morgenthau instead to ask Eisenhower's aide, Walter Bedell Smith, to have his headquarters pull Henry out of his outfit and send him to a quiet sector. Morgenthau refused. He said, "Henry would never forgive me. I do not want to have the boy touched." At the White House, Roosevelt was being taunted about the Morgenthau Plan by both foe and friend. In the Oval Office on Thursday morning, October 26, Joseph Kennedy asked Roosevelt why he had let Morgenthau go to Quebec. He said it was sheer madness, the meddling of a proved incompetent. Kennedy disliked Morgenthau. One reason was because Morgenthau had the one job in the Roosevelt administration that Kennedy had wanted for himself. With effrontery that the president seldom encountered, Kennedy told Roosevelt that he could not abide the crowd around you, people like Sam Rosenman and Harry Hopkins. He said, "They have surrounded you with Jews and communists and alienated the Catholics." He warned, "They will write you down in history if you don't get rid of them as incompetent, and they will open the way for the communist line." Kennedy left the White House to have lunch with Arthur Kroc of the New York Times. He told Kroc that Roosevelt looked sick and never should have sought re-election. He said that now he understood how Morgenthau had pushed through his plan for Germany. Kennedy told Kroc that in November he would be voting for Dewey. Later, Kennedy wrote his 19-year-old son Robert about Morgenthau's plan. He wrote, "I don't think anybody really had an idea of what the plan was because it was never fully explained. Of course, it was never Morgenthau's plan. He wouldn't know enough to have a plan. It was conceived by a Jew named Bernstein from the Treasury." 4 days before the election, on Friday, November 3, Arthur Kroc had a news story in the New York Times. He reported that Roosevelt and Morgenthau had bribed Churchill to accept the Morgenthau Plan by promising generous Lend-Lease aid. Morgenthau read the Times at his Dutchess County farm. He was apoplectic. The next day, a reporter friend warned Morgenthau that Dewey was about to skin him alive. In his final campaign speech at Madison Square Garden in New York City, Dewey was going to speak on the Morgenthau Plan and how it prolonged the war. In his oration, Dewey said that the Morgenthau Plan was so clumsy that Mr. Roosevelt himself finally dropped it, but the damage was done. He said that the plan had been for Hitler as useful as 10 fresh German divisions. Dewey said that the blood of our fighting men was being shed for Roosevelt's improvised meddling. Roosevelt had wound up past campaigns with a sentimental journey up the Hudson River, with Morgenthau riding beside him in an open car. They had started the tradition around New York State during the gubernatorial campaign of 1928. Despite the fracas over the Morgenthau Plan on the day before the November election, the Treasury Secretary was once again in his customary position in the left-hand back seat. But this year was wartime, and he and Roosevelt were surrounded by bulletproof glass. On election night 1944, Morgenthau and his wife Eleanor took their usual place among Roosevelt aides, relatives, and neighbors to receive the election returns in the president's big house. While guests waited in the long, dark-paneled library, Roosevelt sat with various aides in his mother's old dining room computing returns. At 3:16 a.m., as Roosevelt's aide William Hassett recorded, the graceless Dewey gave a concession speech but sent no message to the victor. Just before retiring for the night, Roosevelt told Hassett, "I still think Dewey is a son of a bitch." Hassett replied, "Back to his grandparents on both sides." Roosevelt had been re-elected by 432 to 99 electoral votes, but his popular margin was the narrowest since Woodrow Wilson's in 1916. Back in Washington, Harold Ickes told Roosevelt's daughter Anna that thanks to Dewey's campaign charges, Morgenthau had become a pretty heavy load to carry. Ickes said that anti-Semitism is on the increase. He said, "The less Henry has to do with the German settlement, the better." But that was not what Morgenthau had in mind. He was planning to take his case to the American public. He planned to publish a book on the Morgenthau Plan to be released on the day after Germany collapsed.
Lord, give the President strength.
With his fourth-term victory in place, Roosevelt retrieved his old Hudson Valley companion from the outer darkness. On Wednesday, November 15, 1944, the President had Morgenthau to lunch upstairs at the White House. The old West Virginia Senator Harley Kilgore had just issued a report demanding that German industry be so altered that it cannot again serve the purposes of war. While lunching with Morgenthau, Roosevelt called Kilgore's report wonderful. Morgenthau felt that Roosevelt no longer cared what the public thinks, and that his coolness toward his plan for Germany was just lifting like a cloud. Roosevelt told Morgenthau that he had asked Hull and his deputy, Edward Stettinius, for their recommendations about Germany. Morgenthau should read them and tell the President what he thought of them. At that moment, although the public was told he was suffering from a cold, Cordell Hull was being treated for advanced tuberculosis and diabetes in a VIP suite at Bethesda Naval Hospital. To avoid harming Roosevelt's re-election chances, he had deferred his resignation announcement until after the balloting. In late November, Roosevelt announced that Hull's successor would be Stettinius. Stettinius was a former Morgan partner and U.S. Steel president. With his snowy mane and theatrically groomed eyebrows, Stettinius could have been Hollywood's idea of a Secretary of State. Since Stettinius was mainly a show captain, Roosevelt could remain his own Secretary of State, which was exactly what he wanted. The President hoped that Stettinius had the clout with Republicans and big business that would persuade them to support his cherished dream of a post-war United Nations organization. Morgenthau was disappointed. He noted that Stettinius was a lifelong Republican and that Roosevelt had clearly wanted a good clerk at State. Harold Ickes wrote in his diary that the Stettinius appointment had driven him to depression. He wrote, "The new Secretary of State was a backslapper. He likes everyone and is liked by everyone." Stettinius warned Morgenthau that his new memo to the President on Germany might not go far enough to satisfy you. He said, "And if it doesn't, why, we ought to thrash it out." Morgenthau agreed to thrash it out with you before appealing to Roosevelt. He told Stettinius, "Is that fair enough?" Stettinius agreed. McCloy warned Stimson that now that the election was over, Morgenthau was back in business on Germany. When Morgenthau and John Paley of the War Refugee Board made a public statement against new German atrocities, Stimson told Morgenthau that he should have been consulted in advance. Morgenthau apologized, but Stimson wrote in his diary, "It's just an example of how Morgenthau likes to push into that kind of matter. He, as a Jew, is the last man who ought to do it." Stimson and McCloy had been working on a directive for Eisenhower. The directive was to be called JCS 1067. 1067 had much of the sound of the Morgenthau Plan. It would tell Eisenhower to exert such control over German industry, farms, and other facilities as necessary to stop war production, starvation, and sabotage, but Eisenhower was not to rehabilitate the German economy. 1067 said that Germans must be made to understand that all necessary steps will be taken to guarantee against a third attempt by them to conquer the world. This was tough language, but McCloy had quietly inserted important loopholes. One was this: the U.S. commander in Germany could impose such economic controls as he may deem essential to the safety and health of the occupying forces. This loophole meant that there would be no large-scale immediate destruction of mines and factories in Germany. 1067 also gave wide authority to the U.S. commander, who would be overseen by Stimson, McCloy, and the Pentagon. On war crimes, 1067 softened the American position. It said nothing about summary executions and gave the commander considerable latitude. Morgenthau had been arguing for months that the American governor in Germany should be a civilian. But Stimson and McCloy persuaded Roosevelt that the commander should come from the War Department, preferably the Army. Morgenthau was so grateful for 1067's militant language that he chose to ignore how McCloy had weakened the directive. On Monday, December 11, Roosevelt got a cable from his intelligence chief, William Donovan. Donovan's cable included a warning from Allen Dulles, his man in Bern. Dulles warned that the Morgenthau Plan, by showing that the enemy planned the enslavement of Germany, was welding ordinary Germans to the Hitler regime. Dulles warned that the Germans were continuing to fight because they were convinced that defeat would bring only oppression and exploitation. 5 days later, Hitler launched a mighty counteroffensive, soon known as the Battle of the Bulge. 3 days after the surprise battle began, McCloy sent John Bottger to see Morgenthau. Bottger was the president's son-in-law. He was married to Anna Roosevelt. He had just returned from Aachen, the first significant German city under U.S. occupation. Hitler had hoped that Aachen would be his Stalingrad. He had ordered the SS and police to evacuate Aachen citizens, at gunpoint if necessary, and defend the city to the death. But a German colonel had defied Hitler and surrendered more than 3,000 remaining citizens in Aachen, most in hiding. McCloy hoped that Bottger's first-hand description of the hazards in Aachen might make Morgenthau relax his strict demands of U.S. occupying troops. Bottger reminded Morgenthau that American troops in Aachen had to fight for 5 weeks against heavy German resistance. He said the troops had complained to him that the Morgenthau Plan was worth 30 divisions to the Germans. Morgenthau anxiously wondered whether Bottger was speaking on behalf of his father-in-law. Morgenthau later told his aides, "When you go up against a fellow like that, you can't forget that he eats 1 or 2 meals a day with the president." He told his staff it is getting lonesomer and lonesomer. He told his sons, "Nobody is starving in Aachen, and the responsibility for what they get to eat and how they live is entirely up to the Germans. And if it doesn't work, it is their fault and not ours." Roosevelt had once hoped that by the end of 1944 the war against Germany would be over. When victory came, he and Eleanor planned to make an immediate journey to see U.S. troops on the battlefront. Then they would celebrate with the Churchills in London. But now, with the Battle of the Bulge, that dream seemed distant. Stimson wrote in his diary that the pressure of the great battle lies on everyone, and I would not be human if I didn't feel it. Stimson wrote that they now faced a somber future, with heavy casualties and hard fighting through a long, cold winter. At Sunday noon, December 31, 1944, Stimson went to the President's White House bedroom. He told Roosevelt that the Germans had massacred dozens of American prisoners at Malmedy, Belgium. The President replied, "Well, it will only serve to make our troops feel toward the Germans as they have already learned to feel about the Japs." Roosevelt told Stimson about the meeting with Stalin and Churchill planned for January. The top-secret site would be Yalta, the old Russian spa on the Crimean coast. Stimson said to the President, "Yalta seems like a very long distance from home." Clearly ailing, Roosevelt replied, "Stalin gave as the reason that his own doctor had forbidden him to travel far." Just after New Year's 1945, the isolationist Senator Burton Wheeler of Montana demanded that with the Battle of the Bulge raging, Roosevelt should drop his brutal and costly insistence on unconditional surrender. Wheeler said that the majority of Americans are unwilling to sanction a peace of vengeance against Germany. Nor did they want America to police Europe, a seething furnace of fratricide, civil war, murder, disease, and starvation. But in the European war, the tide was turning. Morgenthau exulted by letter to his sons overseas that the U.S. Army was beating back the Germans. Soon after New Year's, Stettinius invited Morgenthau to a very sumptuous luncheon, as he called it, at Blair House. Morgenthau wrote his sons overseas, "I do think that from now on we'll get better cooperation." But then Morgenthau discovered that Stettinius and McCloy were excluding him from meetings and correspondence on post-war Germany. Morgenthau planned to complain to the President after Cabinet on Thursday, January 11, but he changed his mind when he saw how very tired Roosevelt looked. Instead, he sent a memo to be included in the President's weekend reading at Hyde Park. In his memo, Morgenthau wrote that the real motive of most who oppose a weak Germany is fear of Russia and communism. If we don't face it, I am just as sure as I can be that we are going to let a lot of hollow and hypocritical propaganda lead us into recreating a strong Germany and making a foe of Russia. He said, I shudder for the sake of our children to think of what will follow. On Friday, January 19, Roosevelt met with his cabinet. He joked, the first 12 years are the hardest. He told them that his trip to see Stalin and Churchill would take 4 or 5 weeks. For security reasons, he did not tell them the site. The next day at noon, Roosevelt was sworn in without overcoat for his 4th term on the White House South Portico. The inauguration was held at the White House, not the Capitol, in deference to a nation at war. Standing in the crowd on the snow-dusted lawn, McCloy wrote in his diary, the president looked distinguished, determined, and solemn. He spoke briefly. It was not a great speech, but a good one. The next day, Morgenthau wrote his sons, tonight we are going to the White House to celebrate the president's birthday. Hinting that Roosevelt was leaving for a Big Three meeting, he wrote, you know his birthday isn't until the 30th, so you can put 2 and 2 together, and I hope it doesn't make 5. Late that night, after celebrating his 63rd birthday, along with 13 grandchildren and sundry daughters-in-law in town for the inauguration, Roosevelt, his daughter Anna, and the rest of his party slipped out of the White House and boarded his train bound for Norfolk. There the cruiser Quincy was waiting to take him across the Atlantic. Back at the White House, Roosevelt's aide William Hassett told his diary that few had been told where the president would meet Joe and Winnie, and, he wrote, I am not among that limited number. He went on that having achieved every political ambition a human being can aspire to, Roosevelt now had to think of his place in history. Hassett wrote, so FDR will win his niche or pass into the oblivion which in a quarter of a century has swallowed all the statesmen of the First World War. Who am I to ponder the imponderable? Lord, give the President strength, courage, and heavenly wisdom.
The only bond is their common hate.
On Saturday morning, February 3, 1945, Roosevelt and his entourage were flown aboard his plane, the Sacred Cow, from Malta to the Crimean town of Saki. During the 6-hour drive to Yalta in a chilly Packard, on a twisting, bumpy, primitive road, Roosevelt catnapped in the back seat. When he awoke, he was appalled to see the detritus of German conquest. Blackened tree stumps, burned-out houses, tanks, and railroad cars. Arriving after dusk, Roosevelt and his party were lodged in the white granite Levidia Palace, once the summer home of the Tsars. When the Germans fled, they had ransacked the place. Anna Roosevelt Bodiger was secretly worried about the president's health. Soon after the Yalta meeting began, she wrote her husband that her father's doctors are both worried because of the old ticker trouble, which of course no one knows about except for those two and me. On Sunday, February 4, Stalin arrived for a private meeting with Roosevelt in his palace suite. The president told him that seeing the residue of German destruction had made him more bloodthirsty toward the Germans than when they had met at Tehran. Jocularly, he expressed the hope that Stalin would once again toast the execution of 50,000 German officers. Stalin replied that the Crimean destruction was nothing compared to the Ukraine. Roosevelt curried Stalin's favor by exaggerating his problems with Churchill. He said he had had a good deal of trouble with the British. He said he had not wanted to take the German occupation zone next to France, but the British seemed to think that he should restore order in France and then return political control to the British. The British wished to have their cake and eat it too. Roosevelt said he did not mind giving France a zone in Germany, but only out of kindness. Stalin joked, that would be the only reason to give France a zone. The American minister in Moscow, George Kennan, was doubtful that the Soviets and the West could ever govern post-war Germany together. Almost alone in the United States government, Kennan had concluded that after German surrender, Germany should be divided along the western boundary of the Soviet zone, letting the U.S. and British zones be combined in a democratic West German federation. Kennan knew that this would mean the long-term division of Europe, but he saw no alternative. On Monday afternoon, February 5, the Big Three sat down with their aides. The day before, Churchill had decreed that they would discuss the future of Germany, if she has any. According to the Soviet record, Stalin replied, "Germany will have a future." By now, Churchill had renounced his commitment with Roosevelt at Quebec to make Germany a pastoral state. In the palace ballroom, Roosevelt brandished a map of Germany. It showed the 3 occupation zones already assigned. Stalin said, "We all favor dismemberment of Germany, but how? Should they create an all-German government or 3 separate ones?" Roosevelt said that such questions would grow out of the zones of occupation. Stalin said, "That we shall find out." He recalled that at Tehran, Roosevelt had been for 5 Germanys and Churchill for some sort of partition. Stalin said, "Hasn't the time now come for a decision?" Churchill slammed on the brakes. He said, "The actual tracing of lines in Germany is much too complicated a matter to settle here in 5 or 6 days." Stalin disagreed. He said a decision should be made now. Roosevelt tried to make peace. He said that what Stalin really meant was whether they should agree on German dismemberment in principle. Using a crucial change of word, Roosevelt said, "As at Tehran, I am very much in favor of decentralization." This language ignored the fact that at Tehran the president had specifically called for 5 self-governed German states. Roosevelt kept trying to diffuse the tension. He prattled away about his boyhood in Germany. Churchill did not want to talk about German dismemberment. He thought it was an invitation for Soviet power in Europe. He now bluntly said that during this conference he would not consent to any specific method. Roosevelt said that they should simply tell the Germans we are going to dismember and then do it our way. Stalin agreed to Roosevelt's compromise. Surrender terms would include a provision that Germany would be dismembered. But Churchill said, "You don't want to tell them that. Eisenhower doesn't want that. That will make the Germans fight all the harder." Stalin agreed that as long as dismemberment appeared in the instrument of surrender, they could conceal the demand from the Germans for now. Moving to other subjects, Roosevelt and Churchill sympathized with Stalin's wish to compensate Poland for its loss of eastern lands by granting the Poles all German territory east of the Oder and Neisse rivers. Displacing 6 or 7 million Germans, this would strip Germany of its richest farmland. It would doom the Morgenthau notion that post-war Germans could sustain themselves as an agrarian state. Churchill now appealed for a French occupation zone carved out of the British and possibly the American zones. He said it would not affect the Soviet zone. Churchill hoped that the French would help resist Soviet power in post-war Europe, but he spoke in this conference only of restraining post-war German power. He said, "We want to see French might grow to help keep Germany down." He added, "I do not know how long the United States will remain with us in occupation." Roosevelt said that U.S. troops were not likely to stay in Europe much more than 2 years. By saying this, Roosevelt was presuming that relations between the Soviets and the West would remain harmonious. But Stalin may have inferred from the remark that if the Soviets simply waited 2 years, they might enjoy a power vacuum in Europe. Churchill was annoyed. He wished that Roosevelt had not been so specific. When the president said the words 2 years, Churchill quickly said, "I hope that would be according to circumstances." Stalin said, "I agree that the French should be great and strong," but he said the defeated land should be ruled only by those powers who stood firmly against Germany and made the greatest sacrifice for victory. Churchill said, "I admit the French have not been much help." But he said they were the most important neighbor of the Germans. He said, "We will need French defense against Germany. After the Americans have gone home, I must think seriously of the future." Anthony Eden said, "If the French are to have a zone, how can they be excluded from the control machinery?" Stalin said, "By the power who gave them the zone." Churchill said, "We cannot do that," and the French would never accept it. Stalin desperately wanted reparations from Germany. Much of his country was in ruins. The United States had yet to pledge him serious post-war aid, and the zonal division of Germany would leave most German industry in Anglo-American hands. Roosevelt said, "What does Russia want?" Stalin's deputy foreign minister, Ivan Maisky, said the Soviets wanted forced German labor to be used to help rebuild the Soviet Union. For 2 years after victory, the Soviets should also be able to take German machinery, rolling stock, and other assets. He said that over a decade, Germany should give the Soviet Union goods worth not less than $10 billion. He said that German heavy industry should be reduced by 80%, leaving only enough to cover the needs of the Germans. Churchill said he sympathized with Soviet suffering, but could promise nowhere near $10 billion. He said no victorious country will come out so burdened financially as Great Britain. He said, "If I could see any benefit in reparations, I would be glad to have them, but I am very doubtful." Churchill said he was haunted by the specter of a starving Germany. If 80 million Germans were hungry, who would pay to feed them? He said if you wanted a horse to pull a wagon, you would at least have to give it fodder. Stalin replied, "But care must be taken to see that the horse doesn't turn around and kick you." Roosevelt said that the Soviet Union should get maximum reparations. He said that the Germans shouldn't enjoy a higher standard of living than the Soviet Union, but we don't want to kill people. Roosevelt urged Stalin to take all he could in manpower and factories. He said the British should take all they can in exports to former German markets, but they must leave Germany enough industry and work to prevent her from starving and becoming a burden on the world. As Gromyko later recalled, Stalin was piqued by the apparent Anglo-American indifference to his request. Stalin was privately wondering whether his allies were perhaps thinking that the Soviet economy should not be allowed to recover too quickly. The Big Three agreed to create a commission meeting in Moscow that would make final decisions on reparations. Stalin said, "We three have the first claim on reparations since we have borne the burden of the war." Churchill replied that exertion in the war should not be considered. He added that if he consented to the Soviet figure, he would be driven from office. Stalin replied, "Victors are not driven out." Churchill teased Stalin by quoting Lenin. He said, "To each according to his needs." But Stalin was not amused. Rising from the table, he said suspiciously, "It is possible that the USA and Britain have already agreed on this with each other." On Friday afternoon, February 9, the Big Three discussed what to do with Nazi war criminals. As he sat with his allies, Churchill recalled that he had drafted the Moscow Declaration of 1943. He called the document an egg that I myself laid. That document had dealt with the chief Nazi criminals whose crimes crossed national boundaries. He said, "Why not draw up a list of those outlaws to be shot once their identity is established?" Stalin tossed out a firecracker. He said, "What about Hess?" By this he meant Rudolf Hess, Hitler's old deputy, who in 1941 had parachuted into Scotland. Hess had gone to Scotland ostensibly to contact Aryan blood brothers who might help him make peace with the British. But some Soviets suspected that Hess, now jailed in the Tower of London, knew enough embarrassing secrets about treasonable doings in the British establishment to make Churchill very eager to keep him locked up. Churchill said cryptically, "Events will catch up with Hess." He said that Hess and other lesser criminals should be granted a judicial trial. He agreed with his allies to refer the matter of war crimes to their foreign ministers. On Saturday afternoon, February 10, Roosevelt gave Stalin a photograph book called Target Germany. The book showed the damage incurred by U.S. bombers, an unsubtle reminder of the American contribution to the war. Roosevelt told Stalin he had grown convinced that it would be impractical for France to have a zone but no seat on the Control Commission. If that happened, he said, it would also make the touchy French leader Charles de Gaulle much harder to deal with. Stalin had bigger fish to fry. Laughingly, he raised his hands and said, "I surrender." But Stalin was still irritated that Roosevelt and Churchill had brushed off his demand for $10 billion in reparations. He said that if the British felt that the Soviets should receive no reparations at all, they should say so frankly. Churchill refused to commit himself. He said that if the Germans could not pay their bills, other countries would wind up paying for German reparations. Stalin said, "We will bring our figures before the Commission, and you bring yours." At the end of the Yalta Conference, the Allies resolved that Germany would pay its victims in kind. First to those nations which have borne the main burden of the war, have suffered the heaviest losses, and have organized victory over the enemy. For 2 years after surrender, those countries could help themselves to Germany's national wealth, destroying its war potential. Then, for an undecided period, they could claim annual deliveries of German goods and use of German labor. The Moscow Reparations Commission would work out the details. Jovially, the president called out, "Judge Roosevelt approves." At a dinner hosted by Stalin, the Marshal toasted Churchill for defying Hitler alone, he said, while the rest of Europe was falling on its face. Stalin said he knew few such cases when the courage of one man was so important to the future history of the world. Churchill replied, "In peace no less than in war, Marshal Stalin will continue to lead his people from success to success." Turning to Roosevelt, Churchill toasted, "the chief forger of the instruments that led to the mobilization of the world against Hitler." With his usual grandiloquence, Churchill declared that they were standing on the crest of a hill, with the glories of future possibilities stretching before us. He said it would be a tragedy for which history would never forgive us if we let this prize slip from our grasp through inertia or carelessness. On Sunday afternoon, February 11, on his departure from Yalta, Roosevelt told Stalin with a broad grin, "We will meet again soon, in Berlin." But after Churchill said goodbye to Stalin, he morbidly told Eden, "The only bond of the victors is their common hate."
Arguing about the future of the world.
On Wednesday morning, February 28, 1945, after 5 weeks away, Roosevelt was back at the White House. At Wednesday noon, exhausted from the 14,000-mile trip, Roosevelt addressed the House and Senate while seated. For the first time, he mentioned his infirmity in public. He said that it made it a lot easier for me not to carry about 10 pounds of steel around on the bottom of my legs. The president told Congress that Germany must never again be allowed to wage aggressive war. He said this would not harm the German people. On the contrary, it would remove a cancer from the German body, which for generations has produced only misery and pain for the entire world. Echoing Stimson, Roosevelt said, "I know there is not room enough on earth for both German militarism and Christian decency." Vice President Harry Truman sat on the podium behind Roosevelt. He privately observed in 1954 that with all the ad-libs and side statements, it was the most poorly delivered speech Roosevelt ever made. Roosevelt's frailty made Truman feel more than certain that the president wouldn't last through his term. After his speech to Congress, Roosevelt met with his cabinet. Stimson wrote in his diary, "The expression on his face has changed somewhat, and he looks older." Morgenthau noted that the president looked very tired and had lost a great deal of weight. Just as with Tehran, Roosevelt told his cabinet very little about what was said at Yalta. On Saturday, March 3, Roosevelt saw Stimson at the White House. Stimson wrote in his diary, "Very generous of him because it was cutting into his lunchtime." Stimson said he was troubled by the terrible and probably unnecessary killing of perhaps 50,000 people during the previous month's Allied bombing of Dresden. The German city had been bombed under a British plan to provoke chaos by disrupting the stampede of refugees from the latest Soviet offensive. In his diary, Stimson noted that Dresden, noted for its china and architecture, was the capital of Saxony, the least Prussianized part of Germany. Stimson thought that Saxony should be the center of a new, less Prussianized Germany that would be dedicated to freedom. Stimson reminded the president that Eisenhower had agreed to serve as military governor of Germany for a few months after surrender, but then he would step aside. He said with the Allies smashing into German territory, Eisenhower's successor had better be named at once. Roosevelt had sometimes fantasized that he himself might like to try being military governor. He reminded Stimson, who needed no reminder, that he had studied in Germany in the old days before she was corrupted. Stimson told Roosevelt that the right man for Germany was Major General Lucius Clay. He told Roosevelt that the military governor should be a soldier, at least during the early occupation. Clay was a military man, an engineer and an organizer. He had deep experience in Washington politics and logistics. That experience reflected the Pentagon's aversion to letting post-war Germany founder. In the fall of 1944, Clay had helped Eisenhower break a dangerous logjam at Cherbourg, allowing enough goods to flow through that vital port to hasten the Allied advance. After Stettinius returned to his office from Yalta by way of Mexico City, he received his new number 3 man, James Dunn. Stettinius had asked the president to promote the old State Department veteran in December. Roosevelt was worried about Dunn's reputation for trickery and conservatism, but he consented. When Eleanor Roosevelt heard about Dunn's new appointment, she was outraged. By letter, she reminded her husband that Dunn had backed the Spanish fascist Francisco Franco and hankered to use German industrialists to rehabilitate Germany. Stettinius had wanted to bring Dunn to Yalta, but Roosevelt had refused. He said Dunn will sabotage everything. Still piqued by the president's rebuff, Dunn handed Stettinius a draft directive for the treatment of Germany. Dunn falsely assured Stettinius that he had merely put the Yalta decisions down on paper with no change in policy involved. 4 days later, Stettinius innocently took the draft directive to Roosevelt for his signature. Misinformed, he told the president that Stimson had seen and endorsed it. With that recommendation, Roosevelt initialed the document. The hapless Stettinius did not know that Dunn had played him for a fool. Both JCS 1067 and the Yalta talks had stressed decentralizing German political power. They had also limited Allied responsibility for the German economy. In contrast to this, Dunn's paper stressed that economic controls would be dictated by the Allied Control Council, whose influence would be paramount through Germany. Dunn had felt emboldened by Roosevelt's obviously flagging health. As Dunn later recalled, he had recently watched the president deal with a cable. He recalled Roosevelt was seeing the cable but not reading it. He was picking out something to show he was alert, but he was in no shape to do anything. Now, having sneaked the document past Roosevelt and Stettinius, Dunn exulted that he had cinched the victory for the State Department planners on Germany that they had failed to win by other means. When McCloy read the draft directive, he was furious. On Thursday morning, March 15, he warned Stimson that the paper ordered very close control of German prices and wages, and that it also pinched the authority of the American zonal commander. Quickly recruiting allies against the State Department, McCloy called Morgenthau and asked him to raise hell with Stettinius. Disgusted by the draft directive, but averse to a fight with a new Secretary of State, Morgenthau said, "It's up to Stimson to take the lead on this thing." Nevertheless, that afternoon, Morgenthau joined Stimson and McCloy in the Secretary of State's office. McCloy noted that the atmosphere was very tense and that Morgenthau was very unhappy. Morgenthau asked whether any decision at Yalta justified the draft directive suggestion that the German Reich be preserved. He was very anxious to know, he said, whether it was definitely settled at Yalta that Germany should be treated as one nation. Stettinius reported that the Big Three had agreed to treat Germany as a single country for the period of immediate military occupation. He pleaded that the directive was only an interim document. He pledged to tell Morgenthau more about what was said at Yalta about dismemberment. The next day, Stimson stayed behind after a cabinet meeting to talk to Roosevelt. He asked the president why he had approved Stettinius's terrible draft directive. The president replied that he had not paid attention to it. He told Stimson, "I can't remember if I signed it. I have no idea what I signed." There is no way to know whether Roosevelt was giving Stimson an excuse or whether he was growing so frail that he was signing vital documents without thinking. At about this time, Harold Ickes anxiously confided to Anna Roosevelt Boediger that the president did not seem to understand at times what people are saying to him and seemed to forget quickly. On Saturday morning, March 17, Morgenthau told McCloy he had just had a very frank talk with Stettinius, and he said, "I shook him terrifically." Under Morgenthau's interrogation, the Secretary of State had explained how Dunn had put one over on him. Morgenthau pledged, come hell or high water, to kill the draft directive. On Monday, March 19, despite his pledge to inform Morgenthau about Yalta, Stettinius refused to show him the secret meeting records. He told Morgenthau, "You go and ask the president. The thing is locked up in the safe." Morgenthau's aide Josiah Dubois told him, "Stettinius isn't dealing with you above board." Eager after years of fighting Hull to have a Secretary of State so pliable, Morgenthau replied, "Well, he is my white-haired hope, so I have to hang on." Morgenthau planned to go over Stettinius's head to the president. He said, "Ed is scared to death on this because he is absolutely wrong." On Tuesday, March 20, Morgenthau lunched with Roosevelt at the White House. Repeating what he had told Stimson, the president said he could not recall having read or initialed the draft directive. Morgenthau handed Roosevelt a memo opposing the document. After reading the first and last page, Roosevelt said that if Morgenthau and Stimson could come to an agreement with Stettinius, he would revoke the draft directive. He agreed with Morgenthau that after this episode he should fire Dunn and several others at State. Then the two men were joined by Anna and John Boediger. Privately, Anna felt that the president had not been himself since Yalta. She told Jonathan Daniels, an old family friend who had just become Roosevelt's press secretary, that her father's increasing incapacity frightened her. As Daniels recalled, Anna was contemplating some kind of regency, with her and Boediger in dynastic positions, shielding the president from people who might annoy him and wear down his health. As Daniels said, "It scared the pants off of me." The public controversy over the Morgenthau plan had made Anna dislike Morgenthau more than ever. To ensure that he did not cause the president any more trouble, Anna and her husband rode shotgun on this luncheon with her father. Boediger irked Morgenthau by carping within the president's hearing that people down the line in the Army didn't understand JCS 1067. He said it wasn't workable. The Germans mustn't be forced to stew in their own juice. Roosevelt cried, "Let them have soup kitchens. Let their economy sink." Boediger said, "You don't want them to starve." The president snapped, "Why not?" Morgenthau was startled to hear Boediger undercutting his own Pentagon bosses by criticizing JCS 1067. As he later told his diary, Boediger had got the president so confused he didn't know what was going on, and I didn't know either. Morgenthau told Roosevelt that while post-war Europe undoubtedly needed German coal, U.S. authorities shouldn't supervise the mining. The president replied, "All right, I'll appoint a committee of 3 German businessmen to run the coal mines, and we'll supervise them in Washington. If they don't get the coal out, we'll shoot them." After Morgenthau finished his lunch, Boediger took him aside and sat him on a sofa. He told him, "I want to say something to you nobody else can hear." He attacked Morgenthau once again for the fracas after Quebec. He told Morgenthau, "I implore you and beg you to change your recommendations on Germany because you're going to start the whole thing over again. And look at the mess you're going to get the president in." Morgenthau said, "Listen, John, any time I am embarrassing the president, he knows what he can do." Boediger said, "Nobody is suggesting that." Morgenthau exclaimed, "Well, I am." Back in his Treasury office, Morgenthau called McCloy. He said, "This is sort of embarrassing, but everything is embarrassing." He said that the president agreed with them, but Bodiger had been there to keep me from making my case. Then Morgenthau telephones to Tinius's new deputy, Joseph Grew. With slight embroidery, Morgenthau reported that Roosevelt had changed his mind about the draft directive. Grew gasped. He said, "He wants to withdraw it?" Morgenthau said, "Yes, definitely, and he wants us to come to an agreement as to what we do from there on." At Thursday noon, March 22, Roosevelt assembled McCloy, Grew, Bodiger, and others to discuss the draft directive. To bolster himself, McCloy had tried to shoehorn Morgenthau into the meeting, but later learned that someone, probably one or both of the Bodigers, had told Roosevelt, "Don't have Morgenthau there, he only excites you." Before the meeting, Roosevelt saw McCloy alone. With a stiff-armed Hitler salute, the president cried, "Heil McCloy, Hochkommissar für Deutschland." He said, "I've made up my mind. McCloy, you're going to be the first High Commissioner for Germany." McCloy was staggered. He said, "Mr. President, we haven't won the war yet." He said it would be better not to appoint a civilian governor. Instead, he recommended General Lucius Clay. He knew that Clay was inclined to enact JCS 1067 leniently. At the larger meeting, Roosevelt complained that the State Department had sold him a bill of goods. He said the draft directive had been slipped over on him. He said if he didn't have a substitute by morning, he'd take them all out and shoot them. Roosevelt confessed to the group that he had made a mistake at Quebec. Astonishingly, he now tried to blame Churchill for the memorandum endorsing the Morgenthau Plan. He said anyone could tell by reading it that Churchill was behind it. He said he himself would never have thought of using a word like pastoral. Roosevelt said he wanted to change the character of German industry, but not to eliminate it. He said, "I'm not for throwing salt into the mines." He said he wanted Germany's factories maintained to the fullest extent necessary so that Americans wouldn't have the burden of taking care of them. Afterwards, by telephone, McCloy described the meeting to Morgenthau, including Roosevelt's insistence on preserving German industry. Morgenthau was at least relieved that the president did not want to build up the German economy. He told McCloy, "It may sound silly to say thank you, but it's so unusual for me to be treated squarely." On Friday morning, March 23, Morgenthau took the elevator to the White House family quarters. He asked Eleanor Roosevelt if he could see the president. He told her he wanted permission to publish a book on post-war Germany. But after peeking into her husband's bedroom, she said the president hadn't yet finished his breakfast. Later on, she told the president about Morgenthau's wish to write a book. Roosevelt said, "That's all right, let him go ahead and make the study." But knowing how often a Roosevelt yes really meant no, Morgenthau took the precaution of sending his boss a written request. He wrote, "With your approval, I want to work on this at once." That afternoon, Morgenthau and Grew saw Roosevelt after the regular Friday cabinet meeting. They gave him a new document to replace the draft directive. Written mainly by McCloy, it essentially reinstated JCS 1067. As McCloy had candidly explained to Morgenthau, the document reflected Roosevelt's current instinct to change, not destroy, German industry. Finally, the president scrawled on the final page, "OK, FDR, superseding memo of March 10, 1945. Roosevelt asked, "Who should the drinks be on?" Morgenthau cried, "On me." Then Morgenthau called McCloy. He said, "Well, the president signed it. It's in his own handwriting and his own pen and ink. He's very happy. And I'm happier than I've been since March 10th. That was quite a setback." McCloy said the setback was as bad as the Battle of the Bulge. That afternoon, Morgenthau called in his aides. He said that Roosevelt had signed a good, tough document. He said it was the first step towards a kind of peace which I think will last, and if we get Treasury policy accepted on reparations, then I think it was worth all the buffeting that I have taken since Quebec. Strangely, although it was the beginning of Roosevelt's term, Morgenthau spoke in a valedictory mood. He said, "Let's get serious for a minute. If I am ever short with you, well, you will just have to be a little charitable, because you can't be fighting a thing like this with all your soul and mind and body, and at the same time always be 100% pleasant. He said never in his life had he felt under such pressure to give way on principle. But the important thing was that the president had backed them up. He said, "The State Department crowd fought against us with no rules to get Roosevelt to change, and they couldn't." He said people like Jimmy Dunn were fascists at heart, just a vicious crowd, and sooner or later they have to be rooted out. But he said, on post-war Germany, this document sets the tone. He said, the Treasury might not get invited to all meetings, but by hook or crook, we get there uninvited. So I just want to say I am happy and I like my official family. On Saturday, March 24, Roosevelt's Secretary Grace Tully asked Morgenthau, "You think it has worked out satisfactorily all the way around?" He said, "Entirely. After all, what we are arguing about is the future of the world." Morgenthau asked Tully if she could get an answer from me to his letter about his book on Germany. Tully promised to look in the box and see if I can get an okay on it. Morgenthau's nerves were ragged from the battle over the draft directive. He escorted his wife onto a railroad sleeping car for a vacation in Daytona Beach. When they arrived, they checked in at the Sheridan Plaza Hotel. A local woman, Gertrude Lerner, had written Morgenthau that he was probably not aware that the hotel was normally restricted to Jews. She had asked him, as an outstanding citizen of the United States, to take a stand. Morgenthau did not cancel his reservation, but he did attend his first Passover Seder. It was held at the Daytona City Hall for men and women in uniform. Morgenthau wrote his sons, "As you know, it is the celebration of the freedom of the Jews from bondage in Egypt." He reported that the young rabbi had asked him to speak, but he said, "I felt I didn't know enough about the service to get up and make a semi-religious speech, so I begged off." Roosevelt was planning his own railroad trip to his self-designed little cottage, which the press called the Little White House, at Warm Springs, Georgia. Before the president left Washington, on Thursday, March 29, he called in General Lucius Clay. Clay was there for a final audition to be Eisenhower's successor as governor of the American zone in Germany. In that meeting, Clay passed the test. Afterwards, his boss, James Burns, of the Office of War Mobilization, told him, "You didn't say very much." Clay replied, "The president didn't ask me any questions. But I'm glad he didn't, because I was so shocked watching him that I don't think I could have made a sensible reply." Clay said, "We've been talking to a dying man."
No earthly powers can keep him here.
On Good Friday, March 30, 1945, after lunch, Roosevelt's train arrived in Warm Springs. The president told his friend Margaret Suckley that he wanted to sleep and sleep and sleep. His aide William Hassett wrote in his diary, "The president is steadily losing weight. Told me he has lost 25 pounds. No strength. No appetite. Tires so easily." Hassett noted that there was less and less talk about all manner of things, fewer Hyde Park stories, politics, books, pictures. Hassett told the president's heart doctor, Dr. Bruin, "He is slipping away from us, and no earthly powers can keep him here." On Monday, April 2, a thunderstorm kept Roosevelt awake for much of the night. That day, General George Marshall sent him an Army intelligence estimate on Adolf Hitler and the impending defeat of Germany. Marshall wrote, "Any cowardice, faltering, or negotiating with the Allies in this last hour would destroy the great tragic myth that Hitler is seeking to create." Marshall wrote, "Hitler is likely to end his life bravely and dramatically and thus remain a psychological force for his enemies to reckon with for decades." Marshall's men did not know that in his underground bunker in Berlin, Hitler had secretly decreed his own version of the Morgenthau Plan. He ordered that as Allied troops conquered Germany, German mines should be flooded, German power and telephone plants destroyed. No large installations usable for rebuilding Germany should be left. Hitler felt that if he did not rule the Germans, no one should. In Warm Springs, Roosevelt got a cable from Churchill demanding that the Anglo-American armies compete with the Soviets to seize Berlin. Soviet brutality in Poland was making Churchill even more pessimistic about post-war Soviet behavior. For weeks, Churchill had argued that taking Berlin would be a vital boost to American and British prestige in post-war Europe. He felt that the Anglo-Americans should move as far east as they could. That way they would have more influence against whatever dark plans that Stalin had for post-war Europe. Churchill noted that by late March 1945, the Red Army was just 35 miles from Berlin. Anglo-American forces were over 200 miles away. General Omar Bradley warned that seizing Berlin before the Russians would take 100,000 casualties. He thought it was a pretty stiff price for prestige. General Eisenhower felt that after the years fighting Germany, the Soviets deserved the honor of taking Berlin. Backed by General Marshall, he ordered the Allied Expeditionary Force to march through central Germany and then link up with the Russians at the Elbe River. Still, Churchill warned Roosevelt. He warned that if the Russians took Berlin, they would seem the overwhelming contributor to our common victory. He said that would raise grave and formidable difficulties in the future. But Roosevelt turned Churchill down. He said that under Eisenhower's present plans, the Anglo-Americans would ensure that German forces would be completely broken up. Then they would destroy in detail the separated parts of the Nazi army. Churchill agreed. He wrote the president, "I regard the matter as closed, and to prove my sincerity, I will use one of my very few Latin quotations." Roosevelt's aides translated Churchill's Latin as, "Lovers' quarrels always go with true love." At the Little White House, Roosevelt talked to his intimates about quitting the presidency to return to Hyde Park, just as he had told Morgenthau the previous summer. Margaret Suckley wrote in her diary that Franklin thinks he can retire by next year, 1946, after he gets the United Nations well started. She wrote, "I don't believe he thinks he will be able to carry on. If he cannot physically carry on, he will have to resign. There is no possible sense in his killing himself by slow degrees while not filling his job." She wrote, "Far better to hand it over and avoid the period of his possible illness when he wouldn't be able to function." By now, U.S. forces had surrounded 150,000 Germans in the Ruhr. At the Pentagon, Stimson asked his men, "Should we clean up the pocket now, or should we bypass it and let it starve into submission, using the rest of our troops to conquer the rest of Germany?" Stimson explained that to clean up the Ruhr pocket, they would have to smash practically everything in it and wipe out the most important industrial areas in Europe. If there ever was an opportunity to enact the Morgenthau Plan, this was it. But Marshall cabled Eisenhower to make his decision without regard to the debates in high government circles, he said, about a post-war pastoral Germany. Eisenhower told Stimson that cleaning up the Ruhr pocket would not leave him enough troops for the rest of his mission in Germany. He planned to inflict no useless or unnecessary damage on the Ruhr. With this decision, the German industrial engine that Morgenthau so dreaded was left largely intact. During his vacation in Daytona Beach, Morgenthau got a call from Lucius Clay. Clay had now been approved as the future American military governor in Germany. Clay was shrewdly political. He had to hire an economic aide and was calling Morgenthau for advice. Not surprisingly, Morgenthau suggested his own aide Bernard Bernstein. But Pentagon friends had warned Clay against Bernstein. Suitably warned, Clay told Morgenthau, "I know about Colonel Bernstein, but we need somebody with more authority." Just in case McCloy had not done enough to give the Pentagon the upper hand in running the American zone in Germany, he made sure that Clay's financial advisor would not be some Morgenthau man, but Clay's own brother-in-law. His brother-in-law was Lewis Douglas, a Phelps Dodge copper heir. Douglas had served as Roosevelt's first budget director before quitting in 1934, complaining the president was too liberal. Privately, Douglas wrote that most of the bad things the New Deal had done could be traced to its Hebraic influence. He carped that as a race, Jews seemed to lack the quality of facing an issue squarely. In a 1933 letter to his father, Douglas attacked Morgenthau's Hebraic arrogance and conceit. During their Florida vacation, Morgenthau's wife Eleanor suffered a heart attack. Eleanor Roosevelt wrote her husband in Warm Springs. She wrote, "I think Eleanor can't stand the war strain, and trying not to show it has had an effect on her circulation." She wrote Mrs. Morgenthau, "You must just rest and get well, and then perhaps we can all have a quiet summer in the country. I'll promise to hoard my gas and come and stay." With victory over Germany in the offing, Morgenthau did not want to be away from Washington for too long. After a week, Eleanor's doctors told Morgenthau that his wife was sufficiently out of danger that he could go back to Washington. He arranged to stop on the way at Warm Springs for a visit with the president. By now, Morgenthau had gotten a cool reply from Roosevelt to his request to publish a book on post-war Germany. Now Morgenthau wanted to change the president's mind. What he could not know was this: he was about to share the last dinner of Franklin Roosevelt's life. On Wednesday, April 11, Morgenthau flew by military plane to Fort Benning, Georgia. Then he motored to Warm Springs, arriving at 7:30 p.m. At the Secret Service Sentry Gate, he was waved into the little White House. There, in the open space that was both parlor and dining room, Roosevelt sat before the fieldstone fireplace in his armless wheelchair. His legs were up on a wood and rattan footstool. Over his lap was a folding table. On that table he performed the nightly ritual he called the Children's Hour. He reached for a cocktail shaker and chunks of ice. Later, Morgenthau told his diary, "I was terribly shocked when I saw the president. He had aged terrifically and looked very haggard." Morgenthau noticed that Roosevelt's hands shook so violently that he nearly knocked over the glasses. Morgenthau helped the president by holding each glass as he poured. He noticed a large bowl of black Russian caviar presented by Stalin at Yalta. He said, "If I remember correctly, Mr. President, you like it plain." Avoiding the eggs and onion, Morgenthau spread a dollop of caviar on white toast and handed it to the president. He noticed that Roosevelt seemed to feel a little bit better after 2 drinks, but that his memory was bad and he was constantly confusing names. Morgenthau had never seen his friend have such trouble moving from his wheelchair to his armchair for dinner. He later wrote, "I was in agony watching him." Morgenthau recorded that Roosevelt was very solicitous about his sick wife in Daytona Beach. Over a dinner of dry meatballs and noodles, they were joined by Margaret Suckley, Roosevelt's blue-haired cousin Laura Delano, called Polly, and the Russian émigré portrait painter Elizabeth Shumatov. They were also joined by Roosevelt's old paramour. This was the now widowed Lucy Mercer Rutherford, whom decades before Roosevelt had reluctantly given up to stay with Eleanor. Unbeknownst to the First Lady, with Anna as his accessory, Roosevelt had quietly begun seeing Lucy once again during World War II. During dinner, Roosevelt mentioned the opening session of the United Nations, scheduled for a fortnight hence in San Francisco. He said, "I will appear on the stage in my wheelchair, and I'll make the speech." With a circus frown, the president clapped his hands and said, "They will applaud me, and I will be back in Hyde Park on May 1st. Then the ladies left the room. Morgenthau turned serious. He said, "Mr. President, I'm doing a lot of things in regard to Germany. We are having lots of troubles, and I don't want to be doing those things if it isn't agreeable to you." He reminded Roosevelt of what happened with the draft directive on Germany. Roosevelt said, "Oh, wasn't that terrible? I had to rewrite the whole thing." Morgenthau said that the War Department seems to want to work with me, but that General Clay had told him that Robert Murphy was one of his headaches. Roosevelt said, "What's the matter with Murphy?" Morgenthau recalled that Cordell Hull had forced him down your throat and put him on Eisenhower's staff in London. He said, as long as Murphy is around, we're just never going to have a good working group on Germany. Morgenthau claimed that Murphy was eager to build up a central Germany. He later confessed to his diary, "I was sort of drawing on my imagination." Then, abruptly, Roosevelt said, "What have you got on your mind?" Morgenthau said, "To break the State Department crowd headed by Jimmy Dunn." Then Morgenthau pulled out a photostatic copy of Roosevelt's letter asking him to postpone his book on Germany. Roosevelt said, "Where did you get that from? I have never seen it before. Hassett or somebody told me you wanted to get a book out right away, and I thought it was a mistake." Morgenthau said, "No, what I want to do is get out a textbook after VE Day. For example, I would like to write a chapter on how 60 million Germans can feed themselves." He said that his publisher, Harper & Brothers, was ready to gamble $5,000 on the project. He promised to show it to Roosevelt before publication, and he hoped the president would write a preface. Roosevelt said, "You go ahead and do it. I think it's a grand idea. I have a lot of ideas of my own." He hoped that Morgenthau would put something in there about his talks with the old German finance minister. This was Hjalmar Schacht, who in the 1930s had wept on Roosevelt's desk about his poor country. Like so many of Roosevelt's stories, Morgenthau had heard this one many times. He shifted the president back to the subject. He asked him point blank, "Do you want me to interest myself in the future treatment of Germany?" Roosevelt gave no direct answer. Morgenthau forged ahead. He said, "Look, Mr. President, I am going to fight hard, and this is what I am fighting for. A weak economy for Germany means that she will be weak politically. I want to help win the peace." In a reply that almost certainly meant less than met the ear, Roosevelt replied, "Henry, I am with you 100%. Then, perhaps prompted by Roosevelt beforehand, Polly Delano popped in. She said, "Are you gentlemen through talking?" Before leaving for a midnight flight to Washington, Morgenthau left the room and called Daytona Beach to ask about his wife. He later wrote in his diary, "I came back and said goodbye to the president and his company. When I left them, they were sitting around laughing and chatting, and I must say the president seemed to be happy and enjoying himself." A few hours later, while Roosevelt slept in Warm Springs, it was Thursday morning, April 12, 1945, in Germany. There, Generals Eisenhower, Bradley, and George Patton were shown a concentration camp, Ohrdruf Nord, near Gotha, discovered the previous week by the Allies. Before this day, as Eisenhower later recalled, he had known about the Nazi death camps only generally or through secondary sources. Now he demanded to be shown every corner of Ohrdruf Nord. Eisenhower later wrote that he had never before experienced an equal sense of shock. He wrote his wife Mamie, "I never dreamed that such cruelty, bestiality, and savagery could really exist in this world." Later, Ike told General Marshall that he wanted to be able to provide first-hand evidence of the death camps in case anyone ever claimed they had never existed. As Eisenhower left Ohrdruf Nord, he asked a U.S. Army sentry, "Still having trouble hating them?" On Thursday morning in Washington, Morgenthau returned home at dawn and caught a few hours of sleep. When he opened his morning Washington Post, he was staggered to read an acerbic column by Marcus Childs revealing that Morgenthau was once again pushing himself into planning for post-war Germany. Using information clearly leaked by the State Department, Childs reported that Morgenthau, who had tried to, quote, convert Germany into a vast kitchen garden, had now pressured Roosevelt to withdraw a crucial State Department directive. That day, Stettinius called Morgenthau and said he was shocked and embarrassed. He said, "Henry, I've had the whole crowd here this afternoon, and I've read the Riot Act. I just don't believe it came from this place." But Morgenthau felt stung that the Secretary of State did so little to mollify him. Morgenthau's aides advised him to leak his own version to the press. Morgenthau agreed. He told his aides, "Make it a lovely story," that Stettinius was so tired that he didn't even read the document that he gave the President of the United States, and he didn't even know what was in it. "It was up to me. When I showed it to him, the president was shocked and ordered the thing rewritten. Morgenthau told his aides, "You plan a little campaign, and we will just teach the State Department people a few little things." Morgenthau told his aides that the child's column showed why he must publish a book on Germany. He said, "I have clearance now from the president. I am going full steam ahead." That morning in Warm Springs, Roosevelt woke up with a headache and a stiff neck. By noon, dressed in a double-breasted gray suit and crimson tie, he began studying papers. Margaret Suckley and Lucy Rutherford sat on a nearby sofa. Dipping into her watercolors, Madame Shumatov said, "Mr. President, you look so much better than yesterday." She found that his gray look had disappeared and that he had exceptionally good color. Roosevelt told her that the war against Germany might end at any time. While she painted, he pulled his draft card from his wallet and threw it into the wastebasket. Suddenly the president's head pitched forward. Margaret Suckley asked, "Have you dropped your cigarette?" He said, "I have a terrific pain in the back of my head." Someone cried, "Call the doctor, quick!" As Roosevelt was carried to bed, he murmured, "Be careful." From the White House at 5:43 p.m., Eleanor Roosevelt called Morgenthau at the Treasury. She told him that the president was dead. She asked him to come over quickly to the White House so they could call Eleanor Morgenthau in Daytona Beach. She wanted to tell her the news before she heard it on the radio and risked another heart attack. Morgenthau later wrote his sons, "It was one of the most considerate and kind acts I've ever known anyone to do." After he and Mrs. Roosevelt called Eleanor in her sickbed, Morgenthau issued a statement to the press. He said, "I have lost my best friend." Later he wrote his sons, "The president's death has depressed me terrifically. I feel in a sort of daze."
What will we make of it?
So Franklin Roosevelt was dead, and the presidency had fallen to a man who had no deep experience in foreign or military affairs or diplomacy. Roosevelt had never had an extended talk with Vice President Truman on Germany or on any other aspect of the post-war world. And for all but 25 of Truman's 82 days as vice president, the president had been away on his trips to Yalta, Hyde Park, and Warm Springs. As always, Roosevelt had expected to remain in the driver's seat. If he had any idea of leaving the presidency before 1949, he certainly did not expect it to happen by sudden death while sitting in Warm Springs with his paramour and 100 crucial decisions to make before World War II was won. For 4.5 years, while fighting a world war, Roosevelt had kept the strings of leadership under his tight control. If he alienated a Stimson, Hull, or Morgenthau, he had always been certain that he could bring them back into the fold. If he cavalierly signed a Quebec memorandum or a draft directive on Germany that gave him trouble, he could deny recalling he had ever signed it. And if there were complaints in Dewey's speeches or Stimson's diary about his chaotic administrative methods and his mercurial indecision, no matter. From Roosevelt's point of view, he knew, while concealing his motives and actions, exactly what he wanted to do. Roosevelt had once boasted to Morgenthau, "I'm a juggler, and I never let my right hand know what my left hand does." But now the juggler had fallen dead. With his sudden absence, just before the climax of World War II, the whirling bowling pins, canes, and china plates were in immediate danger of crashing down. As the historian Robert Farrell has written, Roosevelt had created a Rube Goldberg machine, and when he died, he had left his successor no operator's manual. Thus, on Friday morning, April 13, 1945, when President Harry Truman sat down behind Roosevelt's maple Oval Office desk, he was befuddled. About Germany and World War II, Truman had no idea what Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin had said or agreed to. Surrounded by Roosevelt's naval prints and ship models, Truman asked an aide to put away the gewgaws and ornaments that littered the massive desk. Then he called in Edward Stettinius, who was now his Secretary of State. Truman once wrote a cousin that after he came to Washington, FDR and nearly everybody else had thought of him as the representative of the devil in the person of Tom Pendergast, the Kansas City political boss who had advanced Truman's career. Now, even the polished Stettinius, who so prided himself on getting along with everyone, privately thought of Truman as a small-time courthouse politician. Truman reminded Stettinius of the rapscallions who surrounded the scandalous Warren Harding. Now, while briefing Truman on the war, Stettinius told him about the decree that Roosevelt had approved in late March. He reported that the Big Three had yet to agree on Germany's treatment under occupation. He warned Truman, since Yalta, the Soviets have taken a firm and uncompromising position on nearly every major question. After Stettinius left the Oval Office, Truman saw Stimson and the Chiefs of Staff. Privately, Truman considered Stimson the best member of Roosevelt's cabinet. During the war, in the Senate, Truman had begun to examine the mysterious new defense installation at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Unbeknownst to Truman, that was where an atomic bomb was being created. Stimson went to Senator Truman and said this was one of the most important things in the history of the world. He persuaded Truman to call off your dogs. Now Stimson warned Truman of alarming last-ditch German resistance. He said there was a danger that Hitler and his forces might retreat to a mountain redoubt. That might delay victory in Europe for 6 months. Truman was unfazed. He praised the War Department's performance and told Stimson to keep it up. After the meeting, Stimson and General Marshall rode back to the Pentagon. Marshall said, "We won't really know what Truman is like until the pressure begins to be felt." But later on, Stimson wrote in his diary that he felt wonderful relief. After 5 years serving Roosevelt, Stimson appreciated Truman's promptness and snappiness. In his diary he wrote, "No long, drawn-out soliloquies." Morgenthau wrote his sons that Roosevelt's death had hit him awfully hard. He was exhausted from sleepless nights worrying about his wife. He was deprived of her shrewd advice on Washington personalities. On Sunday morning, April 14, he strode into Truman's Oval Office. He had the condescending air of someone there to assess a man who is his new boss only in title. During the years when Truman was an obscure, backbench provincial senator, known largely for his origins in the Pendergast machine, Morgenthau had been the president's chief crony in the cabinet and one of the lions of the New Deal. Morgenthau presumed that the new president respected and needed him as much or more than Roosevelt had. But in this he was badly mistaken. As it turned out, Truman had resented him since an incident years before. Morgenthau may never have even known about it, but the new president remembered the incident with lingering bitterness. The incident came after Truman's first election to the Senate in 1934. The senior Missouri senator, Bennett Clark, took him for a courtesy call on the Secretary of the Treasury. The two men were told by a Morgenthau aide that the secretary was not in. Hypersensitive about his ties to Pendergast, Truman was certain that Morgenthau had snubbed him. Despite his surface civility, Truman saw Morgenthau as a Roosevelt errand boy who had exploited his presidential friendship to wander into areas beyond his domain, intellect, and experience, such as the treatment of post-war Germany. From reading the newspapers and chatting over bourbon and branch water with old congressional friends, Truman had been appalled by the public tempest over the Morgenthau plan. He blamed Morgenthau for overstepping his bounds and Roosevelt for his favoritism and sloppy administrative methods. Truman's approach to administration was as crisp as his double-breasted suits. Truman also disliked the messy public struggles of all against all that Truman believed had afflicted too much of Roosevelt's war leadership. Years later, Truman recalled, Roosevelt wasn't an administrator. He simply liked to play one outfit against the other. Now that he was president, Truman was determined to make sure that the chief cabinet posts were held by people he trusted enough to give considerable autonomy. Truman's sense of political self was not threatened but enhanced by the prospect of having strong people in his cabinet. He wrote, "I am willing and want to pass the credit around. The objective is the thing, not personal aggrandizement." But Morgenthau knew none of Truman's private feelings and was taken in by his self-deprecating manner. As a result, Morgenthau treated his new boss as if the purpose of their first conversation was for Truman to convince Morgenthau that he was up to Morgenthau's exacting standards. As Morgenthau later wrote in his diary, on that Saturday morning in the Oval Office, he found it difficult to address Truman as Mr. President. Morgenthau quickly tried to claim his turf. He told Truman he had been doing a lot of things which Mr. Roosevelt has encouraged me to do that aren't exactly Treasury business. He said, "I'd like to talk to you sometime about Germany and explain the Morgenthau plan." Politely, Truman replied, "I would like to know about it." Then, remembering Morgenthau's public wrestling matches over Germany, he added sourly, "I don't want any fussing between you and Stettinius." Defensively, Morgenthau replied, "I get along with all members of the cabinet." He said, "There are no problems with Stettinius and me, only with the people under him." Morgenthau warned Truman, "The big financiers will want to get rid of me. Unless the President of the United States stands right behind me, I won't last 2 minutes." Truman said, "I want you to stay with me." Morgenthau said, "I'll stay just as long as I think I can serve you." Truman said, "When the time comes that you can't, you will hear from me first, direct." After the conversation, Morgenthau wrote his sons that the new president had been very good. He wrote, "Truman is very snappy, wants quick answers, and I think he is going to give some of the cabinet members heart failure because they have been accustomed to taking things pretty easy." At Hyde Park on Sunday morning, April 15, a bugler played taps as Franklin Roosevelt's coffin was lowered into the garden beside his family house. Morgenthau wrote his sons, "It was a brilliant, clear spring day, and the flowers around the grave stood out like so many jewels. They had the West Point cadets and they had the Marines, and when they finally blew taps, it got me." Morgenthau reported that his daughter Joan cried like a baby. The next afternoon, Monday, April 16, Truman addressed a joint session of Congress. He reaffirmed Roosevelt's war policies. He said, "Our demand has been, and it remains, unconditional surrender." Privately, Truman was skeptical even of this keystone of Roosevelt's war leadership. Much later, he told aides, "It probably would have been better had there been no policy of unconditional surrender." Truman argued that without Roosevelt's unflinching demand, the Germans might have surrendered when they felt certain to be defeated, perhaps after Stalingrad or the D-Day landings. To Truman, this would have saved lives and allowed a much easier recovery for all of Europe and especially Germany. On Wednesday, April 18, the hundreds of thousands of German troops in the Ruhr Pocket threw up their hands. It was the largest such surrender of the European War. Crossing the Elbe River, the 9th U.S. Army had pushed within 50 miles of Berlin. With U.S. forces so close, General Patton reopened the question of racing the Soviets to the capital. "We had better take Berlin," he told Eisenhower, "and quick." Eisenhower refused. He noted that the 50,000 Ninth Army soldiers beyond the Elbe were outside the range of fighter plane support. He said, "We'd get all coiled up for something that in all probability would never come off." More worried about Stalin's motives every hour, Churchill agreed with Patton. On Truman's behalf, Eisenhower calmed Churchill down, but the Prime Minister had larger stakes in mind. By this moment, almost 70 American divisions had rushed into Germany faster than the Red Army. One reason was that many of the Russian soldiers had to move on foot and by primitive horse-drawn vehicles. As a result, American forces had thrust 150 miles into the Soviet occupation zone. Many Germans, afraid of the Soviets, were straining to surrender to the Americans. Churchill thought this vital leverage that the Anglo-Americans should not give up without getting some concessions from Stalin. On the day of the surrender in the Ruhr Pocket, Churchill cabled Truman that when Roosevelt and he had drawn up occupation zones for Germany rather hastily at Quebec, they had not foreseen that Eisenhower's armies would make such a mighty inroad into Germany. Churchill wrote he was quite prepared to keep the deal with Stalin about zones, but he said Anglo-American troops should not be hustled back by some crude assertion of a local Russian general. Truman did not buy Churchill's proposal. As he recalled years later, he felt that if he and Churchill started breaking their promises, they wouldn't get anywhere with Stalin. He wrote Churchill instead that the only practical thing to do was to try our best to make the Russians carry out their agreements. Truman and Churchill wrote Stalin that their troops would indeed retreat to their assigned zones in Germany as soon as the military situation permits. That week, the entire world was discovering the hell of the concentration camps. British tanks crashed through the gates of Belsen, the first large death mill to be liberated. Skeletal women and men staggered to their feet as British soldiers cried through bullhorns, "You are free! You are free! You are free!" From another liberated camp, Edward R. Murrow told Americans over CBS radio, "I pray you believe what I have said about Buchenwald." Harold Ickes told his diary that the American public would now really assert itself against the Germans. He wrote, "The pictures and the descriptions that have appeared in the newspapers are simply horrifying. Since the Germans have been guilty of these atrocities, I am in favor of their disclosure because otherwise we can't possibly have the state of mind that we ought to have in agreeing upon terms for Germany." Even now, however, Henry Stimson could not comprehend the historic enormity of the death camps. In his diary, he kept on referring to the so-called atrocities. Rabbi Stephen Wise hoped that the shock and outrage that Americans were feeling could be harnessed on behalf of the old dream of a Jewish state in Palestine. On Friday morning, April 20, in the Oval Office, Wise told President Truman, "I'm not sure if you're aware of the reasons underlying the wish of the Jewish people for a homeland." Truman promised Wise he would try to help. On his desk was a stiff memo from the State Department warning that the Palestine issue was highly complex. Years later, Truman recalled the memo from the Striped Pants Boys, telling me to watch my step, saying that I really didn't understand what was going on over there and that I should leave it to the experts. By Truman's account, his attitude was, as long as I was president, I'd see to it that I made policy. Still, after a later visit from Wise, Truman scrawled in his diary that the rabbi's purpose was to put me on the spot with the Jews. Night after night, Truman stayed up late in Roosevelt's old map room in the White House basement. He wore his eyes out poring over the secret diplomatic documents that Roosevelt had never allowed him to see. Years later, Truman told his aides, "I had to be in an intelligent position to make these decisions. I had never seen the map room before I became president. I didn't know it existed." Truman was startled by the growing hostility of Stalin's messages to Roosevelt in Warm Springs. As he recalled, Stalin accused us of everything under the sun, that we were trying to make a separate peace with Germany. On Sunday evening, April 22, Stalin's foreign minister Molotov came to the White House. As Truman recalled, Molotov had a Cro-Magnon head like an apple. As he recalled, when Molotov began to tell me what the Russians had to have, Truman replied that there were two sides to the question. Molotov said, "I have never been talked to like that in my life." Truman said, "Carry out your agreements and you won't get talked to like that." In Moscow, U.S. Ambassador Averell Harriman regretted that Truman went at it so hard. He felt that Truman's behavior gave Molotov an excuse to tell Stalin that Roosevelt's policies were being abandoned. With Hitler in his bunker and Allied bombs raining down on Berlin, Heinrich Himmler was furtively offering Truman and Churchill a separate peace. Himmler was one of Hitler's top men, but now he had secretly turned against the Führer. As Truman later recalled, the German idea was to split the three great powers. On Wednesday, April 25, Truman went to the Pentagon to discuss Himmler's offer with Churchill. They communicated over a secure transatlantic line. As Truman later recalled, Churchill was very anxious for a surrender, and he was very much afraid that the Russians would make a separate peace with Hitler. But Truman insisted that Himmler be forced to surrender to all three governments. Churchill consented. Stalin cabled Truman and Churchill that their reply to Himmler's peace feeler had been absolutely sound. He said, "As for us Russians, we pledge to continue our attacks on the Germans." Stimson wrote in his diary that victory in Europe would soon be here. He wrote, "It is hard to think of it. All the toil, energy, and strain, all the blood and tears." He wrote, "The world has been brought to the very brink of ruin, and now, complete victory. What will we make of it?"
I was never in favor of that crazy plan.
Before dawn on Sunday, April 29, 1945, Soviet tanks rumbled near Hitler's bunker in Berlin. Soviet shells made the ceiling tremble. Inside the catacomb, the Führer perfunctorily married his mistress, Eva Braun. Then he called in a secretary and dictated his last political testament. Hitler said, "I will not fall into the hands of an enemy that requires a new spectacle, exhibited by the Jews, to divert its hysterical masses. My wife and I choose to die in order to escape the shame of overthrow or capitulation." The next day, the Führer of the 1,000-Year Reich shot himself in the head. His new wife swallowed poison. By Hitler's orders, the two bodies were taken upstairs into the garden, doused with gasoline, and set afire, with Hitler's shin bone suddenly visible through the flames. At the White House, Truman was surprised to learn that Hitler had killed himself. Truman had expected many high German officers to take this way out, he said, but Hitler, in his fanaticism, to resist to the very end. Accustomed to mistrust what they heard from Nazi Germany, 68% of Americans questioned whether Hitler was really dead. A Michigan animal trainer named Spikehorn Meyer wired Truman, "I am offering $50,000 cash, American money, for the capture of Adolf Hitler delivered to me. I want to make Hitler a sideline attraction with my bear show, and I will tour Russia, England, and other Allied countries." On Sunday, May 6, Eisenhower cabled Truman that General Alfred Jodl and Admiral Hans von Friedeberg of the German High Command had arrived at his headquarters in France. Jodl and Friedeberg were trying to strike a separate peace with the Anglo-Americans. Eisenhower told Truman that the Germans had been warned that unless they agreed to my terms of surrender, he would break off all negotiations and seal the Western Front. On Monday, May 7, 1945, the surrender instrument was signed by Jodl. He was followed by General Walter Bedell Smith for the Anglo-Americans and General Ivan Suslaparov for the Soviet High Command. Jodl declared, "With this signature, the German people and armed forces are, for better or worse, delivered into the victors' hands." He said he hoped that the victors will treat them with generosity. Then Jodl was taken into Eisenhower's office. Eisenhower warned Jodl that he would be held responsible if surrender terms were violated. Then he had Jodl dismissed. Eisenhower now declared that the formula of unconditional surrender, declared by Roosevelt and Churchill in January 1943, has now been fulfilled. The next morning, Tuesday, May 8, was Truman's 61st birthday. He told the nation by radio that our rejoicing over victory in Europe was sobered by the terrible price we have paid to rid the world of Hitler and his evil band. Much later, Truman recalled, "It's a pity that Roosevelt could not have survived the German surrender in his former physical and mental condition." Truman said, "The entire settlement would have been made much easier. Roosevelt had world opinion with him. No one else had that glamour in all the countries that he had. Truman said, "I didn't know whether I could pick up the threads where he left them." Unlike Roosevelt, Truman had no boyhood memories of Germany. But also unlike Roosevelt, he had actually fought the Germans in battle. Truman was past draft age when Congress declared war in 1917, but he was stirred by Woodrow Wilson's pledge to make the world safe for democracy. As a result, at the age of 33, Truman faked his vision test to join the Army. Before training at Camp Donovan, Oklahoma, Truman wrote his fiancée, Bess Wallace, "If we are ordered to go to Berlin, go we must or be buried on the way." He said, "I'd like to be present when Berlin falls. If the war ends happily and I can steal the Russian or German crown jewels, just think what a grand military wedding you can have." After the November armistice, Truman wrote Bess that he might have to join the occupation. When President Wilson came to Paris to make the peace, Truman saw him climb into his car in front of the Hotel Crillon. But like other U.S. servicemen, Truman was dreaming of home. He wrote Bess, "I don't give a whoop, to put it mildly, whether there's a League of Nations or whether Russia has a red government or a purple one. And if the president of the Czechoslovaks wants to pry the throne from under the King of Bohemia, let him pry, but send us home." In the mid-1930s, Truman deferred to his isolationist Missouri constituency. He voted for neutrality laws that kept the United States from aiding European democracies against fascism. But when Roosevelt called for preparedness, Truman responded. In the fall of 1940, he went to General Marshall and said he wanted to enlist. Marshall said, "You're too damned old. You'd better stay home and work in the Senate." After Hitler's invasion of Poland, Truman wrote his wife that he was mighty blue. He said he doubted that England and France can lick the Germans and Russians. If Germany can organize Russia and make England give up her fleet, look out. We'll have a Nazi or nasty world. Truman was less willing than Roosevelt to draw moral distinctions between the Nazis and the Stalinists. Even when Americans joined forces with the Soviets after Pearl Harbor, Truman wrote Bess that the Russians were as untrustworthy as Hitler and Al Capone. Like Churchill, Truman was more inclined than Roosevelt to view both the Germans and the Russians through the lens of balance of power politics. Throughout his life, Truman was prone in private to use crude anti-Semitic language that belied his growth as a national figure. To the private Truman, New York City was Kike Town, and greedy poker players screamed like a Jewish merchant. He said this although one such merchant, Eddie Jacobson, was his old haberdashery partner in Kansas City and a lifelong friend. Despite his social anti-Semitism, Truman was way ahead of Roosevelt in speaking out against Hitler's war on the Jews. In April 1943, he spoke to a Chicago rally chaired by Rabbi Wise. Truman said, "We must do all that is humanly possible to provide a haven and place of safety for all those who can be grasped from the hands of the Nazi butchers." He told the crowd that Hitler's war against the Jews was not a Jewish problem, but an American problem. During World War II, Truman made his national reputation with his Senate investigation of the U.S. defense effort. The Truman Committee revealed how pre-war collaboration between American big business and German cartels may have undermined U.S. preparedness. Truman was a president with Confederate ancestors. Privately, he compared the job to be done now in defeated Germany to the Reconstruction that had been so hard on the American South. He said, "You can't be vindictive after a war." He said, "I know what it means to lose." He recalled, "My own family was on the losing side in the Civil War. I remember my grandmother telling me stories about the Yankee Redlegs who raided her farm and shot her chickens and butchered her pigs and set fire to the hay in the barns." He recalled, "My mother hated the Yankees till she died, and I didn't want hate to be this war's gift to the future." Morgenthau and others in the cabinet were still haggling over the final version of JCS 1067, the Directive for Post-War Germany. When McCloy flew to Germany in April, he found German cities standing out like so many decayed teeth. He realized that soon Germany would be starving. On his return, he told Stimson that slaves from the surrounding nations, whom Germans had been working to death, were now being released by the U.S. Army and running riot through the country. Fortified by McCloy's bleak report, Stimson and his men defended the loopholes that McCloy had sewn into JCS 1067. Assistant Secretary of War Robert Lovett said that plants, equipment, and other industrial treasure should not be taken from Germany unless the U.S. commander attested that they were not needed for the support and protection of the occupying forces. Morgenthau did not want 1067 to let the Allied Control Council allow wages and prices to be managed by German authorities. He reminded the others that Roosevelt had been very clear in saying that the German economy should seek its own level. But Assistant Secretary of State Will Clayton replied that if German inflation raced out of control, it would exhaust the German food supply and the U.S. Army would have to act. McCloy said, "We don't think we're going to stop inflation in Germany, but Americans will be blamed for whatever inflation takes place." He said, "Give the American zone commander the authority to do what he feels he may have to do." McCloy wrote Truman that Germany was in desperate need of food, fuel, and transportation. He said, "There is complete economic, social, and political collapse in Central Europe. The extent has been unparalleled in history, unless one goes back to the collapse of the Roman Empire." McCloy said even the Roman Empire may not have experienced so great an economic upheaval. McCloy gave the president a draft of 1067 at the end of April. Truman promised to read every word of it. He said, "I have read 1,000,000 words since I became president, and I am ready to read another 1,000,000. Truman agreed with Stimson and McCloy that crippling German industry, and therefore food production, would penalize the other Europeans who had been Hitler's victims. He said he wanted Europe to be rehabilitated by the people who had destroyed it. McCloy told Morgenthau that the U.S. Army was now using German synthetic oil and rubber plants to very great advantage. Morgenthau was shocked. He said, "I don't see why they just pick on oil. Let's just start rebuilding the whole of Germany." He asked Stimson and McCloy whether they were going to destroy Germany's war-making enterprises or find excuses not to destroy them. Stimson said that no one disagreed about removing the German synthetic oil industry as an integral part of Germany's war potential. The only question was timing. He took the matter to the president, who backed him up. Stimson wrote in his diary, "Morgenthau is afraid that the least little bit of his scorched earth policy toward Germany will be relaxed. I foresee hideous results from his influence in the near future." Morgenthau suffered defeat after defeat, but he still imagined that Truman might endorse his plan for Germany. In the Oval Office, he gave Truman an article he had written for newspaper publication after VE Day. A few days later, Truman told him that he had read his piece the night before, and that his portrait of a dangerous resurgent Germany had kept him awake for 2 hours. He reminded Morgenthau that he, Stalin, and Churchill hadn't yet agreed about Germany. Of Morgenthau's article, Truman said, "I like everything that's in there, but it's up to me to say that." On Wednesday, May 9, one day after victory in Europe, Morgenthau complained to Truman that Stimson's people were holding up JCS 1067. He said it was important to get 1067 out now, while Americans were still aroused over the German atrocities. Truman said, "I will stick a pin into them." Morgenthau gave Truman the sequel to the article on post-war Germany that the president had asked him to quash. Morgenthau said, "I realize you don't want me to publish this thing. I've accepted your decision." Truman said, "I couldn't explain it to you fully, but you put all your cards on the table, and I will put all my cards on the table. I've got to see Stalin and Churchill, and when I do, I want all the bargaining power, all the cards in my hand, and the plan on Germany is one of them." Pulling out a map of German food production and population, Truman said, "I just wanted to show you that I'm studying this myself." Morgenthau said, "I got the impression that you liked my plan." With the imprecision of a politician, Truman said, "By and large, I am for it." Morgenthau leafed through his manuscript. He said, "Here's the part on agriculture." He showed Truman a chart showing that Germany was not crucial to feeding Europe. Truman said, "That's contrary to what everyone has told me." Now Morgenthau had another idea. He asked Truman, "Why don't you use me on the Russian situation?" Disinclined to offend Morgenthau by turning him down flat, Truman replied carefully. He said, "I will use all the tools I can lay my hands on." Wearing rose-colored glasses, Morgenthau wrote in his diary of his distinct feeling that Truman likes me and has confidence in me, and I must say that my confidence in him continues to grow. The next day, Truman signed JCS 1067. The directive ordered the American commander in Germany to show the conquered Germans that their ruthless warfare and fanatical Nazi resistance had made chaos and suffering inevitable. It said the Germans cannot escape responsibility for what they have brought upon themselves. It said they must be denazified, demilitarized, and re-educated. The president also approved Roosevelt's old recommendation that reparations from Germany not promote or require the building up of German economic capacity. He said these should be taken as much as possible from German national wealth at the time of surrender. He said they should fall equitably on each of the occupation zones. Eisenhower pleaded with Truman not to make 1067 public. He warned him that publication would cause considerable confusion and embarrassment with the British. The British thought the directive was much too harsh. For that reason, Truman agreed. Another reason was that he was wary of alienating the defeated Germans by releasing a militant directive just at the time when the Anglo-Americans were competing with the Russians for German allegiance. Morgenthau chose to overlook the loopholes that McCloy had inserted in 1067. He told his staff that Truman's endorsement was a big day for the Treasury. He just hoped that somebody doesn't recognize it as the Morgenthau plan. He wrote his sons that 1067 was plenty tough. He said, "If it is carried out in the spirit in which it is conceived, I don't see how Germany can rise to make war again for at least another 50 years." On Friday, May 11, Churchill renewed his demand that Truman not withdraw U.S. troops from the Soviet zone until they were satisfied with Soviet behavior, especially on Poland. Churchill wrote Truman, "Terrible things have happened during the Russian advance through Germany to the Elbe." There were numerous reports of Red Army brutality, including the pillage of German houses and the rape of almost 2 million German women. In a later message to Truman, Churchill attacked JCS 1067. He said that it may seem that the Anglo-Americans were distracted by inflicting severities on Germany, which is ruined and prostrate. The result might be to give the Soviets the opening to advance, if they choose, to the waters of the North Sea and the Atlantic. Churchill implored Eisenhower not to dissolve his joint British-American command, which would remove still another constraint against the Soviets. He also felt that the Allied Control Commission in Berlin should not be activated until the West had solved some of its differences with Moscow. In Washington, Stimson disagreed. He told Truman, "This is the time to put up with a good bit of ill-mannered behavior with the Russians in a sincere attempt to maintain a relationship." With that advice, Truman agreed to send Eisenhower to Berlin. There, the Americans, British, Soviets, and French were to sign a formal declaration of victory and work out plans for the Control Council. On Wednesday, May 16, Truman saw Morgenthau again in the Oval Office. He said he had read Morgenthau's second article on Germany and would ask Eisenhower to tell whether it should be published. He knew, of course, that Eisenhower would say no. Morgenthau told Truman that the French had invited him to open a war bonds exhibit in Paris in early July. He said he wanted to go up the Ruhr and Saar and see what is going on. There is no doubt that Truman was horrified by the idea of Morgenthau performing an encore of the previous summer's now well-known trip to Europe, which had started the public convulsion over the Morgenthau Plan. By now, thanks to Nazi propaganda, Morgenthau was probably the most hated American in Germany. The president handled Morgenthau's request with care. Rather than turn him down, he said he didn't object to the trip. He knew he could get someone else to quash it later. Morgenthau told Truman he was disappointed the 1067 had not been made public. He said there had been so many false rumors about how Germany would be treated that a clear-cut presidential statement would ease the minds of many Americans. He said he could have a draft of a speech to him within 24 hours. Truman quickly declined. After Morgenthau left, Stimson came in. He warned Truman that the likely pestilence and famine in Central Europe next winter might be followed by political revolution and communistic infiltration. Stimson wanted the president to send Herbert Hoover, whom he had served as Secretary of State, to Europe. The former president, known for his post-World War I work on European food relief, could assess the current problem. Stimson was worried that Truman might be under Morgenthau's spell. He told Truman it would be a grave mistake to let emotional thinking push Germany near the margin of hunger for past misdeeds. Truman told Stimson not to worry. He later recalled, "Even when I was in the Senate, I opposed the Morgenthau Plan. Since entering the White House, I came to feel even more strongly about it." He said years later, "I was never in favor of that crazy plan."
You and I will have to bear great responsibility.
In Moscow on Saturday, May 26, Roosevelt's old aide Harry Hopkins, now working as Truman's envoy, met with Stalin. The Soviet leader recalled Roosevelt's Yalta toast just 3 months earlier to their next meeting in Berlin. Stalin said that according to his own commanders, Berlin was so devastated that the meeting would have to be in the region of Berlin. Hopkins said he hoped that the Russians would find Hitler's corpse. Stalin said he thought the Führer was not really dead but hiding somewhere. Stalin said this, but almost certainly he knew that Hitler was dead. According to Soviet evidence released in the 1990s, the Russians had discovered the charred corpses of Hitler and Eva Braun on May 4, 1945. Hopkins asked Stalin whether he still felt that Germany should be dismembered. Stalin claimed that the Americans and British at Yalta had thought of partition of Germany merely as a threat to hold over the Germans' head in the event of bad behavior, to which the Soviet Union had finally agreed. Hopkins reported that Truman was inclined toward putting the Ruhr, Saar, and West Bank of the Rhine under international control. Stalin predicted that Churchill would never agree to this, but as for himself, he had an open mind. U.S. Ambassador Averell Harriman asked Stalin whether food from the Soviet zone might be traded for coal from the British and American zones. Puckishly, Stalin said such a deal would be most difficult. He said the Germans in his zone had all fled to Berlin, hoping to find better conditions. Instead, he said, they should all help the Germans re-establish farming and light industry to live within their own means. Hopkins proposed a Big Three conference in the suburbs of Berlin for mid-July 1945. He cabled Truman that Stalin was very anxious to meet you at any time you wish. Alarmed by more Soviet advances, Churchill cabled Truman that mid-July would be much too late for the urgent questions that demand attention between us. He noted that he himself was in the midst of a hotly contested election, but he would put the Big Three meeting first. But, citing the demands of Congress, Truman replied that July 15 was the earliest date he could manage to leave Washington. Once again, Churchill begged Truman not to withdraw the U.S. Army from the whole center and heart of Germany. He warned, such an action will bring Soviet power into the heart of Western Europe and the descent of an iron curtain between us and everything to the eastward. He told Truman, "You and I will have to bear great responsibility for the future." At the White House on Friday, June 1, Morgenthau saw Truman again. He said, "I don't know if you want to hear some gossip, but the talk around town is that you're going to put Stettinius out." Morgenthau said he had heard that the new Secretary of State would be James Burns. Burns had been Franklin Roosevelt's chief war mobilizer. Morgenthau said, "So that you completely understand me, I can't get along with Burns." Morgenthau had heard correctly, but Truman was not yet ready to announce Burns's appointment. Instead, Truman told Morgenthau that leading Democrats were thinking it was dangerous, in case anything should happen to me, for him to be succeeded by a Republican like Stettinius. At that time, before the passage of the 22nd Amendment, the Secretary of State was next in line of presidential succession. After that would have been the Secretary of the Treasury and other cabinet members. Later that day, without reference to Morgenthau, Truman wrote in his diary, "The Jews claim God Almighty picked them out for special privilege. Well, I'm sure he had better judgment." On Tuesday, June 5, Eisenhower met at the Berlin Yacht Club with his three Allied counterparts. From France came Maréchal Jean de Lattre de Tassigny, from England came Field Marshal Sir Bernard Law Montgomery, and from Russia came Marshal Georgy Zhukov. The Berlin Yacht Club had somehow survived Allied bombing. There the four men were to sign papers creating the Allied Control Council as the supreme governing authority in Germany. By surprise, Zhukov insisted that they wait until each power withdrew its armed forces to its own zone and the Soviets were acquainted firsthand with problems in the Soviet zone. He added that until those withdrawals began, the Red Army would deny the other Allies access to their assigned sectors of Berlin. Eisenhower and his new deputy, Lucius Clay, were astounded by Zhukov's obstinance. Clay cautioned Washington that if Zhukov's display was any harbinger, the Control Council might wind up as nothing more than a negotiating agency. Amid the growing chill, the Americans nervously noted that Berlin was 110 miles inside the Soviet zone. They also noted that the Russians had still offered no formal guarantee of access. On his way home from Moscow, Hopkins stopped to see Eisenhower at Frankfurt. After their talk, Hopkins cabled Truman that U.S. withdrawal from the Soviet zone should be linked to a Soviet guarantee of unrestricted access to Berlin over agreed-upon routes. By cable, Truman suggested to Stalin that withdrawal coincide with movement of Allied garrisons into Berlin and provision of free access for U.S. forces by air, road, and rail from Frankfurt and Bremen. But unwilling to renege on what he considered a U.S. commitment, the president would go no further. He reminded Churchill that prompt withdrawal was required by the Quebec Agreement. Pessimistically, Churchill wrote Truman back, "I sincerely hope that your action will, in the long run, make for a lasting peace in Europe." Churchill and Truman pledged to Stalin that the troop withdrawal would start on June 21. But Stalin asked them to defer the starting date to July 1. He said that until then, Zhukov would be gone from Berlin, leading a victory parade in Moscow. He also said that not all the districts of Berlin had been cleared of mines. Stalin proposed that the Big Three meeting be in mid-July and convene at the palace of the German Crown Prince in Potsdam. Potsdam was in the Soviet zone, just outside Berlin. Churchill and Truman agreed. Morgenthau was still eager to make his victory tour of liberated Europe, but as he sadly wrote in his diary, he was confronting a stone wall in Truman. Still, he did not retreat. On Monday, June 18, Truman told aides that Morgenthau had no business being in Europe with the Big Three conference coming on. He said Morgenthau will be mad as hell, but he'll just have to be. Truman called in Morgenthau. He told him, "You know, I feel like a brother to you, and I wish you could feel that way towards me." He said that after thinking about Morgenthau's proposed trip, he thought that since Morgenthau was the next ranking cabinet member after the Secretary of State, he shouldn't be out of Washington while the President and Secretary of State were in Europe. Morgenthau told Truman that when Mr. Roosevelt went to Yalta, he had told the cabinet that if any emergency arose, I should call the cabinet together. Truman said, "That's so. I want you to be here. You're the ranking man by law." Morgenthau was unable or unwilling to detect Truman's unease with him. He proudly wrote his sons about Truman's comment that he felt like a brother to him. Morgenthau said, "That gives you some idea as to how we are getting along." During a long weekend at Highhold, his country estate, Stimson was preparing his crowning assault on the Morgenthau plan. McCloy's brother-in-law, Louis Douglas, now working for General Clay in Frankfurt, had sent him a somber description of the dangers posed by the German coal shortage. Stimson wrote in his diary that on the German question he was confronting the zeal of the Jewish American statesman seeking vengeance. Bernard Baruch, the Wall Street tycoon, self-styled advisor to presidents, and a non-practicing Jew, was also demanding a more punitive approach to Germany. Truman had invited McCloy to Potsdam, but not Stimson. Truman may have feared that because Churchill and Stalin were not bringing their war ministers to Potsdam, it might strike Stalin as unduly militant or even anti-Soviet to include Stimson. Finally, on Monday, July 2, the usually diffident Stimson raised the matter with Truman. The president was scheduled to leave for Potsdam in 4 days. Truman promised to think about taking Stimson to the meeting. The next day, Truman watched James Burns sworn in as his new Secretary of State in the White House Rose Garden. The previous summer, before the Chicago Democratic Convention, Truman had agreed to Burns' request that he nominate him for vice president. But when told that Roosevelt's choice was not Burns but Truman, a red-faced Truman had to ask Burns to release him from his promise. Ever since Chicago, by his own political rulebook, Truman had felt that he owed it to Burns to balance things up. Himself kept in the dark by Roosevelt about Yalta, Truman was impressed that the late president had seemed to take Burns into his confidence by including Burns in his party at his final Big Three conference. When people later complained about Burns' lack of foreign policy experience, Truman brought them up short by noting that Burns had been to Yalta. What Truman did not understand was that Roosevelt had taken Burns to Yalta merely as a consolation prize for refusing him the vice presidency, and that to Burns' surly annoyance, Roosevelt had banned Burns from more than one meeting with Churchill and Stalin. Stimson was delighted that Burns would now be Secretary of State. He knew that Burns' views on Germany, as he wrote, clicked entirely with his own. He could rely on Burns to help him cut out Morgenthau, whom they both disdained, from future deliberations over Germany. In the Oval Office on Tuesday afternoon, July 3, Stimson had a heart-to-heart talk with Truman about Germany. He warned that Germany would be the biggest occupation and the biggest rehabilitation problem America had ever faced. He said, of course Nazi war criminals must be punished, but Americans must avoid vengeance. He said, when you punish your dog, you don't keep souring on him all day after the punishment is over. Truman said he felt exactly the same way. Stimson went on. He carped about what he called the problem of our Jewish people here. He described Morgenthau's interventions with Roosevelt and Churchill in Quebec. Truman chuckled. He said he had heard about that. Stimson warned Truman against Baruch's demand for harsher treatment of Germany. Stimson said, the danger is not yet over. Truman said, the Jews are all alike. They can't keep themselves from meddling in the German question. Stimson proposed that from now on, Truman should ignore the Treasury on Germany. Let the new Secretary of State refine the policy and then implement it. Truman agreed. He invited Stimson to the Big Three conference. He also made him a promise. He said, don't worry, neither Morgenthau nor Baruch nor any of the Jew boys will be going to Potsdam.
How I hate this trip.
On Thursday morning, July 5, 1945, the day before Truman left for Potsdam, Morgenthau went to the Oval Office in an angry mood. He was indignant about Burns's appointment as Secretary of State, and he was anxious about rumors that he would be the next cabinet member sacked. Morgenthau told Truman, "The last time I was here, you said you felt like a brother to me. I would like to reciprocate that feeling and have an official family talk. You're leaving for Potsdam, and there is all this gossip about my being through." Truman said, "Oh, I'm going to say you're the man in charge while I am gone." Morgenthau drew the line in the sand. "I would like to know now whether you want me to stay until VJ Day." Truman said, "I don't know. I may want a new Secretary of the Treasury." Morgenthau was staggered and hurt. He replied, "Well, Mr. President, if you have any doubts in your mind, after my record of 12 years here, and after several months with you, when I've given my loyal support, you ought to know your mind now. And if you don't know it, I want to get out now." Truman said, "Let me think this thing over." Morgenthau refused. He said, "Either you want me to stay until VJ Day or you don't. I don't think it's conceited to say that I'm at least as good or better as some of the 5 new people you appointed in the cabinet, and on some of them I think you definitely made a mistake." Morgenthau went on, "I'm going to write you a letter of resignation. Would you like me to stay while you're abroad, or would you like to have it take effect immediately?" Truman said, "You're rushing it." The President suggested that for now he tell the public that Morgenthau was staying, then after Potsdam he could announce his resignation. There was a reason why Truman wanted Morgenthau to remain in his post until after the Big Three meeting. Truman's preferred candidate for Morgenthau's successor, former Congressman Fred Vinson of Kentucky, was going to Potsdam. For this reason, Morgenthau agreed to stay at Treasury until Truman returned to Washington. But he said he wanted his resignation announced that very evening. Otherwise, he said, I will be forced to give it out tomorrow, and I wouldn't like to do that while you're on the high seas. Truman consented. Morgenthau complained that no one from Treasury was going to Potsdam. He said, "We have information that nobody else has." He said, "Would the President like a copy of the Morgenthau plan to take with him?" Truman said, "I know everything that's in it." With no conviction, he added, "I think it's very good." Morgenthau was thunderstruck by his confrontation with Truman. He returned to the Treasury. He told Harry Dexter White and his staff, "I couldn't hold my head up and have this man say to me he was uncertain about me." He said, "It's been a good 12 years, and we've worked hard." Years later, Truman privately gave his own more boastful version of his confrontation with Morgenthau. Truman said, "When the trip to Potsdam was being arranged, Morgenthau came to see me and said he had to go along. I said, 'I don't need you and it's not your business.' Morgenthau said, 'If I can't go to Potsdam, what's going to happen to the Morgenthau plan?' I said they could throw it out the window. Morgenthau pouted and said he would quit. I said, 'All right, I accept your resignation right now.'" Truman went on to recall that Morgenthau's plan, as he said, wasn't worth a hoot. Truman said, "Hitler's treatment of the Jews is what pushed Morgenthau forward." He said, "There's not enough land in all of Central Europe to feed Germany's 80 million people in a first-class manner. Half of them would starve to death." Truman said, "I don't think Roosevelt was ever sold on the Morgenthau plan, which was really to enslave the German people. Morgenthau wanted to put an iron heel on Germany's neck." In the years after Morgenthau's departure, Truman privately told cronies that Roosevelt's old friend was a nut and a blockhead who didn't know shit from apple butter. On Thursday afternoon, Truman told reporters that Morgenthau would leave the Treasury after Potsdam. But the next day he heard complaints that if his boat sank in the Atlantic with himself and Burns aboard, he would be succeeded by an unelected Jewish president poised to enact his vindictive plan against Germany. Therefore, Truman turned to Sam Rosenman, a Roosevelt holdover and now his highest-ranking Jewish aide. He told Rosenman he had been under pressure all day to immediately remove Morgenthau from the line of presidential succession. He said that Fred Vinson would be pulled off the boat to Potsdam so that his name could be sent at once to the Senate. He told Rosenman to give the bad news to Morgenthau. The following Monday, Rosenman went to see Morgenthau. He said he was embarrassed by his mission, but the president had realized that it would be quite a while until he returned from Potsdam. The president had found people very much worried about the succession. Rosenman said he didn't know whether Morgenthau wanted to remain in Truman's good graces, but it would make the president very happy if Morgenthau departed the Treasury immediately. Rosenman added, wholly on my own, that if Morgenthau went quietly, Truman might appoint him as governor of the New World Bank and International Monetary Fund. Harry Dexter White and other aides urged their boss to accept Rosenman's offer. Morgenthau pledged to think about it, but he shrewdly predicted that Burns and Vinson would oppose him. He drafted 3 letters for Truman's signature and sent them for approval to the president, who was on his way to Potsdam. The first letter was Morgenthau's request to resign immediately. The second was Truman's reply, lauding Morgenthau's keen sense of public responsibility. The third, as Morgenthau said, was designed to smoke the president out. That letter would be Truman's offer of the fund and the bank. As Morgenthau predicted, the president approved only the first 2 letters. As a result, Morgenthau left office as the longest-serving Treasury Secretary since Albert Gallatin's 13 years under Presidents Jefferson and Madison. Despite his forced bravado, Morgenthau felt publicly humiliated by the abrupt way that Truman had aborted his public service. His aide Henrietta Klotz recalled that when Fred Vinson was sworn in as Secretary of the Treasury, the very unhappy Morgenthau stood alone in the corner and nobody went over to him. Klotz recalled that Morgenthau looked like a lost sheep. She said, "It broke my heart." U.S. Treasury trucks took Morgenthau's hundreds of boxes of papers and belongings north to his farm in Dutchess County, New York. That fall, the former secretary published his volume on the Morgenthau Plan under the title, "Germany is Our Problem." While completing the book, he asked Churchill for permission to publish the still-secret memo endorsing a pastoral Germany that Churchill had dictated at Quebec and Roosevelt had initialed along with Churchill. But Churchill pleaded with Morgenthau by cable not to reveal the memo. He noted that the world situation had changed in many respects. Churchill did not add that it would also be politically embarrassing to him. In retirement, Morgenthau was chagrined to receive almost none of the job offers that would normally come to a newly resigned Treasury Secretary. Few on Wall Street wanted any part of the New Deal maverick. The once indifferent Jew was asked to be general chairman of the United Jewish Appeal. Morgenthau accepted. As his son Henry III recalled, it was a perfect match. Henry wrote, "He needed the respect and love that the Jewish community was ready to offer him, and they, in turn, needed his stamp of ecumenical respectability." Henrietta Klotz recalled that after a while, her old boss even became kind of a little Jewish. By then, Klotz felt free to tell him about a ruse she had abetted in 1943 while trying to prod him to save Jews from Hitler. During a Treasury meeting, Morgenthau had been deeply upset when Rabbi Abraham Kalmanowitz, pleading with him to help the Jews, fell to the floor in a faint. Klotz, who understood Yiddish, heard the rabbi mutter in Yiddish to his translator, "Well, did I cry well?" Klotz had never told her boss that Kalmanowitz's collapse was feigned. She feared that if I told it to him, he'd never let another rabbi in. By 1948, Henry Morgenthau Jr., the old 100% American, had become a Zionist. With tears in his eyes, Morgenthau toured the new state of Israel as it fought for independence. Braving mortar shells and small arms fire, he declared that without a Jewish Jerusalem, Israel would be like the Jewish people without its history. He praised Israeli troops for showing the world that the Jew is a fighting man. The Israeli Foreign Minister, Levi Eshkol, clearly ignorant of the Morgenthau Plan and its reception in Germany, told Morgenthau that since he was Jewish and of German extraction, wouldn't he be well suited to help Israel win $120 million in reparations from Germany? Morgenthau gently explained that his influence would not exactly be helpful in Germany. He said the seeds that Joseph Goebbels sowed about Roosevelt and me are still fresh in the minds of the Germans. Besides, he said he was resolved never to set foot in that country. After Eleanor Morgenthau's death in 1949, Morgenthau married Marcel Pouthon Hirsch, a French Catholic divorced from a prosperous French Jew. With thick glasses and bleached blonde hair, the new Mrs. Morgenthau garishly redecorated his New York apartment and nudged her husband away from Jewish charities. With sadness, Henry Morgenthau III recalled that at the end of his life, troubled by his misalliance, my father cut himself off from almost everybody. Henrietta Klotz recalled, he was so unhappy, she was cruel, common and cruel. Until his death in 1967, Morgenthau never relaxed his intense faith in his tough plan for post-war Germany. While working on Morgenthau's authorized biography, the young Yale historian John Morton Blum told Morgenthau he thought the plan had been a mistake. Blum's comment annoyed the old man. Morgenthau said, "You're too young to know whether the Morgenthau plan was a mistake, and I'll bet you, though I won't be around to collect, that you're going to have to fight Germany again before you die." In Washington, on Friday evening, July 6, 1945, Harry Truman boarded the presidential train for Newport News, where the heavy cruiser Augusta waited to take him and his party across the Atlantic. Truman wrote his wife Bess that he felt as blue as indigo about seeing Mr. Russia and Mr. Great Britain. He told his diary, "How I hate this trip, but I have to make it." During the 8-day voyage, Truman's spirits brightened. He took early morning constitutionals down the Augusta's deck. He carried a metal tray through chow lines. He watched sailors in firing practice, and he gazed through binoculars at the ocean. At night he dined to the music of what he called a fine band. He played poker with his aides and watched films. One of these was Something for the Boys, starring the fruit-adorned Carmen Miranda. "A most restful and satisfactory trip," Truman wrote Bess. "Haven't been sick a minute." Under balmy skies, Truman sat in deck chairs with Burns, Admiral Leahy, the Soviet expert Charles Bolin, and others who had advised Roosevelt at Casablanca, Tehran, Quebec, and Yalta. Truman recalled in 1954 that after reading Stalin's final cables to Roosevelt, he had felt on guard. But as he recalled, he still had the kindliest feelings in the world toward Russia. He said they had lost 7 million men in the field, besides all the civilians the Germans had killed. I hoped all the time that the Russians would live up to their agreements. Truman told his advisers that he would listen to any suggestion made at Potsdam for a partition of Germany, but not Morgenthau's proposals. Those, he said, were out. From Brussels, Truman and his party boarded Roosevelt's old plane, the Sacred Cow, and 2 other C-54s for Berlin. From his window seat, Truman had his first glimpse of the defeated nation. He was told that in the Soviet zone, Red Army soldiers had torn up the factories and taken everything out of them. The presidential party was driven to the Babelsberg neighborhood of Potsdam. Once it had been a summer retreat for German film stars and producers. There Truman was lodged in a yellow stucco villa by a lake, which he found so gloomy that he called it the Nightmare House. In his diary, he noted that the Red Army had stripped the villa. Not even a tin spoon left. The Americans were told by the Russians that the mansion had belonged to a German film mogul who had been sent to a Siberian labor battalion. But after Truman published his memoirs in 1955, Gustav Müller-Grote, son of the owner, wrote the former president that the Russians had lied. He wrote, 10 weeks before you entered this house, its tenants were living in constant fright and fear. By day and by night, plundering Russian soldiers went in and out, raping my sisters before their own parents and children, beating up my old parents. During Truman's residence in their house, the Müller-Grote family was, unbeknownst to the Americans, under Soviet detention in a building just 500 yards away. Truman had never met Churchill before Potsdam. He recorded that when the Prime Minister called on him at his villa on Monday morning, July 16, Churchill, quote, gave me a lot of hooey about how great my country is and how he loved Roosevelt and how he intended to love me. As Truman recalled in 1954, I liked him from the start. I think he was surprised and pleased when he met me. Of course he had been informed of what an inadequate chief of state he had to deal with, but I think he changed his mind. Truman was told that Stalin would be late in reaching Potsdam. With time on his hands, the president decided to tour Berlin. The sight of defeated Germans and their victims reminded Truman once again of his Confederate grandmother and her family after the Civil War. He later recalled, forced off the farm by Yankee laws, they had wandered for weeks along the hot Missouri roads until they found a safe place to stay. Truman now thought of the millions of people who were like her in Europe now. Touring the ruins of Berlin, Truman smelled the stench of rotting corpses. He saw what was left of the blackened Reichstag. He said, "It's a terrible thing, but the Germans have brought it on themselves." Truman imagined what a victorious Hitler might have done to Washington, D.C., had he been successful. Truman felt thankful that Americans had been spared the devastation. Truman and his party pulled up at Hitler's chancellery near the underground bunker. Truman refused to go in. He said he wouldn't want any of those unfortunate Germans to think he was gloating over them. In his diary, Truman wrote that the absolute ruin of Berlin was Hitler's folly. He wrote, Hitler overreached himself by trying to take in too much territory. He had no morals, and his people backed him up. On Tuesday, July 17 at noon, Truman was working in his study when, as he later recalled, I looked up from the desk and there stood Stalin in the doorway. We had lunch, talked socially, put on a real show drinking toast to everyone, then had pictures made in the backyard. I can deal with Stalin. He is honest but smart as hell. Over lunch, Burns described their visit to Hitler's headquarters and asked Stalin how he thought Hitler had died. Stalin speculated that the Führer was still alive, in Spain or Argentina. Stalin may have been holding out the possibility that Hitler was still alive and dangerous in order to license harsher measures against Germany. Truman told Stalin that he was very anxious to get the Germans set up in operation so that the Allied Control Council could now govern Germany as a whole. The first formal conference session was at 5 p.m. It was held at the Sicilienhof Palace, built in 1917 before the last German defeat. To demonstrate their equality, in a great power minuet, Truman, Stalin, and Churchill entered the room simultaneously through separate doors. Seated with his allies at a burgundy-draped round table, Truman recalled the tragedy of Versailles in 1919. This time, he said, any final German peace conference should be prepared beforehand by the victor powers. He proposed that the groundwork be laid by a council of foreign ministers composed of the Big Three plus France and China. Stalin disagreed. He complained that the French were U.S. lackeys. As for the Chinese, why should they be involved in European problems? Truman and Churchill compromised by excluding the Chinese. Truman proposed that the Allied Control Council should start working immediately. He said on questions affecting Germany as a whole, the Control Council should be paramount. On matters affecting each zone, the zone commander should reign supreme. On Wednesday afternoon, July 18, debate on post-war Germany's borders began. At Yalta, the Big Three had agreed that the Curzon Line, drawn after World War I, would be Poland's eastern border with the Soviet Union. They had also decided that Poland should be compensated with substantial German territory to its west. Stalin felt that Poland deserved all of Germany east of the Oder and Neisse rivers. This would force millions of Germans westward and strip Germany of some of its richest farmland. As far as Stalin was concerned, this was already a fait accompli. He said, Germany is what she has become after the war. But Truman refused to consider the matter settled. He said, why not say Germany as she was before the war, in 1937? Stalin disagreed. He said, as she is, in 1945. Truman reminded Stalin that Germany had lost everything in 1945. He said that at Yalta, the Big Three had agreed to defer such questions until a final peace conference on Germany. Truman was impatient. He wrote in his diary, I'm not going to stay around this terrible place all summer just to listen to speeches. I'll go home to the Senate for that. On Friday, July 20, Truman joined Generals Eisenhower and Bradley to watch the official raising of the Stars and Stripes over the American sector of Berlin. Speaking without notes, Truman told the crowd of American soldiers, "We are not fighting for conquest. There is not one piece of territory or one thing of a monetary nature that we want out of this war." Exactly 1 year had passed since Klaus von Stauffenberg's failed plot against Adolf Hitler. If any of the Americans remembered the anniversary, they did not mention it in public. At that moment, they were trying to establish collective guilt for Hitler's horrors, and they didn't wish to confuse the issue by reminding the world that some Germans had risked their lives, however belatedly and for whatever reasons, to stop the Führer. The next day, Henry Stimson brought the president an urgent message. A plutonium implosion bomb had been tested in Alamogordo, New Mexico, 5 days earlier. Stimson reported that the bomb was successful beyond the most optimistic expectations of everyone. Truman told Stimson that the news gave him an entirely new feeling of confidence. He knew that if the United States were now sole owner of a successful atomic bomb, it would be poised to end the Japanese war fast, without Soviet or British help, and exercise American will on the post-war world. That afternoon, Truman complained to Stalin that the Poles had been effectively assigned a zone of Germany without consultation with us. Stalin insisted that giving German land to Poland should be no problem because no Germans were left in the region. Admiral Leahy whispered to Truman, "Of course not, the Bolsheviks have killed all of them." Churchill noted that 2 or 3 million Germans remain in the area Stalin wanted to give Poland. Removing it from Germany would remove a quarter of Germany's farmland from which German food and reparations must come. Truman warned that he could not approve Eastern Germany's removal from contributing to the economy of the whole of Germany. He later wrote Bess, "Russia and Poland have gobbled up a big hunk of Germany and want Britain and us to agree. I have flatly refused." Churchill attributed the president's new boldness to the bracing news from Alamogordo.
We are drifting toward a line down the center of Germany.
As the sole proprietor of the atomic bomb, President Truman had just become the most powerful man the human race had ever known. Truman was still smoldering over Stalin's defense of what Truman called his Bolsheviki land grab. Truman wanted his allies to approve a plan that would do several things: punish the Germans, quash the German ability and yearning to start another global war, and still feed and warm all Europeans. Now, with the atomic weapon in his arsenal, Truman asked Jimmy Burns to put on the pressure to wind up the Potsdam meeting fast. On Monday, July 23, backed by Truman, Burns told Molotov he was deeply concerned about reparations. He said by abruptly handing German territory to Poland, the Soviets had exposed the British and the Americans to serious dangers. Burns suggested that each occupying power simply take reparations from its own zone. Under this plan, if the Soviets wanted certain equipment or materials from other zones, for example, they could trade coal for them. On matters like currency and transportation, the Allied Control Council would still govern Germany as an economic whole. Molotov was shocked by the sudden danger that the Anglo-Americans might offer no reparations at all. He warned that Stalin strongly favored an overall reparations plan. On Wednesday, July 25, Stalin told Truman and Churchill that if the Ruhr remains a part of Germany, it must supply the whole of Germany. The Americans blanched. Charles Bolin of the U.S. privately warned that Stalin would use such a privilege to paralyze the German economy and push Germany toward communism. The Potsdam Conference recessed while Churchill returned to London to await announcement of the results of the British election. In the meantime, Truman flew to Frankfurt. There he called on Eisenhower. The general was lodged in the former headquarters of I.G. Farben, one of the German war-making enterprises investigated by Senator Truman during the war. Truman wrote his mother and sister, "The big towns like Frankfurt and Darmstadt were destroyed, but the small ones are intact. It is awful to see what the bombs did to the towns, railroads, and bridges. To think that millions of Russians, Poles, English, and Americans were slaughtered, all for the folly of one crazy egotist by the name of Hitler. I hope it won't happen again." In London, Churchill got bad news. Despite his role in the European victory, British voters, now focused on domestic problems, had turned out his Conservative Party. The Prime Minister's aides complained of their people's ingratitude. Churchill was despondent, but he replied paternally. He said, "I wouldn't call it that. They have had a very hard time." On Sunday, July 29, Molotov told Burns that his reparations proposal was acceptable in principle. But contrary to Burns' claim, he said, the Soviet zone contained only about 42% of German wealth. Therefore, the Soviet Union deserved about 8% from other zones, including $2 billion worth of industrial equipment from the Ruhr. Burns replied that his experts thought it was impossible to put any specific dollar value on potential reparations. Therefore, he said, the Soviets should have 25% of all equipment available for reparations from the Ruhr. But the Soviets should pay for those machines with coal and other goods from their zone. On Monday, July 30, Burns told Molotov that as a concession, the United States would tolerate for now the Soviet grant of German territory beyond the Oder-Neisse line to Poland. Responding to another Soviet demand, he agreed to bestow diplomatic recognition to the extent possible, he said, on Kremlin-dominated governments in Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Finland. That night, Truman wrote in his diary that the talks were at an impasse. He wrote Bess, "The whole difficulty is reparations. Of course, the Russians are naturally looters, and they have been thoroughly looted by the Germans over and over again, and you can hardly blame them for their attitude. The thing I have to watch is to keep our skirts clean and make no other commitments." The next day, Burns told Molotov that his proposals on diplomatic relations for Eastern Europe, the German land for Poland, and German reparations were a package. He said, "We will agree to all three or none." He said, "As soon as the Soviets reply, the President and I will leave for the United States the next day." That evening, Truman secretly scrawled out formal approval for the first atomic bomb to be dropped on Japan. 3 days after learning of the successful test at Alamogordo, the President had quietly told Stalin that the United States now had an unusually destructive new weapon. Truman could not know that Soviet intelligence had already briefed Stalin on the whole thing. Stalin simply replied to Truman that he hoped the Americans would use the weapon well against Japan. Now, in his written order, Truman specified that the thunderous event should unfold only after he and his party were safely gone from Potsdam. He wrote, "Release when ready, but not sooner than August 2. On Wednesday, August 1, while discussing German assets abroad, Stalin made a fateful suggestion. He spoke to Truman and Britain's new Labour Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, who now took Churchill's place at Potsdam. Stalin proposed that the Soviet Union regard the whole of Western Germany as falling within your sphere and Eastern Germany as within ours. Truman asked whether Stalin meant to establish a line down Europe, running from the Baltic to the Adriatic. Stalin said yes. Soon they moved on to talk about war crimes. Stalin was suspicious that the United States would try to curry favor with the Germans, especially big German capitalists. He complained that the Americans were unwilling to publish long lists of German criminals. He said, "Aren't we going to act against any German industrialists? I think we should." As one example, Stalin mentioned the Krupp dynasty, long known for making German arms. He said, "If they will not do, let's name others." The Big Three finally agreed to publish a list of top German war criminals within a month. That evening, Truman, Stalin, and Attlee signed the Potsdam Declaration. It said, "The German people have begun to atone for the terrible crimes committed under the leadership of those whom in the hour of their success they openly approved and blindly obeyed." It said, "The victors do not wish to destroy or enslave the Germans, but to help them prepare for the eventual reconstruction of their life on a peaceful and democratic basis." It said, "Allied policies toward the Germans will be uniform, so far as is practicable. During occupation, Germany shall be treated as a single economic unit. Each occupying power will take reparations from its own zones. Beyond that, the Soviets will take 15% of industrial equipment that is unnecessary for the German peace economy in exchange for food, coal, and other goods. Under the terms, the Soviets would also receive an additional 10% for free." The declaration authorized the Council of Foreign Ministers to draft a peace treaty to be accepted by the government of Germany when a government adequate for that purpose is established. All three leaders signed the document. Then Truman pronounced the conference adjourned, he said, until our next meeting, which I hope will be in Washington. Stalin smiled and said, "God willing." Truman wrote his mother, "You never saw such pig-headed people as are the Russians. I hope I never have to hold another conference with them, but of course I will." In this, Truman was wrong. Because of the deepening Cold War, Truman never saw Stalin again. On Monday, August 6, Truman was recrossing the Atlantic aboard the Augusta when he was handed a message over luncheon. It said that an atomic bomb had been dropped on Hiroshima and was successful in all respects. The war against Japan would soon be won. The president said, "This is the greatest thing in history." After a second report declaring complete success, Truman leapt to his feet and told Burns, "It's time for us to get home." 3 days later, on Thursday, August 9, the United States closed its victory over Japan with a second atomic bomb dropped under existing orders on Nagasaki. Emperor Hirohito secretly decided to bear the unbearable, as he said, and meet the Allies' demand for unconditional surrender. But Truman didn't know that yet. That evening he addressed Americans by radio about his European trip. He told them that the Potsdam Declaration would eliminate Nazism, armaments, war industries, the German General Staff, and all its military tradition. It would hope to rebuild democracy by control of German education, by reorganizing local government and the judiciary, by encouraging free speech, free press, freedom of religion, and the right of labor to organize. German industry, he said, would be decentralized in order to do away with concentration of economic power in cartels and monopolies. Germans would be granted no higher standard of living than their former victims. Truman declared that the wartime Allies were resolved to do what we can to make Germany over into a decent nation and eventually work its way back into the civilized world. Truman's speech largely obscured the unresolved questions and harsh compromises that were the legacy of Potsdam. The Soviets would get reparations, but the victors still had to agree on what. Germany would be treated as an economic whole, but in each zone the commander would have paramount authority. The defeated nation, he suggested, would not be partitioned, and the shift of German land to Poland was merely provisional. As the American diplomat W.R. Smizer wrote in 1999, "At Potsdam, each side paid what it had to pay to get what it wanted most." Stalin got almost 1/4 of pre-World War II German territory for Poland. Britain and America, by demanding that each victor seize reparations from its own zone, spared post-war Germany the staggering reparations and debt that in the 1920s had brought inflation, unemployment, and Hitler. They had also prepared a means, if necessary, to protect Western Germany from Soviet encroachment. John McCloy knew what was really going on. He knew that if Soviet-American relations deteriorated, the slash between the Soviet and Western zones would become much more than an abstraction. He wrote in his diary, "We are drifting toward a line down the middle of Germany."
The spirit and the soul of a people reborn.
For 3 years after Potsdam, the story of Americans in Germany was not chiefly Harry Truman's, but Lucius Clay's. As with General Douglas MacArthur, his viceroy in Japan, Truman did little to interfere with General Clay's autonomy over the American zone. Clay first read his marching orders, JCS 1067, while flying to Europe in April 1945. He agreed with 1067's premise that Germans bore collective guilt for Hitler's crimes. He wrote McCloy that he was unwilling to concede that Germany became what it was just because Germans were inclined to follow the leader. Clay also approved of the measures to punish German war criminals, arrest high officials, and restrict factories that might make war. But, like Stimson and McCloy, he felt that Americans were not a vindictive people. Clay objected most of all to the part of 1067 that was the most direct legacy of the Morgenthau Plan. After surveying the vast destruction across Germany, Clay wrote McCloy that some hunger was necessary to make Germans realize the consequences of a war which they caused, but not to the point where it results in mass starvation and sickness. In August 1945, Clay moved from Frankfurt to Berlin. He didn't want to strike the Germans as a hedonistic potentate, so he took a modest, ivy-covered house in the suburb of Dahlem. One of his first problems with JCS 1067 was the ban against American fraternization with the Germans. He wrote McCloy, The only fraternization that really interests the soldiers is going with the pretty German girl who is very much in evidence. Backed by Marshall and Eisenhower, Clay lifted the ban. He declared that Americans could converse with adult Germans on the streets and in public places. Clay ordered his military government to pursue what he called the 4 Ds. These were demilitarization, decartelization, democratization, and denazification. As U.S. troops had thrust into Germany, military organizations had been disbanded and arms and ammunition seized. But breaking up cartels would have to be done in concert with the other occupying powers. Clay began his campaign for democracy by ordering that all Nazi textbooks and literature be destroyed. But he noted at the same time, you cannot build real democracy in an atmosphere of distress and hunger. As for denazification, Clay told Washington in July 1945 that he had not yet seen any general feeling of war guilt or repugnance for Nazi doctrine or the Nazi regime. He said the Germans mainly blame the Nazis for losing the war. He said they protest ignorance of the regime's crimes and shrug off their own support or silence as incidental and unavoidable. Clay's denazification program faltered under the immensity of the task, his meager resources, his eagerness to keep the economy running by keeping many local Nazis employed, and also his eagerness to win the contest against the Soviets for German sympathies. But even with its limitations, the U.S. denazification program was more thorough than that of the British or French, and certainly more so than the Soviet. Ultimately, about 3 million Germans were charged, 2 million put on trial, and almost 1 million punished in some fashion. Later on, though, Clay said that his program had been too strict. He said, "I think we carried it too far. The British and French didn't have the same feeling toward the Nazis that we did. Neither one had a huge Jewish population that had developed a hatred you can well understand." Truman asked Byron Price, Roosevelt's wartime censorship director, to visit the U.S. zone in Germany and report on Clay's performance. Price told Truman that many Germans who at first greeted the Americans as liberators were showing surprise and depression at our stern policies of denazification and industrial dismantling. Price also reported widespread surprise among Germans that the Allies had not yet fulfilled their promise to try the highest Nazi leaders by international tribunal. He said this does not improve relations with the German people who traditionally respect only firm and swift authority. The International Tribunal convened at Nuremberg in November 1945. It started with Martin Bormann in absentia and Hermann Göring. In all, 22 high Nazi leaders were indicted for conspiracy to commit war crimes, crimes against the peace, and crimes against humanity. Echoing the arguments of Henry Stimson during the war, Truman recalled in 1963 that he wanted a just, swift, and public trial to show Germans the ineradicable stain their leaders had put on their name among nations, and to make it impossible for anyone ever to say, in times to come, "Oh, it never happened, just a lot of propaganda, a pack of lies." At the same time Clay had to punish the Germans in his zone, he was also charged with attracting them to American-style democracy. To start democratic processes and cut occupation costs, he moved faster than the other occupiers to hand local responsibility to what he called good Germans. In November 1945, he went back to Washington. He was relieved to find that asking to rebuild the German economy no longer risked getting him hanged on the Washington Monument. In the meantime, the provisional French president, Charles de Gaulle, threw sand into the gears of the Allied Control Council. Truman felt that de Gaulle's desire to restore France to world power was fascist or Napoleonic. He had had to threaten de Gaulle with a halt in financial aid to France simply to evict French troops from Stuttgart, which was in the American zone. Troubled by new conflicts with the Soviets, eager to protect France and the Ruhr from communism, Truman began to grow impatient with Clay's soldierly collaboration with the Russians and his insistence on pursuing the Potsdam Agreement to treat Germany as an economic whole. At a meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers in Moscow at the end of 1945, Jimmy Burns independently offered possible recognition of Soviet-backed regimes in Romania and Bulgaria and issued a public statement on his diplomacy before reporting back to Truman. By Truman's later account, he read aloud to Burns from a complaint he had written him about Burns' insubordination. The letter warned, "Unless Russia is faced with an iron fist and strong language, another war is in the making." Truman said, "I'm tired of babying the Soviets." In the Allied Control Council, Clay told the Soviets in French that he could not keep depleting the U.S. zone for reparations without reaping the gains from economic unification agreed on at Potsdam. He halted industrial dismantling and the reparations deliveries. The Soviets thundered against what they called the illegal General Clay. In May 1946, Clay sent a dark cable to Washington. After a year of occupation, it said, the 4 German zones had become almost airtight territories. With a deteriorating German economy, failure to get economic unity would make the next winter almost unbearable. The next month, Assistant Secretary of War Robert Patterson wrote Burns that U.S. national security required economic revival of the Ruhr and Rhineland and use of German resources to buttress Western Europe against engulfment by the Soviet Union. Clay warned Burns of the Germans' anxiety that U.S. forces would leave them to confront the Red Army alone. In September 1946, the Secretary of State came to Germany. He spoke at the Stuttgart Opera House to an audience including dozens of the Germans that Clay had appointed in his experiment at self-government. Millions of Germans listened by radio to a simultaneous German translation of the speech. Burns assured the Germans that as long as there were any occupation soldiers in Germany, Americans would stay. He said, "We will not shirk our duty. We are not withdrawing." He said, "The American people want to help the German people to win their way back to an honorable place among the free and peace-loving nations of the world." As Clay later recalled, there was enormous enthusiasm. He said, "It was unbelievable to me. Here was an American Secretary of State out there signing autographs for the Germans little over 1 year after the end of the war." That winter, at Clay's request, Truman sent former President Herbert Hoover to tour Western Germany, using Goering's old private train. On his return, Hoover warned that the economy of the defeated land had sunk to the lowest level in 100 years. In response, the Joint Chiefs of Staff resolved that the complete revival of German industry, particularly coal mining, was now of primary importance to American security. In January 1947, Truman fired Jimmy Burns. Almost immediately, Marshall scrapped JCS 1067 and replaced it with a more generous JCS 1779. The new directive said that an orderly and prosperous Europe requires the economic contributions of a stable and productive Germany. By the spring of 1947, Marshall concluded that more bargaining with the Russians about a united Germany might only open the way for Soviet power. In June 1947, at the Harvard commencement, he unveiled what became known as the Marshall Plan. It offered huge U.S. aid for European recovery. For inspiration while it was being drafted, Marshall had sent for Henry Stimson's private 1944 memos to Roosevelt lambasting the Morgenthau Plan and demanding the post-war reconstruction of Germany. With the Marshall Plan, Morgenthau's plan for Germany was dead once and for all. He denounced it as a scheme to extend U.S. influence into Eastern Europe, but he could not derail it. Soviet documents opened after the Cold War show that Stalin hoped for a united Germany, but only so long as there remained the chance of lavish reparations. Years later, Molotov admitted that he had tried to expand Soviet frontiers as far as possible. He said that his view was that there could be no peace-loving Germany unless Germany followed the path of socialism. After the failure of another foreign ministers' meeting in early 1948, Truman reached a conclusion. He decided that the Russians were not going to carry out their agreement for a four-power commission on Germany. In the 1990s, the historian Carolyn Eisenberg wondered whether the U.S. gave up too fast on the chance for a united Germany that would be genuinely neutral. She felt that the U.S. government avoided potentially favorable bargains with the Soviets because it expected a complete collapse down the road. But gambling on a united Germany in the late 1940s might well have opened the way to a Soviet Europe or a German nation that was eager for another Hitler. Surveys made a decade after the German defeat revealed that most Germans still thought that Germany's best time in recent history had been during the first years of the Nazis. In the same survey, a large minority insisted that Nazism was a good idea badly carried out, and that Hitler was a great German leader. Through all the Big Three bargaining over Germany during World War II, Stalin had kept a potent weapon. This was his ability to block access routes to Berlin, which was 110 miles deep in the Soviet zone. In April 1948, he complained that the West was moving toward a divided Germany. The Soviet government declared that no train should move in or out of Berlin without Soviet inspection and permission. 2 months later, the Americans, British, and French announced a step toward merger of their three zones. The step was creation of a uniform currency that would thwart Soviet policies causing inflation and stalling economic recovery in Western Germany. The Soviets responded by walking out of the Allied Control Commission and claiming all of Berlin. Rail and motor routes from the western zones were shut down. The U.S. Army feared a confrontation. Clay was refused when he asked to test the Soviet blockade of West Berlin by armored convoy. Instead, the British and Americans launched what soon became known as the Berlin Airlift. The Berlin Airlift supplied the citizens of the western sectors of Berlin with up to 8,000 tons of food, coal, and other provisions per day. In his diary, Truman wrote, "We'll stay in Berlin, come what may." Clay and his British and French cohorts also imposed a counter-blockade of steel, equipment, and coal shipments from Western Germany. By the spring of 1949, the Berlin blockade had failed. The British, French, and Americans saw little chance for a united Germany soon. Instead, they prepared for a Western alliance, NATO, and a West German state that would shield Western Europe against the Soviet Union and anchor the West Germans in democracy. Under Adenauer's chairmanship, German leaders were asked to write a charter for a new West German government. To show they did not endorse the lasting division of Germany, they convened at Bonn. Bonn was a city so provincial that it was unlikely to permanently replace Berlin. For the same reason, they called their charter not a constitution, but a basic law. In contrast to the shaky edifice of Weimar Germany that Hitler had pulled down, the Basic Law barred from the new parliament paralyzing no-confidence votes and splinter parties. To prevent another Hitler, it placed severe limits on the new chief of state. On May 23, 1949, the Federal Republic of Germany was born. 5 months later, Stalin established his own provisional German Democratic Republic. Stalin's new state was dominated by the brutal security service, later known as the Stasi. The new West German state was modeled on the old pre-Bismarck tradition of small, semi-autonomous lands. The drafters of the Basic Law did not know it, but they had created a decentralized system resembling Franklin Roosevelt's old fantasies of a post-war Germany like the peaceful localized states he nostalgically remembered from his boyhood. When General Clay finished his job in Berlin, Eleanor Roosevelt wrote him that he had done a wonderful piece of work. Clay reminded her, "It was President Roosevelt who started me on my task in Germany." He told her he hoped that the late president would not have been disappointed. Back in Washington, Clay addressed the House and Senate. The members cheered him for supervising the defeat of the Berlin blockade. Clay told them, "One only has to revisit Buchenwald or Dachau to remember the extreme cruelty of the Nazi regime." He said, "I saw in Berlin the spirit and soul of a people reborn." For the next 40 years, the border between East and West Germany was a principal battlefront of the Cold War. In 1961, the East Germans erected the Berlin Wall and a 100-mile-long death strip to stop the flow of millions of refugees to Western freedom and prosperity. Then, in 1989, Mikhail Gorbachev, a new kind of Soviet leader, turned his back on Stalin and tore down the wall. On October 3, 1990, the battle-scarred nation was unified at the heart of a Europe that was, for the first time since Adolf Hitler, whole and free. The German parliament gathered in the Reichstag for the first time since 1933. Presiding was Helmut Kohl, now no longer the chancellor just of West Germany, but of all Germany. Kohl declared, "We must never forget, suppress, or play down the crimes committed in this century by Germans." He said, "Above all, we owe this to the victims of the Holocaust, the unparalleled genocide of European Jews." Kohl sent letters to the world's leaders making a solemn promise. He wrote, "In the future, only peace will emanate from German soil."
The Conquerors.
In October 1945, before leaving Germany as U.S. commander, Dwight Eisenhower told his staff, "The success of this occupation can only be judged 50 years from now. If the Germans at that time have a stable, prosperous democracy, then we shall have succeeded." More than a half-century later, the Germany of our own time is not an ideal state, nor can anyone be certain that it will have a perfect future. But in its democratic system, its grounding in Western institutions, and its abstention from expansionist ambitions, war, and dictatorship, it resembles the Germany that Franklin Roosevelt and Harry Truman once imagined far more than either man probably ever could have dreamt. In the early 1990s, when Germany was unified and the Cold War ended, Americans did not stop to fully realize the importance of their accomplishment. Thanks to their tenacity and generosity, their sense of justice without vindictiveness, and their belief in Thomas Jefferson's ideas, they had done something that few in 1945 had thought possible. Working with Germans, Americans had helped to transform Europe's largest power into a democracy and rid the world of a danger that, as Churchill once warned, had afflicted humankind with 3 major wars. Those who praise America's help in creating a democratic Germany usually point to the Marshall Plan, the Berlin Airlift, NATO, and the long, expensive commitment to defending Western Europe against the Soviets. But what is too often overlooked is the contribution before World War II ended. Had Roosevelt and Truman not been so insistent not merely on conquering Germany, but ensuring that it never again threatened the world, that nation might be more dangerous today. Franklin Roosevelt's wartime leadership on post-war Germany was scarcely impeccable. He should have been far bolder during what Morgenthau called those terrible 18 months in 1942 and 1943, after the U.S. government began learning about Hitler's death camps. At a time when his administration was showing Americans why we fight by exposing and dramatizing other German atrocities, the president should not have been in the business of concealing what Washington knew about Hitler's murder machinery. Roosevelt possibly believed that by singling out the murder of the Jews as a special American concern, he might provoke Hitler to pursue them more ferociously. During those 18 months, he may have feared that issuing a specific public protest might fuel old suspicions among American anti-Semites that the United States was waging this war for the Jews. Roosevelt no doubt believed that identifying any war aim other than simply winning the war would open the floodgates to all sorts of demands by domestic special interests. But Roosevelt's quiet tacitly suggested that the United States did not know about the genocide or care enough to issue a specific protest. For that reason, it might have moved the Nazis to pursue the Jews of Europe with even greater vigor, because the Nazis might have presumed that they would have to pay no special penalty after the war for their offense in case the Allies won. With almost 60 years of hindsight, Roosevelt's silence seems a strange lapse. This was a president who normally spoke to Americans on grave world issues with courage and candor and foresight. That lapse is underscored by Roosevelt's lateness in pushing his officials to save Jewish refugees. It is also underscored by his reluctance to seriously entertain whether bombing Auschwitz might save some of Hitler's intended victims without postponing victory in Europe. Roosevelt's tendency to shunt Hitler's war against the Jews to a separate compartment of his mind compromised his planning for post-war Germany. Today, any scholar trying to explain why Hitlerite Germany was uniquely evil would naturally start with Hitler's zeal, shared by many Germans, to murder an entire people. But instead, when Roosevelt privately spoke of the problem with Germany, he indulged in silly rants about Prussians, military uniforms, and marching. He did not mention genocide at all, even though he had privately learned more about the Holocaust than most Americans of the time. Roosevelt's failure to note the biggest thing wrong with Hitler's Germany had serious consequences. It encouraged officials like Hull and Stimson to think of post-war Germany mainly as a problem of Reconstruction. For that reason, in early 1944, Henry Morgenthau introduced an element of reality that had been missing from the internal U.S. government debate. What Morgenthau was saying was that the biggest reason to dread the Germans was not the penchant for uniforms that Roosevelt harped on, but for murdering an entire people. Morgenthau's view was that in light of Germany's warlike history, this meant that post-war treatment of the defeated nation must be awfully strict if the world never wished to see it again. But such a worthy aim did not require a plan so brutal and vindictive as Morgenthau's. If enacted, the Morgenthau plan would have fueled German bitterness. It could have created another Hitler. And as the Cold War accelerated, it could have opened the way to Soviet power in Western Europe. Yet it was Roosevelt's failure to come to grips with the most basic issue of German character that drove the understandably distraught Morgenthau to propose a plan so extreme. Roosevelt's diplomacy on post-war Germany was also endangered by his chaotic approach to governing. It should not have required a Morgenthau to blow the whistle on disgraceful State Department efforts to stop the rescue of Jewish refugees. Had Roosevelt been more on top of the issue and more insistent that his high officials share his values, many of Hitler's victims might have been saved. All of these flaws, however, are overshadowed by the greatness in Roosevelt's leadership on Germany. In 1939 and 1940, against hard-boiled advisers who warned that most Americans were isolationist, the president risked his career by campaigning for military preparedness and aid to Britain. Had Roosevelt been more meek or short-sighted, Hitler might have won World War II. During World War II, the president benefited from his experience in Wilson's Navy Department and as the 1920 Democratic vice presidential candidate when he had to defend the flawed peace of Versailles. That all drove Roosevelt to demand that this time the Allies conquer, occupy, and remake all of Germany. Along with his eagerness to avoid a separate Soviet-German peace, this was why he insisted on unconditional surrender. Had Roosevelt bent to the reluctance of Churchill and many of his own officials about fighting the European war to ultimate victory, Germany might not be peaceful and democratic today. Roosevelt knew that his appetite for remaking post-war Germany from the ground up placed him in opposition to many who were working for him. It affronted Hull's commitment to world peace through free trade. To the Republicans Stimson and McCloy, many of Roosevelt's ideas for post-war Germany no doubt sounded like quixotic New Deal social reforms. With this in mind, Roosevelt used his tactical temporary support of the Morgenthau Plan as a blunt instrument to show Hull, Stimson, and Churchill that he meant business about transforming Germany, and to reassure Stalin that he did not intend to go soft on the Germans at the Soviet Union's expense. With hindsight, Roosevelt also deserves credit for playing it surprisingly straight with the wartime Soviet Union. He knew that the war could only be won if Stalin remained convinced that the United States would not abruptly make a separate peace with Hitler and pull out. With his doctrine of unconditional surrender, Roosevelt managed to keep the Soviets fighting against Germany. Whether misguided or not, he honestly tried to bring about Soviet-American cooperation in governing Germany when it was conquered. He also vetoed Churchill's demands to race the Soviets for Berlin. But, knowing that such cooperation might also fail, Roosevelt was prepared. During the war, when it seemed that the Germans might surrender at any moment, he was poised to fly U.S. troops to Berlin to ensure that the Russian conquerors could not suddenly try to freeze their allies out of the German capital. And during Roosevelt's last days, when Stalin became more belligerent, the president replied with justified firmness. At the end of the war, Roosevelt was well prepared in case there was a rupture in Soviet-American relations. His plan to divide Germany into zones was his fallback option. It would allow each power to seize a portion of post-war Germany, use military force to restrain the post-war Germans, and also keep the Russians out of Western Europe. Therefore, at the dawn of the 21st century, it is now clear that Franklin Roosevelt had more influence than any other non-German on what Hitler's nation has now become. The democratic, decentralized Germany is largely the country that Roosevelt imagined and worked for. Despite wartime arguments that Germans were incurable, Roosevelt and the Americans he led responded in the best American tradition. Together they demonstrated that warlike people can become peaceable, if only encouraged to accept the right kind of political system. As for Harry Truman, his impact on the Germany of today was exerted mainly after the period of World War II treated in this book. But during the 4 months from his taking power through Potsdam, the neophyte president's instincts were usually sound. Especially when revelation of the concentration camps was shocking most of the world, Truman showed a startling lack of comprehension of what Hitler's war against the Jews had meant. Although Truman's public relationships with Jews were large-minded, his private petty anti-Semitic comments did not abate for even a moment. From the moment in Potsdam when Truman was told that the U.S. had a working atomic bomb, he may have been, for better or worse, more aggressive in pressing his new advantage than Roosevelt with his eagerness to cooperate might have been. Still, Truman did not exploit the new American hegemony in an effort to renege on Roosevelt's promise to give the Russians a large role in post-war Germany. With his fresh, open mind, Truman was probably quicker than Roosevelt might have been to respond to the rapidly changing geopolitical events in Europe and the rest of the world. By the time of Potsdam, he realized that much had happened to make the Morgenthau Plan obsolete. With the atomic bomb at his disposal, he did not need to immediately worry about German military power. He also knew that Stalin's land grab had taken from Germany much of its richest farmland. This quashed Morgenthau's questionable argument that Germany could feed itself. And Germany's division into zones forestalled discussion of the kind of permanent dismemberment that Morgenthau had demanded. By the summer of 1945, Truman was contending with new imperatives. He knew that with the Cold War accelerating, a weak, inert Germany might open the way to Soviet force in Europe. At Potsdam, Truman, like Roosevelt, benefited from the mistakes of World War I. The Potsdam Agreement eliminated the danger of vast German reparations to the Soviet Union that in the end the United States would effectively have to finance. While preserving the ultimate chance for a unified Germany, it created the opportunity for the United States, Britain, and France in the meantime to create, at least in part of Germany, a democratic state whose system, as Truman hoped and believed, would one day spread to the east. Truman was eager to enforce Roosevelt's insistence that Germans know they had lost the war, but he also had to compete with Moscow for German sympathies. As Lucius Clay wisely warned him, Germans were unlikely to turn toward democracy if Americans treated them too much more harshly than the Soviets did. Truman proved himself able to do what a great leader does, to keep opposing objectives in his mind at the same time. Truman wanted to reform the Germans, but not so much that it scared them away from democracy. He wanted to revive Germany so starvation and chaos would not drive Europe toward communism and anarchy, but not if that would allow Germans to live better than their World War II victims. Truman wanted to try to get along with the Soviets in Germany, but not if the price was Soviet mastery of that country or of all of Europe. Leaders at war sometimes imagine what might occur if the unthinkable happens. When Roosevelt and Churchill lunched at Quebec in 1944, they wondered aloud what Hitler would have done had he conquered Britain. In 1945, as Truman gazed at the ruins of Berlin, he sank into depression. He thought of how a victorious, vengeful Führer might have remolded Washington, D.C. The fact is, Hitler left little evidence of how he might have transformed Washington, D.C., or the rest of America, had he managed to win the war and turn part of the country, or all of it, into a satellite state. You might imagine that the Capitol and White House, housing Hitler's puppet parliament and puppet president, might have been plastered with swastikas. Washington, D.C. would probably have a World War II memorial, but the soldiers honored would be Luftwaffe, SS, and Gestapo. There would, of course, be no monuments to Franklin Roosevelt or Harry Truman. In a Nazified America, a land of unspeakable cruelty, Hitler's propagandists would have rushed to portray the last pre-Nazi presidents as arch-criminals from whom Hitler had rescued the American people. The Nazi victors might have demolished FDR's Hyde Park mansion and Truman's white clapboard house in Independence, Missouri, to stop them from becoming rallying points against Hitler's domination of the United States. And it need not be said that Nazified America would be bereft of synagogues or Jews. As for Berlin, Hitler planned, after winning World War II, to remake the capital by 1950 into a city called Germania. The city's grandiosity would be worthy of the triumphant Teutonic Empire of the German nation. Hitler ordered his court architect, Albert Speer, to ensure that future visitors to Berlin would be stunned by the power of the Reich. The new Berlin's most important landmark would be the Palace of the Führer. At Hitler's demand, his palace would be adorned by stone pillars, red mosaics, and bronze lions. Their decadence reminded Speer of a Cecil B. DeMille set, or the show palaces of Oriental despots. By Hitler's order, state visitors would have to trek a quarter-mile through the halls of the palace in order to reach his throne room. Hitler exulted to Speer that after Germany won World War II, the defeated Americans would be wild to see the most expensive building in the world. Hitler said, "My only wish, Speer, is to live to see these buildings. In 1950, we'll organize a World's Fair. We'll invite the entire world." We could only be grateful that none of this came about. Instead, at the start of the 21st century, the skyscrapers, parks, and plazas of today's Berlin are as original and interesting as Hitler's imaginings were banal. To be sure, there are World War II monuments in the new city, but not to Hitler. If you search, you can probably find the site of the underground bunker where he fired a pistol into his head, but first you will probably see a columned memorial to the victims of Hitler's atrocities, which the world now calls the Holocaust. There are World War II Germans honored in present-day Berlin, but not Hitler, Goebbels, or Goering. Instead, there are monuments to those who tried to assassinate them. If you go to Bendler Street, you will find that Hitler's old military headquarters, where Klaus von Stauffenberg was executed on the evening of July 20, 1944, has been remade into a museum honoring the German resistance. But the street is not called Bendler anymore. Now it is named for Stauffenberg.